Chapter 56. Seeing this scene, the imprisoned Humayr immediately shouted, "Elder sister, you're shameless." But how could her cries be heard? She was so anxious that her fragrant sweat was dripping, but there was nothing she could do. This was too despicable. With her elder sister's strength, it was easy for her to toy with a tempered body cultivator. If it was a normal conversation, Humayr felt that Yang Kai would definitely not reveal any embarrassment. But if her elder sister secretly used some tricks, then it was hard to say. Inside the room, Hu Jiao'er suddenly stood up and walked step by step towards the fragrant bed. Looking back, she smiled and said, "Wait a moment, I'll get something for you." Yang Kai frowned. He faintly felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Walking to the side of the fragrant bed, Hu Jiao'er bent down and half knelt on the bed to search. Her thin clothes couldn't hide her 10,000 kinds of flirtatious feelings. The clothes that clung to her body wrapped around her perfectly round and perky buttocks, displaying an incomparable temptation. Yang Kai's heartbeat sped up a lot, and his throat burned. For a long time, Hu Jiao'er still maintained this seductive posture. Suddenly, a delicate cry came from her mouth. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai's expression changed, and he hurriedly rushed forward. At this time, Hu Jiao'er retreated from the bed. Her footsteps staggered, and she directly fell into Yang Kai's arms, hugging him tightly. The two people's feet bumped into each other, and for some reason, they both fell on the bed. Hu Jiao'er was on top, and Yang Kai was on the bottom. Her hot and delicate body was in his arms. Yang Kai's throat became more and more dry. Looking at the beautiful face and tender lips in front of him, Yang Kai suppressed the desire in his heart and opened his mouth to ask, "What's wrong?" "There's a bug." Hu Jiao'er's acting was quite good. Her two small hands grabbed onto Yang Kai's clothes and didn't let go, looking like a bird startled by the twang of a bough. Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. "Where?" "There." Following the direction Hu Jiao'er pointed, Yang Kai saw a worm slowly crawling there. He thought to himself, "This woman is really interesting. She's already a cultivator, yet a mere worm can scare her like this." He reached out his hand and pinched it to death. Then he patted Hu Jiao'er's shoulder and said, "It's okay, I've already killed it." "There must be more." Hu Jiao'er continued to speak as she turned her head to look around. Strands of her hair swept across Yang Kai's cheeks and mouth. Yang Kai's mood, which had just calmed down, was once again aroused. "No more." Yang Kai felt that this wasn't a good idea. If someone were to barge in and see him and Humayr in this state, then they wouldn't be able to clear their name. Is there really nothing else? Hu Jiao'er's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. She didn't think that Yang Kai would actually be able to sit still and not take advantage of her. Just now, if Yang Kai really did make a move, then the result would definitely be a broken arm or a broken leg. Although her heart was unhappy, Hu Jiao'er didn't insist. Instead, she meekly climbed up from Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai also sat up. He somewhat embarrassedly raised his head to look at Humayr. He discovered that the other party's face was also red as she limped to sit beside him. "What's wrong with your foot?" Yang Kai asked. "When I fell just now, I think I sprained it." Hu Jiao'er's first plan didn't work, so she came up with another one. She thought to herself, "I'll make a sacrifice today and dig out your heart to see if it's black or red." "Let me see." Yang Kai squatted down and picked up Hu Jiao'er's foot to examine it. He discovered that her ankle was indeed a bit red and swollen. It was clearly a sprain. But it wasn't a real injury. In order to test Yang Kai, Hu Jiao'er sacrificed a lot this time. Yang Kai didn't avoid anything. After all, Humayr wasn't someone who cared too much about etiquette. Before, she had seduced him, so what if he took her foot now? "Don't move," Yang Kai warned. Then he reached into his bosom and took out a bottle of pills. This was a bottle of Sky Tower's blood coagulation cream. After taking it out, Yang Kai's movements paused, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he opened the bottle and poured out some of the cream. Spreading it out in his palm, he carefully applied it to the red and swollen area of Hu Jiao'er's foot. The weak true yang yuan qi was also circulating, helping to dissolve the effects of the medicine. Hu Jiao Air couldn't help but tremble. She secretly thought that this time, she really suffered a big loss. For so many years, her pure and clean body had never been touched by anyone. Today, in order to make a bet with her little sister, she had been hugged and touched by someone. Unfortunately, she couldn't get angry, and she couldn't let the other party take responsibility. Although she felt wronged in her heart, her body had a different feeling. That big hand gently rubbed her ankle. His expression was serious, and his movements were gentle. His rough hand rubbed against her tender skin, bringing a burst of numbness. When he was serious, he seemed to have a kind of calmness that didn't match his age. Following Yang Kai's movements, Hu Jiao Air's wild thoughts were gradually interrupted. Her body constantly surged with a strange feeling. This feeling made her flustered. Her maiden heart suddenly began to beat wildly. Her lower abdomen also had a hot current, like lightning, jumping up and down. She couldn't help but clamp her legs together. She was afraid that if she didn't clamp her legs together, that hot current would rush out. Yang Kai. A strange voice came out from Hu Jiao Air's mouth. At this moment, she was so embarrassed that she couldn't show her face. She never thought that she would one day make such a sound. Yang Kai raised his head and saw Hu Jiao Air's pair of watery eyes staring at him. There was no other color on her face, only a red flush. Do you want to do something else? Hu Jiao Air bit her ruby-red lips and made a final counterattack. If Yang Kai agreed, she could abandon all of her current feelings and completely withdraw. Moreover, she wouldn't let Yang Kai have an easy time. Would he agree? Hu Jiao Air was nervous. She hoped that he would agree and release her, but she also hoped that he would refuse. This proved that her little sister didn't make a mistake, and she also didn't make a mistake. This kind of tension and struggle made her heart very hesitant. Hu Jiao Air was worried, but how could the imprisoned Hu Mei Air not be worried? At this moment, she also stopped her useless shouts and stared closely at Yang Kai. She didn't know what kind of answer he would give. Kai Yang stared straight at Hu Jiao Air, seemingly interested in her. Hu Jiao Air's heart leapt to her throat, afraid that Kai Yang would say yes. Suddenly, Kai Yang smiled faintly and slowly put away the blood-clotting cream. Solemnly, he put it into his pocket. Miss. Yang Kai muttered. N. Hu Jiao Air was so nervous that she didn't notice the change in the way Yang Kai addressed her. The blood coagulation cream that I just gave you is one of my most precious things. Although its value is not high, it is a testimony to the warmth I have felt in these past few years. What do you mean? Hu Jiao Air was stunned. She asked him whether he wanted it or not. Why did he say this to her? What was the deeper meaning? Yang Kai straightened up and looked down at Hu Jiao Air. I wanted to tell you that I used this precious ointment to heal your wounds. I hope you won't mind my previous offense. This farce ends here. Chapter 57. What are you talking about? Hu Jiao Air's expression changed as she forced a smile. I don't understand. Could it be that he found out that she wasn't her sister? Impossible, he was clearly only at the 9th level of the tempered body stage. How could he see through her, a dignified Yuan Qi cultivator's trick? What's more, she and her sister looked the same, no matter if it was their voice or form, there was no difference. The elders in the sect often mistook their identities, so how could he have this ability? Yang Kai looked at her indifferently and chuckled. Miss, are you saying that you don't want to admit it? Admit what? I really don't know what you're talking about. Hu Jiao Air made a final effort. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, then I'll make it clear. Miss, you're not Hu Mei Air. I think you should be her twin sister. Hu Jiao Air was stunned and immediately laughed. Why do you say that? This time, she didn't try to deny it. Instead, she looked at Kai Yang with great interest. She also wanted to know where she had exposed herself. If Kai Yang couldn't tell her the truth, then it was clear that he was just using words to trick her. Maybe he was just suspicious and didn't dare to be sure, so he wanted her to admit it. Hu Jiao Air guessed in her heart. Miss, you're testing my eyesight. Yang Kai wasn't angry and chuckled. He turned and walked to the table and picked up the teacup he was drinking from. He took a sip and said, Actually, I wasn't sure if you were Hu Mei Air, but now I can be sure, you're not her. Hu Jiao Air was stunned, but she gnashed her teeth in hatred. So what he said just now was really just a test. I'm so angry. I'm an Yuan Qi cultivator, but I was careless and fell for a tempered body stage brat's trick. This is really capsizing and losing face. There was no point in continuing to deny it, so Hu Jiao Air giggled and sat sideways on the bed, her enchanting figure faintly discernible. Looking at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes, she asked in a soft voice, "When did you start suspecting me?" "When we drink tea." Yang Kai knocked on the teacup in his hand. Although the tea is pleasant, it can't cover up the woman's fragrance on the cup. And there's a faint lipstick mark on the rim of the cup. I think this teacup was used not long ago, right? And that person is Miss Hu Mei Air. Just based on this, you think I'm not Mei Air? Hu Jiao Air was stunned. Of course not. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. The second thing that made me suspicious was your temperament. I don't think it's possible for a woman's temperament to change so drastically in just a few days. To give you a compliment, Miss Mei Er's charm is slightly immature, but your charm is completely natural. I like those words. Hu Jiao Air covered her mouth and giggled. Continue, is there anything else? Thirdly, your body fragrance is extremely similar to Miss Mei Er's. However, if you carefully taste it, there are some differences. Her fragrance is sweet, while yours is slightly more elegant. Stinking brat. Hu Jiao Air's face turned pink. Yang Kai's explicit words made it difficult for her to control herself. Thinking of the sacrifice she made to test him, Hu Jiao Air couldn't help but want to slap this man in front of her into a meat patty. Fourthly, Yang Kai ignored Hu Jiao Air's murderous gaze and continued. There's more. Hu Jiao Air was shocked. She didn't think that this stinking brat, who was only a tempered body cultivator, would be able to see through so many flaws. Originally, she thought that her plan was flawless. Fourthly, the injury on your foot. That injury looks like a sprain, but in fact, it's caused by the internal shock from your own cultivation. This is the biggest mistake. Although Miss Mei Air is a young girl, she is still a cultivator. How could it be so easy for her to sprain her own foot? That was my oversight. Hu Jiao Air nodded lightly. At that time, she was only thinking about how to trick Yang Kai, but didn't think so far ahead. Raising her head, she saw that Yang Kai was still deep in thought. Hu Jiao Air couldn't help but say, "Don't tell me that you still saw through my plan." Hu Jiao Air was not convinced. How could a plan that she thought was perfect be full of flaws when it came to him? His analysis was clear and logical, making it impossible for others to refute. This stinking brat is really annoying. If he dares to say that there are any flaws, this great aunt will definitely teach him a lesson. He doesn't know how to look at other people's faces. Then don't say it. Yang Kai frowned. Hearing him say this, Hu Jiao Air was not happy. Her beautiful eyes were cold, and she smiled sweetly. Clenching her teeth, she said, "Say it." "I won't say it." Yang Kai shook his head. Hu Jiao Air said angrily, "I told you to say it, so just say it. How can you keep people in suspense like this?" Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid that if I say it, it will make you angry." Hu Jiao Air's phoenix eyes narrowed. "Make me angry? Then it must be something bad?" "Then all the more I want to hear it. But you have to promise that you won't be angry. If you don't say it, how will I know if I won't be angry? Then forget about it. Don't you know that when you have a dispute with a woman, you should take a step back?" Hu Jiao Air was full of hatred. This brat looked smart, but in fact he was a hothead. "If I take a step back, I will be hurt." "I can't beat you," Yang Kai said seriously. "At least you are a little tactful." Hu Jiao Air smiled proudly. Her body rolled up like a gust of wind. She walked from the bed to the table and sat down. Looking at Yang Kai, she pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, I promise I won't be angry with you. And promise you won't hit me." "Okay." Hu Jiao Air gritted her teeth and said, "Tell me, what is the last flaw?" Yang Kai said seriously, "Actually, it's not a flaw. It's just that you and Mei Air look different." "What's the difference?" Hu Jiao Air asked curiously. She and her little sister were carved from the same mold. How could there be any difference? Yang Kai smacked his lips and hesitated for a long time. Then he said, "You're but one side is big and the other is small. It's not as well proportioned as Mei Er's." When this sentence came out, Hu Jiao Er's face turned red. Her yuan qi fiercely erupted, and the room was suddenly filled with a whistling wind. "Remember the promise you just made." Yang Kai's expression didn't change and his heart didn't skip a beat, lightly reminding him. Hu Jiao Er's astonishing aura suddenly shrank. She was so angry that her whole body trembled, but she couldn't do anything. She clenched her teeth so hard that they almost broke. After a long time, she angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Bullshit!" For a girl to burst out with such vulgar words, one could imagine how angry Hu Jiao Er was. This stinking brat should be hacked into pieces. He actually said that one side of her butt was big and the other side was small. Was this something a man should say? How was one side big and one side small? It was clearly very well proportioned, okay? Stinking brat, I'm afraid you don't know how to write the word death. Chapter 58. Knowing that Hu Jiao Er was angry, Yang Kai quickly comforted her. "Miss, you don't have to worry about it. In fact, if you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to see it." Hu Jiao Er's face turned cold as she looked at Yang Kai with a murderous look. "In other words, you just looked carefully?" Yang Kai couldn't help but cough a few times and said with some embarrassment, "Yes, I looked a few more times." "You can't blame me. You were the one who stuck out your butt towards me. Do you think I didn't see it?" Yang Kai felt wronged in his heart. With these doubts, if I still couldn't see that Miss and Hu Mei Er were two different people, then I would have wasted my pair of eyes. Yang Kai smiled faintly. After Hu Jiao Er's anger, she carefully thought about it and couldn't help but be shocked. She found that this man named Yang Kai had unparalleled insight. From entering the room to exposing her, it only took half a cup of tea's time for him to see so many suspicious points. This kind of ability wasn't something that everyone had. Moreover, she had personally tried to seduce him, but he didn't succeed. This person's willpower and character were also quite good. He wouldn't be moved by beauty. He was a man with a strong heart. Although he was young and his strength was weak, it couldn't be denied that he was a person. Thinking of this, Hu Jiao Er rolled her eyes and winked at Yang Kai. "Yang Kai, right? In view of the fact that you just offended me, now this miss will give you two choices." "What choices?" Yang Kai asked. "The first choice, whichever hand that touched me, that hand will be cut off. Whichever eye that looked at me, that eye will be gouged out. If so, I will forgive you for your previous offense." Hu Jiao Er said these words with a smile on her face. Her tone was gentle as if she was a wife whispering to her husband, but there was an inhumane cruelty and bloodthirstiness in her words. Yang Kai shook his head. "I'll listen to the second choice." Hu Jiao Er smiled. "The second option is to leave High Heaven Pavilion and join my blood group. I will report to my father and let him give you the position of squad leader. As far as I know, in High Heaven Pavilion, you're just a trial disciple of the lowest level, bullied and humiliated, and you don't have any good cultivation resources. But if you come to blood group, you'll be treated 100 times better than in High Heaven Pavilion. How about it? Aren't my conditions generous? Is there any other choice?" "No more." "Then I won't choose any of them." Yang Kai secretly circulated his true Yang secret art as he vigilantly looked at Hu Jiao Er. "You want to force me to make a move?" Hu Jiao Er sneered. "I don't think the young lady will really fight. This is not the blood group. Once the slightest trace of a battle is spread out, the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples will also come to investigate. At that time the young lady will also be in trouble. A trivial trial disciple, if I kill him, then I kill him. What can High Heaven Pavilion do to me? At most, I'll just go with some things. I'm sure they won't care if you live or die. If the young lady really wanted to kill me, then you wouldn't have talked so much nonsense with me." Yang Kai looked calm and composed, but in fact he was nervous. After all, a woman's heart was like a needle in the ocean. Who knows what she was thinking in the end? He now regretted speaking the truth. A woman's words really couldn't be trusted, especially a beautiful woman. His experience was still too little. Moreover, I have already said that I will use my most precious blood coagulation cream to heal your wounds, so please don't mind me offending you again. Kai Yang tried to persuade her with reason and with emotion. A bottle of blood coagulation cream is enough to compensate for my loss? Hu Jiao was angry. She wanted to say that he had already hugged her, touched her, but when the words reached her mouth, she couldn't say it. Her loss was too big. How could a bottle of medicine make up for it? If you want to say it like that, then I can't do anything. In fact, you know what happened just now, you were the one who took the initiative. These words were like adding oil to the fire. Hu Jiao was ashamed and angry. Just as she was about to hit him, she turned her head and looked at the place where Hu Mei was imprisoned. Seeing Hu Mei anxiously shouting from inside, she couldn't help but soften. Her anger gradually dissipated. Taking a deep breath, she said, "Forget it, this time I won't argue with you." Yang Kai couldn't help but let out a long breath. "Young lady, please forgive me." Hu Jiao chuckled. "Actually, what you just said was correct, but you were wrong about one thing." "What is it?" Yang Kai asked. Hu Jiao didn't immediately answer. Instead, she waved her hand and the imprisoned Hu Mei gradually appeared. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he knew that this woman's strength was very high, he didn't expect it to be to this extent. With a wave of her hand, a person quietly appeared. This was clearly something that an expert of Yuan-Chi realm or higher could do. Hu Mei was freed. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Yang Kai and her face relaxed. Just now, she was really nervous to death. She was afraid that her sister would kill Yang Kai in a fit of anger. Looking at her sister again, Hu Mei couldn't help but laugh. She remembered the words that Yang Kai just said. Heavens, there was actually a man in this world who dared to say such things to her sister. Moreover, after saying it, he was actually unharmed. Sister. As soon as Hu Mei came out, she threw herself at Hu Jiao's side and acted like a spoiled child. Don't be angry, this time you can't blame him. I didn't say that I blame him. Hu Jiao was still angry. She turned her head and looked at Yang Kai. I said that you were wrong about one thing, and that is that Hu Mei and I are not twins. Not twins? Yang Kai was surprised. Looking carefully, the two women in front of him were exactly the same. There was no difference. If Yang Kai were to identify them the next time they met, he definitely wouldn't be able to tell who was who. No, I am a few years older than Hu Mei Hu Jiao smiled slightly. Seeing Yang Kai's surprised expression, she couldn't help but feel a little better. Sure enough, this is a boundless world. Nothing is too strange. Yang Kai sighed. Although they were sisters, they were born a few years apart and yet they could grow up to such an extent. In this world, they were probably the only ones. You don't know me? Hu Jiao was slightly puzzled. She was one of the younger generation of the blood group. Her reputation was illustrious. How could this person not know her? I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. He seemed to be very ignorant and inexperienced. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Hu Jiao could only believe him. Naturally, she didn't know what Yang Kai had been through these past few years. He was practically isolated from the world and never communicated with others. Why are you looking for me today? Hu Mei turned her head and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai told her the purpose of this trip. Hu Mei looked at her sister and asked for her opinion. The latter waved her hand and said, "Go, but don't cause trouble in the mine." Thank you. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in relief. Let's go, I will take you there. The mine is not very far from here. Hu Mei seemed to be in a good mood. Her face was radiant as she led the way. After Yang Kai and Hu Mei left, Hu Jiao slowly got up. Her two jade hands stroked her round buttocks. After a while, she muttered to herself, how is one side bigger and one side smaller? They are clearly the same. This stinking brat is spouting nonsense. He's too despicable. Chapter 59. Leaving the bustling Black Wind trade, under Hu Mei's lead, the two of them headed north of Black Wind Forest. Hu Mei seemed to be somewhat happy, her pair of charming eyes filled with joy, her cheeks flushed red. About that day, I'm sorry. Yang Kai suddenly apologized. The words he said that day were indeed a bit too much, and now he came to ask for help. It was a bit of a double-edged sword. Hu Mei Er pursed her lips and smiled. It's okay, you didn't scold me. These past few years, I've heard worse words, but didn't I still survive? You don't hate me? Yang Kai was surprised. Why would I hate you? Hu Mei Er smiled and suddenly said, actually, I did hate you, but one of your actions made me unable to hate you. What actions? Haha, that day when Qing Xiaofeng and Nu Tao suddenly appeared, you stood in front of me. Maybe it was an unconscious action, but it was the first time in these past few years that someone sincerely wanted to protect me. I don't remember. But it wasn't easy for you. Yang Kai sighed. A good girl actually willingly destroyed her own reputation just to help the blood group find more men. Although her intentions were not good, it was still a filial piety. Huh. Hu Mei Er laughed. It wasn't easy, don't you know that acting is a woman's instinct? Ha, I haven't had much contact with women. Really? Hu Mei Er's eyes lit up. So these past few days I've been taken advantage of by you two sisters. Yang Kai said in a deadpan manner. Hu Mei Er glanced at him angrily. You're so mean. Luckily my sister wasn't here. If she was, I'll definitely beat you up. Your sister? Yuan Qi Realm First Level. Hu Mei Er replied with some pride. Amazing. Yang Kai praised. Su Yen was Yuan Qi Realm Third Level. Hu Mei Er's sister was a bit weaker than Su Yen, but not by much. When Hu Mei Er mentioned her older sister, she remembered what Yang Kai had said. For a moment, she was convulsing with laughter, unable to close her mouth. Yang Kai was speechless. He could only stand there and wait for her to catch her breath. After laughing for a long while, Hu Mei Er gradually regained her breath. With a smile on her face, she said, I've discovered that you're quite daring. There has never been a man who dared to say that to Big Sister. That part of her. Is it true that one side is bigger than the other? Maybe it's because of the clothes she's wearing. Tell her not to worry about it later. Yang Kai chuckled. What about mine? Are they really well proportioned? Hu Mei Er's face was bashful as she boldly asked. Not only is it well proportioned, but it's also round and perky. Yang Kai nodded. You have a good figure, so you don't have to undervalue yourself. Hu Mei Er immediately felt a little overwhelmed. This kind of straightforward praise without any ulterior motives was probably the best thing she had heard in all these years. For a moment, he was secretly delighted. How long before we arrive? Yang Kai didn't want to delve into this topic, so he opened his mouth and asked. We still have to walk for an hour. Although that place can be considered as Black Wind Forest, it is already the center of Black Wind Forest. Hu Mei Er explained, there is an underground mineral vein that was discovered by our blood group a few years ago. Since then we have stationed people there to mine it. The things produced there are very strange. How strange? Yang Kai asked. There are only two types of stones there. One is the Yang Inflammation Stone that you bought, and the other is the Yin Yuan Stone. Don't you think it's strange? These two types of stones are opposite to each other, but they can be produced together in that mineral vein. I don't know what is going on. This is really strange. Yang Kai was slightly moved. The Yang Inflammation Stone contains Yang energy, while the Yin Yuan Stone contains Yin energy. They are opposite attributes. Under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for them to be produced together. The experts of the gang also feel that there is something wrong with the mine, but after investigating and mining for several years, they didn't find anything special. However, because of this mine, our gang has earned a lot of money. Hu Mei Er didn't seem to treat Yang Kai as an outsider, so she said what she thought. This is your blood group's good fortune. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Hu Mei Er hummed and suddenly became silent. After walking for a while, she opened her mouth and said, Actually, today can be considered a coincidence. If you miss today, even if you wanted to find me, you wouldn't be able to find me. This is also your good fortune. Where are you going? Yang Kai understood the meaning behind her words. I'm not going anywhere. Hu Mei Er shook her head. While explaining, she secretly looked at Yang Kai's expression. After being lectured by you last time, I suddenly felt that my methods these past few years were wrong. Relying on those despicable methods to win people over, they don't care about blood group, but me. I can't give them what they want, so naturally they won't really work for the gang. Therefore, I decided to go into seclusion to cultivate. When I am strong, I can also share the burden of father, just like sister. You can think like this, it is a good thing. Yang Kai nodded. Humei Air's expression couldn't help but be disappointed. She found that Yang Kai's expression was very calm from beginning to end, and didn't have any mood swings because of her words. Feeling slightly bitter, Humei Air didn't have the mood to talk, and only continued to lead the way. Since she didn't speak, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't say anything. After walking for more than an hour, the two of them arrived at the blood group's mine. This was the center of Black Wind Forest, and in front of them was the blood group's mine. On the ground, there were some houses for the disciples to live and rest. Because the ore vein was underground, when Yang Kai and Humei Air arrived, they didn't see the mine as lively. Only the ground had a large hole that led directly to the ground. Even from 1,000 feet away, Kai Yang could feel the Yang origin seal on his chest giving off a strong reaction. It was the reaction of the underground bright Yang stone. With the growth of his strength, the range of Yang Qi that the Yang inflammation stone could sense also increased, but the increase was not too much. The arrival of the two of them attracted the attention of the blood group's disciples on the ground. An old man suddenly descended from the sky and blocked in front of Yang Kai and Humei Air. He cupped his fist and said, "Miss." Grandpa Long, Humei Air affectionately called out and pulled Yang Kai to introduce him. "This is our gang's vice leader, Grandpa Long Zai-Tian." Yang Kai hurriedly saluted, "Greetings, Senior Long." Long Zai-Tian looked at Yang Kai with contempt and didn't pay attention to him. With his immortal ascension boundary strength and blood group's vice leader's position, why would he need to pay attention to Yang Kai, this small trash? Another gigolo who lived off a woman. Long Zai-Tian especially despised people like Yang Kai. If it weren't for Humei Air's face, he would have directly slapped Yang Kai to death. "Miss, what are you doing in the mine?" Long Zai-Tian stroked his white beard and asked kindly, "This place is dirty and hot. It's not a place you can come. Quickly go back or else your father will scold me." "No, father, I don't dare to scold you. You are a senior member of the gang for 3 generations. Father will only respect you." Humei Air acted like a spoiled child. Long Zai-Tian's face immediately showed an expression of enjoyment. "Grandpa Long, my friend came to the mine to find a few disciples to buy some things. Can you give us some convenience and let us in?" Humei Air said. To be continued. Chapter 60. Enter the mine? Long Zai-Tian's face instantly fell as he vigilantly sized up Yang Kai and said, "He's not a disciple of the faction, right?" Yang Kai stepped forward and respectfully said, "I am a disciple of Sky Tower Pavilion." It's not that the faction's disciples aren't allowed to enter. Long Zai-Tian angrily glared at him and said with disdain, "Even the faction's disciples can't casually enter the mine, let alone an outsider like you." After he finished speaking, he bitterly turned his head to look at Humei Air and said, "Miss, how can you bring an outsider here? You're young and don't know the ways of the world. As the saying goes, it's hard to tell what's in a person's heart. You may know a person's face but not his heart. These past few years, because of this mine, our faction has earned a lot of money. Many people have been eyeing us with jealousy, especially those small fries who are trying to find out information about the mine. If it weren't for this old man overseeing this place all year round, who knows what kind of trouble would occur?" Yang Kai's face sank. This old man was pointing at the mulberry and cursing the locust tree. Humei Air sensed Yang Kai's unhappiness and quickly said, "Grandpa Long, you've misunderstood. He didn't want to find out anything, he just wanted to buy something." Long Zai-Tian sneered, "Buy something? How can you buy something here? This excuse is really interesting. Little brat, I don't care what your purpose is, scram for this old man. If you dare to appear here again, this old man won't be able to kill you." Yang Kai's stomach was filled with anger. This old man was too self-righteous. Although he was angry, Yang Kai knew that the difference in strength between them was too big. If they really fought, this old man would probably blow him to death with a single breath. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Yang Kai didn't say anything. If he were to clash with him now, the one who would suffer would be him. Coward! Long Zai Tian looked at Yang Kai and despised him even more. The true Yang Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body uncontrollably surged as he angrily glared at Long Zai Tian. Sensing the change in the Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body, Long Zai Tian flew into a rage. Impudent, you want to fight me? Then, for no reason at all, disregarding the difference in strength and seniority, he sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai. With this palm strike, Yang Kai found that he suddenly couldn't move. He could only stand there in a daze. This wasn't because he was scared, but because his opponent had used some kind of method to imprison him. Yang Kai's expression greatly changed. He really didn't think that this old guy would actually be so shameless. He could feel Long Zai Tian's attitude towards him, but he couldn't understand why. Now that he suddenly wanted to kill him, Yang Kai was truly shocked to the point that his soul almost left his body. With the aura of death looming over him, the enormous pressure brought about by this immortal ascension boundary master caused Yang Kai's heartbeat to stop at this moment, and his breathing became even more labored. In this desperate situation, a strong will to survive spread throughout his body. Suddenly, a scalding heat spread out from his bones and quickly spread out. In the next moment, Yang Kai found that the power that was imprisoning him suddenly disappeared. In a hurry, Yang Kai used all the strength in his body and fiercely dodged to the side. Long Zai Tian casually sent out a palm strike. He thought that this High Heaven Pavilion disciple would directly die under his palm, but what he didn't expect was that his opponent actually dodged. How is this possible? Long Zai Tian frowned. How could an immortal ascension boundary master's imprisonment be broken by him? Because he didn't think of this point, Long Zai Tian's casual palm strike didn't work. Although Long Zai Tian's attack didn't hit Yang Kai, it still made him extremely embarrassed. His face instantly paled, and his whole body was dripping with sweat. When he stood firm and looked at Long Zai Tian again, Yang Kai's eyes had a cold expression. If it was said that Yang Kai was just angry at Long Zai Tian's attitude towards him before, then now it was a deep hatred. The opponent didn't hide his intention to take his life, as if he wanted to casually pinch an ant to death. Long Zai Tian naturally understood this point. Although he didn't know why his imprisonment just now lost its effect, since he already had the intention to kill Yang Kai, how could he easily stop? In for a penny, in for a pound, he sent out another palm strike. At this time, Hu Mei Er woke up from her stupor and quickly dodged in front of Yang Kai. Glaring at Long Zai Tian, she hissed, "Grandpa Long, he's my friend. What do you want to do?" Those who attempt to inquire about the mining area will be killed without exception. This is the sect leader's order. Long Zai Tian deeply looked at Hu Mei Er, a trace of astonishment flashing through his eyes. In the past, Hu Mei Er had also frequently interacted with young men, but he had never seen her so desperately protect anyone. Towards the life or death of those young men, Hu Mei Er never cared. In other words, 8 out of 10 men who were provoked by her didn't have a good ending. But this time, she bravely stood in front of this High Heaven Pavilion disciple, and even used a fierce tone to question him. This was something that had never happened before. Long Zai Tian's eyes narrowed, as if he was deep in thought, his killing intent becoming even stronger. Hu Mei Er blocked Yang Kai behind her, gnashing her teeth as she glared at Long Zai Tian, saying, "I already said, my friend only came to buy some things, not to inquire about the mining area. Grandpa Long, do you not believe my words?" Seeing Hu Mei Er protect Yang Kai so strongly, Long Zai Tian couldn't continue to pester her endlessly, and could only say, "I don't dare." Young Miss words, this old man still believes them. Since that's the case, why do you still want to do this? This old man knows his wrongs, and hopes young Miss will forgive him. Blood Group was different from Storm House and High Heaven Pavilion. This was a family power, and the Hu family was the master, so even if Long Zai Tian was the vice leader, he still had to give Hu Mei Er some face. But this old man still asks young miss to forgive him. The mining area is a big matter. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. After Long Zai Tian finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Hu Mei Er, looked at Yang Kai, and coldly snorted before turning to leave. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed the boiling blood in his chest, saying, "Old sir, please wait." Long Zai Tian impatiently turned his head, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Old sir, the current me is not your opponent." Yang Kai slowly walked in front of Hu Mei Er, looking at Long Zai Tian without fear. "So today's humiliation, I will bear it. But 5 years later, 10 years later, I will return this debt. I hope old sir can live until then." Yang Kai said very calmly, but very seriously. Long Zai Tian's expression turned cold, and immediately laughed. "Whether or not this old man can live until then, you don't need to worry, but I think you are destined to not live until then. Arrogant brat, be careful in the future." "I will." Long Zai Tian left, and Hu Mei Er looked at Yang Kai apologetically, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, I didn't know why Grandpa Long was like this. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have brought you here." "It's fine." Taking a deep breath, Kai Yang recalled the thrilling scene from a moment ago. He still had some lingering fear in his heart. If it wasn't for the unyielding golden skeleton at that critical moment, he feared that he would have already died. It was because of that boiling heat that he was able to break free from Long Zai Tian's imprisonment and escape death. Chapter 61. Why would Long Zai Tian target him? Yang Kai glanced at Hu Mei Er, whose eyes were full of regret and guilt. His heart faintly understood. Some things were not necessary to ask. Hu Mei Er was also an intelligent and quick-witted girl. Although Kai Yang had only glanced at her once, she was able to understand what he meant. "Grandpa Long did not allow you to enter the mine. I also did not want to give him face. How about this? I will help you buy those seeds. You wait for me here for a while." Hu Mei Er said softly. "Okay." Kai Yang knew that this was the only thing he could do, so he took out all of his valuables and told Hu Mei Er the names of the blood group disciples who had picked up the seedlings. He had already inquired about this matter from the stall owner in Black Wind Trade. Hu Mei Er entered the underground mine. Yang Kai's eyes swept the several rooms above ground. Long Zai Tian had entered one of the rooms. He could feel that there was a pair of eyes staring at him. Inside the room, an old man and a young man were standing by the window looking at Yang Kai's direction. The old man was Long Zai Tian, who had just attacked Yang Kai. The young man was about the same age as Yang Kai. He was Long Zai Tian's grandson, Long Hui. Long Hui coldly looked at Yang Kai. He said with some dissatisfaction, "Grandpa, why didn't you kill him?" Long Zai Tian coldly snorted, "Mei Er is protecting him. How do you want me to kill him?" "That's even more reason to kill him. I have never seen Sister Mei Er so attentive to a man. This brat and Mei Er's relationship is not bad. Leaving him alive is definitely a disaster. And I have never seen Mei Er protect anyone like this before. This time, for him, she even contradicted me. This is not normal." Long Zai Tian frowned. Long Hui was extremely jealous. "Mei Er is now in the mine. Grandpa, do you want to make a move again?" Long Zai Tian looked at Long Hui with some resentment. "Grandpa making a move is not a problem. Killing him is also easy. But if because of his death, Mei Er will have resentment towards you, do you think it is worth it?" Long Hui was startled and shook his head. "It is not worth it. But do you want to let him and Mei Er develop like this? I cannot stand it." Long Zai Tian couldn't help but sigh. "Learn more from your big brother. See how he deals with the woman he likes. If you want Mei Er, you have to put in more effort. Grandfather can help you kill people, but I can't help you obtain a woman's heart, right? Hu Man has never had a son in his life. He only has Jiao Er and Mei Er, these two daughters. If you and your elder brother can capture both of them, then in the future, the blood group will belong to my Long family. My Long family's 3 generations have worked hard for the blood group for decades. It's time to taste the taste of being a master." Hearing this, Long Hui felt his blood boil. He nodded and said, "It's my long family's turn to be the master. Rest assured, grandfather, or will not be able to escape. Big brother will definitely be able to capture Hu Jiao heir. And it's good that you have this ambition." Long Zai Tian smiled and nodded. Long Hui bitterly looked at Yang Kai in the distance, still somewhat restless. "Grandpa, then this person, find your own chance. He's not that strong, you can handle him." Long Hui smiled coldly. He couldn't make a move now, after all. Hu Mei heir would come out later, but since he was a disciple of the Sky Tower Pavilion, he couldn't escape. Yang Kai waited outside for a while before Hu Mei heir came out dripping with fragrant sweat. With a smile on her face, she stuffed 4 seeds into Yang Kai's hand. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Since the blood group's miss wanted to buy something, how could the disciples dare not sell it?" "Thank you." Yang Kai carefully put the 4 seeds into his bosom. Standing in the same place for a long time, Yang Kai struggled to say, "You helped me once, I'll return the favor." Hu Mei heir looked at him strangely. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai waved his hand. "You follow me." Although Hu Mei heir didn't know what he wanted to do, she still obediently followed him. After walking for about 300 feet, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and lightly stamped his foot. "Remember where I am standing now. About 70 feet underground, there should be some unusual things." Hu Mei heir's eyes widened, puzzled. "How do you know?" Yang Kai muttered, "I practice a type of martial skill. As long as there is yang attribute energy within a certain range, I can feel it. There is a yang attribute treasure here. The energy it emits is thousands of times purer than the yang inflammation stone." When he had first arrived here, Kai Yang had felt that this place was different from other places, but after considering it for a long time, he still decided to tell Hu Mei heir this news. Firstly, this was the blood group's territory, so even if he coveted it, he wouldn't be able to obtain it. Secondly, he really did want to repay Hu Mei heir's favor. Today, when she had helped him, Kai Yang had seen it all. "Ah!" Hearing Yang Kai's words, Hu Mei heir was startled. "Do you believe me?" "I believe." Hu Mei heir answered very straightforwardly. This made Yang Kai feel a little moved. "Then it's fine." Yang Kai smiled. "Although I don't know what is below, this thing's value is definitely not low. Besides this, there seems to be something else, but I can't feel what it is. But I reckon that the secret hidden below is the root of the blood group's mining area, or it could be said that because of its existence, there is an underground mine here." Hu Mei heir couldn't help but be moved. If what Yang Kai said was true, then the secret below was absolutely important. "You are a smart girl, you should know what to do," Yang Kai solemnly said. "I understand." Hu Mei heir nodded repeatedly. "Well, let's go," Yang Kai said with a smile. Walking in the dense forest, Hu Mei heir and Yang Kai didn't speak again, only enjoying this moment of tranquility. Hu Mei heir was very happy. Because Yang Kai told her such important information, it was clear that his impression of her had greatly changed. She still remembered that last time, he didn't give her any face, ordering her around. But this time was different, he was much gentler to her. "Let's part here." Yang Kai suddenly stopped his footsteps, causing Hu Mei heir to stare blankly. Unknowingly, the two of them had already arrived at the fork in the road. Time passed so quickly. Hu Mei heir was somewhat resentful. "Goodbye," Yang Kai said and hurriedly walked towards High Heaven Pavilion. What a free and easy man. Hu Mei heir smiled bitterly. Chapter 62. Beside the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai was concentrating on cultivating. Not far from him, there were several Three Suns fruit trees growing healthily. The largest tree had already borne 3 fruits and was about to ripen. The smallest one was just a small sapling that had just broken through the ground. Since the day he returned from the blood group's mining area, Yang Kai had been cultivating here, day and night, forgetting to eat and sleep. Long Zai Tian's unreasonable actions had made him hold back his desire to become stronger. That humiliation, sooner or later, he would take it back with his own 2 hands. After nearly 10 days of bitter cultivation, the tempered body 9th stage had already faintly reached the peak. Seeing that he was about to break through, Yang Kai felt helpless. He knew that breaking through a large realm required some opportunities, and it was not as easy as breaking through a small realm. Even if the yuan qi in his body was enough, he still needed to find the right opportunity to comprehend what he needed to comprehend. Speaking of which, these days of cultivation could be considered smooth sailing. Every day, he did not need to sweep the floor, so he had more time to cultivate. The 3-leaved chaos spirit flower and dead Jedi tree grass had long been used up. Without the suppression of the strange fragrance, the true yang tactic circulation speed was significantly faster than before. This made it easier for Yang Kai to absorb the yang qi from heaven and earth. However, the yang liquid that he had condensed these days was all used to catalyze the 3 suns fruit seeds. There was not a single drop left in the dantian. The energy of heaven and earth gathered around him, waiting for Yang Kai to break through the mysteries of the initial element stage. Then it would pour into his body and cleanse his body. However, sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yang Kai did not succeed. After a day and a night, Yang Kai was still stagnant. Although his mood was not anxious, he was unable to break through the shackles that bound him. It was really strange. Deep in the night, under the vast star field, beside the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai suddenly fell into a state of hesitation. His yuan qi was slightly disordered, and a painful expression appeared between his brows. Not far away, Xia Ningchang, who was quietly watching Yang Kai, couldn't help but let out a soft cry of surprise. Although he was quite a distance away, Xia Ningchang could still feel the unusual fluctuation of yuan qi. This fluctuation of yuan qi contained a cold and evil aura. How could this be? This was clearly a sign that a misfire would become the demon race. He had only broken through from body tempering stage level 9 to the initial element stage, so how could he possibly become the demon race? To put it bluntly, a weak cultivator like Yang Kai was not qualified to become the demon race even if he wanted to. Only when one's strength was one step higher would such a situation occur in the process of cultivation. But now, this kind of thing was really about to happen to Yang Kai. Xia Ningchang's beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled. She couldn't understand. She was here because she found it herself. After all, she had silently observed Yang Kai for more than 2 years and had long since become a habit. These days, Yang Kai's sudden disappearance gave birth to a feeling of loneliness for no reason. It was as if she had lost interest in doing anything. After searching everywhere, she finally found him beside the coiling dragon stream. Only then did a big stone fall from her heart. After arriving here, Xia Ningchang knew that Yang Kai was about to break through. After waiting for an entire day, Yang Kai actually did not succeed. Now that such a strange thing had happened, how could she not be puzzled? Just as Xia Ningchang was secretly anxious, a pure and rich hot aura suddenly gushed out of Yang Kai's body. With this aura gushing out, the traces of the misfire that had become the demon race were instantly burned away. Yang Kai's yuan qi fluctuations immediately stabilized. True yang energy. Xia Ningchang's small mouth opened slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. She almost exclaimed, "How can it be so pure?" That hot aura was clearly yang energy. Many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples cultivated fire or yang attribute martial skills and had this kind of hot yuan qi in their bodies. However, no matter which disciple it was, they were far from being as pure as Yang Kai's. This hot aura was not too strong. After all, Yang Kai's strength was not high, but it was exceptionally clean, without the slightest impurities, like an unpolluted water source. Before she could recover, Xia Ningchang discovered that Yang Kai had once again fallen into that misfire that had become the demon race. A somewhat evil aura replaced the hot yuan qi and slowly spread out from Yang Kai's body. After a while, another burst of true yang energy erupted, suppressing this evil aura and allowing Yang Kai to recover. This repeated several times, leaving Xia Ningchang dumbfounded. She had never seen such a bizarre situation occur when a cultivator was breaking through to the initial element realm. Generally speaking, breaking through to the initial element realm was indeed met with some resistance, but after all, this realm was very low and could be broken through with a little effort. However, Yang Kai's current situation was obviously different. The resistance he faced was greater than anyone else, and it was already comparable to the difficulty of breaking through to the next realm. Yang Kai was also suffering unspeakably. Just a moment ago, he had faintly glimpsed a trace of mystery and had already taken one step into the threshold of the initial element realm. However, at this moment, the bones in his body suddenly emitted an evil aura, almost causing him to lose his mind. Fortunately, the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body erupted, waking him up. Now, there were two types of energy fighting in his body. One was the true Yang Yuan Qi that he cultivated, and the other was the evil aura emitted from his bones. They fought endlessly, using his body as a battlefield. Sometimes, the evil aura would gain the upper hand, and then his mind would become somewhat unclear. A sense of excitement and bloodlust surged in his heart, and he could not wait to find someone to kill. This feeling was similar to the excitement one would feel after being injured, but there was something different about it. Although he was excited and bloodthirsty when he was injured in battle, his mind was clear. Sometimes, the true Yang Yuan Qi would gain the upper hand, and his mind would be clear and his body would feel comfortable. The fight was endless, and it seemed like there was no winner or loser. Yang Kai was suffering to death. Xia Ningchang dashed through High Heaven Pavilion, wearing a tight black suit, showing off her graceful figure without a doubt. Her slender waist and slender legs were enough to cause people to daydream. Her beautiful hair was tied behind her head, and her face was covered with a black cloth. She quickly rushed over to Yang Kai. She watched for a long time, and her heart was really worried for Yang Kai. After thinking it over, she decided to help Yang Kai. Generally speaking, a person should not be disturbed when they were breaking through, but Xia Ningchang could clearly feel the surging battle intent in Yang Kai's body. It was a battle intent that longed for a baptism of blood. Only a battle could free him from this endless cycle. So Xia Ningchang first returned to her residence and changed her clothes. Otherwise, she was afraid that he would recognize her. After all, they had met before. Coming and going in a hurry, when she returned to the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai was still in torment, and his movements seemed to be a bit louder than before. Without the slightest hesitation, Xia Ningchang directly threw herself at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes surging with killing intent as she sent out a palm strike. Chapter 63. Since she had already decided to help him, Xia Ningchang naturally didn't dare to reveal any flaws. She could only force Yang Kai to use all her strength to help him break through. Therefore, Xia Ningchang used a killing move with the first palm strike. Yang Kai's strength was at the 9th level of the body-tempering realm, while Xia Ningchang only used the strength of the 3rd or 3rd level of the initial element realm. Yang Kai, who was at a critical juncture, suddenly felt a sense of danger. He couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body. He couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the sound of a palm strike whistling through the air came from the side. Someone was sneak attacking him. Yang Kai suddenly realized. Instead of being shocked, he was happy. He quickly jumped up from the ground, turned around, and threw a punch. The battle intent in his body was raging. He was worried about how to vent it, but he didn't expect someone to deliver themselves to him. Who was it that wanted to sneak attack him was no longer within the scope of Yang Kai's consideration. Right now, he only wanted to fight to his heart's content. With a bang, the Yuan Qi surged. Yang Kai staggered back a few steps. Xia Ningchang used the force to do a somersault and steadily landed on the ground. A trace of surprise flashed through her beautiful eyes. Although she had only used the strength of the 3rd level of the initial element realm, she shouldn't have been able to fight evenly with him. She should have been able to suppress him steadily. After exchanging a blow, Yang Kai used the moonlight to clearly see the figure of the attacker. It was a woman, but her face was covered with a black cloth, so he couldn't see her face. Why is it a little girl? Yang Kai frowned and muttered with some dissatisfaction. When Xia Ningchang heard this, she was so angry that she trembled. She clenched her teeth and lightly flew over. The Yuan Qi in her palm surged, turning into a sky full of palm shadows, and covered Yang Kai's head. What he said just now made her very angry. Yang Kai let out a low roar and unleashed all of his strength. Yuan qi circulated around his fists, and in an instant, he exchanged blows with Xia Ningchang. Although his opponent was a woman, Yang Kai didn't show any mercy. His opponent's strength was clearly higher than his, and every move she made was a killing technique. He didn't dare to be careless. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang were locked in battle, but the situation was obviously not in Yang Kai's favor. His moves were heavy and powerful, and although the lethality was fierce, they were far from Xia Ningchang's nimble and versatile moves. When Yang Kai made 2 moves, Xia Ningchang could make 3 moves. Furthermore, Xia Ningchang's body was light and graceful, and as he moved around, he only played with Yang Kai like a monkey. It could be said that Yang Kai was frustrated at every turn. He could sense that the other party's strength was slightly higher than his, but he would never have thought that the other party was only suppressing his true strength to fight him. Facing such an enemy, it would be strange if he could hit her. Under the black mask, Xia Ningchang's angry little mouth slowly formed a smile. She thought to herself, "Who told you to talk nonsense? You deserve to be beaten." In just a few moments, Yang Kai's entire body was in pain from the beating. As the familiar pain spread throughout his body, the blood in his body became excited once again, surging like a great river. If one listened carefully, they could even hear the sound of waves slapping against the table. The warmth in his body spread out, and his strength rose steadily. Xia Ningchang's eyes showed a dignified expression. She found that the yuan qi in this junior brother's body was surging more and more vigorously, and his strength was gradually breaking through the body-tempering realm and reaching the initial element realm. Moreover, it didn't stop there, and was slowly but steadily increasing. The punches that carried the yuan qi became faster and stronger. Xia Ningchang was faintly unable to bear it. She wanted to increase her strength, but she was somewhat unwilling, so she could only grit her teeth and endure. "Who told you to kill me?" In the midst of the fierce battle, Yang Kai suddenly asked with a gloomy face and a low voice. Xia Ningchang didn't answer, and tried her best to resolve Yang Kai's moves. After fighting for so long, Kai Yang's strength was actually on par with his own, and he couldn't gain the upper hand at all. Every time he was swept by Kai Yang's fists, he would have to divert some of his attention to neutralize the pure yang qi invading his body. Xia Ningchang was shocked. She found that she had underestimated the purity of this yang qi. This purity was not something that could be cultivated by ordinary martial arts. Once again, in a head-on confrontation, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang's palms crossed, but neither side retreated. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared at the woman in front of him. His gaze fell on her forehead, where there was a faint mark. Yang Kai said, "I found that you look like a senior sister of mine." Xia Ningchang was resisting the invasion of Yang Kai's yang qi. When she heard this, she was stunned. When did she expose herself? How could she know that it was precisely because of the faint mark on her forehead that Yang Kai would suspect her? Yang Kai remembered that senior sister Xia had a sapphire pendant on her forehead, right where the mark was. Xia Ningchang nervously blinked her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling incessantly. Laughing out loud, Kai Yang suddenly grabbed her wrist and fiercely pulled her into his embrace. Reaching out, he pulled off her face scarf. At this time, Xia Ningchang suddenly came back to her senses. She did not want to see her real face. First, she wanted to put pressure on Yang Kai, and second, she was a little embarrassed. After all, what happened last time was too embarrassing. How could she be willing to let him take off her mask now? In a moment of desperation, he could no longer suppress his strength. A ferocious burst of world qi burst out, causing Kai Yang to cry out strangely. He was directly sent flying far away, tumbling several times on the ground. When he got up again, that woman was nowhere to be seen. He did not know where she had run off to. Could it be true? Yang Kai pondered. He had just said it casually, but he did not expect the other party to have such a big reaction. Moreover, that last burst of yuan qi made Yang Kai realize that there was a big gap between their strength. If she really wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Why would she need to fight with him for so long? Whether it was true or not was no longer important. Yang Kai felt that the shackles on his body had been broken after that battle. He quickly sat down cross-legged and carefully felt the energy between heaven and earth. In the next moment, the energy of heaven and earth surged, fiercely pouring into Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a deep breath, and all the pores on his body opened up like a whale sucking in water. He absorbed all the energy of heaven and earth into his body, guiding the enormous power of heaven and earth to circulate in his body, cleansing his body. This was an opportunity that every cultivator would have when they broke through a big realm. As for how much benefit they would get, it would depend on their own efforts. 1,000 feet away, Xia Ningchang panicked as she clutched her chest. She didn't think that Kai Yang would be able to see through her identity. Fortunately, she had helped him break through, so her efforts weren't in vain. While she was panicking, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. An old man wearing simple clothes suddenly appeared. The old man had white hair and a kind appearance. After seeing the other party's face, Xia Ningchang hurriedly said respectfully, "Greetings, martial uncle sect master." The old man smiled kindly. "You are not a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, so there is no need to be so polite." Xia Ningchang said softly, "But sect master and master are good friends, so naturally you are my martial uncle." Chapter 64. Seeing that Xia Ningchang was so obedient and sensible, the sect master couldn't help but laugh. "Meng Wuya is really lucky to have such a good disciple like you." Thinking of his two disciples, the sect master let out a long sigh. Xia Ningchang obviously knew about his past. Seeing his gloomy expression, he didn't know how to comfort him and could only remain silent. The sect master silently stretched out his hand to block the sky and pushed towards Yang Kai. In an instant, Xia Ningchang felt that the heaven and earth were separated, as if there was an invisible hand blocking anyone's prying eyes. This brat's breakthrough this time should have caused quite a commotion. It's better to take precautions to avoid being discovered. The sect master explained. Xia Ningchang felt a bit strange. He didn't understand why this sect master, who rarely appeared in front of others, was so attentive to Yang Kai. Although he was puzzled, he didn't dare to ask. The old man and the young man were separated by a distance of 100 feet, watching the situation on Yang Kai's side. The heaven and earth energy entered Yang Kai's body, impacting and tempering every inch of his flesh and skin. Although he couldn't feel the fluctuations of the Yuan Qi, he could see with the naked eye that Yang Kai was within 100 feet of him. It was obvious that the commotion was not small. He had just broken through to the initial element realm. How could this be? Xia Ningchang really couldn't understand. As time passed, Yang Kai's body slowly swelled up like an inflated balloon. His skinny body grew fatter for no reason. This was because too much heaven and earth energy had entered his body. Just as Xia Ningchang was secretly worried about him, his body suddenly shrunk back and returned to its original size. Even with the sect master's method of blocking, Xia Ningchang could still feel the fluctuations of the Yuan Qi that made his heart palpitate. What was even more shocking was that after Yang Kai had completely absorbed the heaven and earth energy, a fiery red energy visible to the naked eye burst out from the coiling dragon stream in front of him. This energy was like a red ribbon that rose from the bottom of the coiling dragon stream and drilled into Yang Kai's pores. Yangshi. Xia Ningchang understood that Yang Kai's first absorption was of heaven and earth energy, but the second absorption was of Yang essence Qi. Although it was also a type of heaven and earth energy, it was of a single attribute. After the Yang Yuan Qi was completely absorbed by Yang Kai, the commotion over there suddenly subsided. "It's done." The sect leader smiled and removed the restriction on that side with a flick of his finger. His figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. His faint voice sounded in Xia Ningchang's ears. "Say hello to your master for me." "Yes." Xia Ningchang responded respectfully. Then, he had time to check on the results of Yang Kai's breakthrough. With just one glance, Xia Ningchang was stunned. Second level of the initial element realm. She almost thought that her perception was wrong, so she checked again worriedly. She found that Yang Kai had really reached level 2 of the initial element state. This time, not only did he break through a large realm, but he also broke through a small realm on top of this foundation. Was she dreaming? Xia Ningchang had a special physique. Since his cultivation until now, he had made rapid progress. However, every time he broke through, it was one step at a time. He had never broken through 2 levels at once. Today, seeing Yang Kai achieve such a feat with his own eyes, how could he not be surprised? Just as he was surprised, Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly muttered to himself, "So that's how it is." As soon as his voice fell, the yuan qi fluctuations on his body became stronger. Third level of the initial element state. Monster! Xia Ningchang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His confidence was once again hit. After staying in place for another 2 hours to make sure that Yang Kai wouldn't suddenly break through, Xia Ningchang sighed in relief and quietly left. Yang Kai sat at the edge of the coiling dragon stream all night. He didn't cultivate the true yang tactics, but instead used his heart to feel and comprehend the insights of last night's breakthrough. After last night's breakthrough, 2 kinds of energy poured into his body. One was the power of heaven and earth, but this energy wasn't absorbed into the dantian. Besides a part of it being used to temper his body, the rest was absorbed by his bones. The second was the yang yuan qi absorbed from the bottom of the coiling dragon stream. This had become his own and had already turned into 5 drops of yang liquid, quietly settling in the dantian. After thinking for a whole night, Yang Kai finally figured out a general idea. The unyielding golden skeleton could increase his combat strength when he was injured or felt pain, but this increase in combat strength also required energy to support it. It couldn't be produced for no reason. Thinking about it this way, it wasn't difficult to explain why it could absorb the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth was absorbed by it, and when he needed it, it would give back to him. This was the mystery of the unyielding golden skeleton, and also the fundamental reason why it could increase his combat strength. For a long time, Yang Kai thought that he could only absorb yang attribute energy. After all, he cultivated the true yang tactics. Now it seemed that this problem was worth experimenting with. If he could really absorb energy other than the yang attribute, then his cultivation in the future would be much faster. This discovery made Yang Kai somewhat happy. Although the true yang tactics was powerful, after all, it had its limitations. If his guess was correct, then he wouldn't have to worry about his cultivation environment in the future. Letting out a long breath, Yang Kai stood up and carefully felt his body. He had indeed broken through, and unexpectedly broke through to the initial element 3rd stage in one fell swoop. Thinking about the 2 enormous amounts of energy that poured into his body last night, Yang Kai was relieved. When the yuan qi in the body first opened, it was at the initial element stage. Although Yang Kai already had a lot of yuan qi in his body, this breakthrough was still significant. The yuan qi in his body formed a large cycle, connecting the heavens and earth, and the true yang tactics once again sped up. Moreover, after breaking through to this stage, to some extent, it was much easier to cultivate compared to the tempered body stage. Of course, the premise was that you had a good cultivation environment. Walking back from the coiling dragon stream, Yang Kai felt both physically and mentally comfortable. After breaking through to this stage, he now felt that the world was somewhat different, and his eyes and ears were much clearer. Within 50 feet, he could even faintly feel a person's breathing. While walking towards the wooden house, Yang Kai suddenly heard a familiar scream. After pausing and listening for a moment, he couldn't help but laugh. Why was Sassafras being beaten again? But this was inside the sect. If he was beaten, then it should be a challenge. If his skills were not as good as others, then he couldn't blame others. Since there was nothing to do, Yang Kai decided to go and watch the show. Within the High Heaven Pavilion, as long as there was a challenge, anywhere could be a battlefield. The place where Sassafras was beaten was not far from Yang Kai, so after walking a short distance, he arrived. There were quite a few people gathered there. Sweeping his eyes over them, Kai Yang discovered that the people there were divided into 2 groups. They were clearly divided, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Li Yuntian and Zhao Hu, who he was familiar with, were all there, but their expressions were somewhat angry. They were currently confronting another group of people. The situation was not right. Yang Kai frowned as he saw this. When comparing notes between sect disciples, No matter who won or lost, it would definitely not end up like this. Li Yuntian and the others clearly looked like they were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to fight. Chapter 65. In addition to these two groups of people, there were also many High Heaven Pavilion disciples gathered to watch the show. There were quite a few of them, and they were all pointing at the field. With some doubts, Yang Kai squeezed into the crowd and slowly walked to where Li Yuntian and the others were. Inadvertently glancing at the field, he found that Sassafras's face was bruised and swollen. He was in a very sorry state as he fought with a young man who was not much older than him. The young man's face was calm and composed, and there was not the slightest injury on his body. He had a contemptuous smile on his face as he dealt with Sassafras' attacks while taunting him. Sassafras roared in a low voice and bravely rushed forward, but his attacks were easily dealt with by his opponent. After watching for a moment, Yang Kai's brows slightly wrinkled. He found that something was wrong. It was not that Sassafras' attacks did not hit the young man, but rather that his attacks had no effect on the young man. When his fists landed on the young man's body, the young man did not even frown. On the other hand, if Sassafras was hit, he would definitely suffer some small injuries. The yuan qi fluctuations that burst out from the two's moves were almost the same, which meant that their strength was not much different. How could there be such a difference when they fought? What's going on? Yang Kai patted Li Yuntian's shoulder and asked. Li Yuntian turned around, his expression overjoyed. "Brother Yang." With this shout, Zhao Hu and the others also noticed Yang Kai. They all greeted him and turned around to face the opposite group of people. Why is Sassafras not his opponent? Yang Kai asked his doubts. Their strength should be about the same, right? Li Yuntian quickly nodded, his expression resentful. Young Master Su is currently at the initial element second stage, while that person is at the initial element third stage. If it was a fair fight, even if young Master Su is not his opponent, he would not have it easy. But this person is really despicable and shameless. He is actually using a defensive artifact to challenge his fellow disciples. How could young Master Su use his skills? Yang Kai's expression sank. Defensive artifact? Li Yuntian clenched his teeth and said, "He is the great elder's grandson. His name is Wei Zhuan. His defensive artifact was bestowed upon him by the great elder." Another spoiled brat? Yang Kai faintly understood that there was an elder behind Sassafras, and this Wei Zhuan was the grandson of the great elder. Everyone had their own backing, and their status was about the same. Others did not dare to fight Sassafras, but that did not mean that he did not dare to. However, it was a bit too much for disciples of the same sect to wear defensive artifacts while exchanging pointers. First elder and second elder have always been at odds. Even young Master Su and Wei Zhuan don't see eye to eye with each other. This time, he will definitely ruthlessly teach young Master Su a lesson. Li Yuntian was secretly anxious. Yang Kai said, "Oh, so it's just a boring infighting. Brother Yang, please think of a way to save young Master Su. You know his temper. If this continues, he will definitely be seriously injured." Li Yuntian pleaded. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. When disciples of the same sect are exchanging pointers, the weaker will be beaten. Do you think High Heaven Pavilion disciples are afraid of this? But this battle was never fair. Wei Zhuan is relying on the power of his artifact. Yang Kai sneered, "This world is never fair. The weak are prey to the strong, and the strong are respected. You should already know this." Li Yuntian was stunned, and was also speechless. When disciples of the same sect were exchanging pointers, they really could not interfere. Although Yang Kai's performance in the past few days was fierce, the sect rules were still there. How could they expect him to save Sassafras like last time? In the arena, Sassafras was already on the verge of collapsing. He did not have much strength left in his moves. Wei Zhuan, on the other hand, laughed loudly and proudly. He patted his chest and said, "Sassafras, don't be polite. Come and hit me. This young master will not move today. If you can hit me until it hurts, then I will admit defeat." Sassafras's eyes were blurred. Both of his fists were stained with blood. Wei Zhuan's defensive artifact not only had the ability to protect him, it also had the ability to reflect Yuan Qi. Every time Sassafras punched, he would have to bear most of the force. This was why both of his fists were injured. Hearing Wei Zhuan's savage words, Sassafras spat out a mouthful of blood and said with disdain, "If you have the guts, then take off that turtle shell of yours. If this young master doesn't beat you until you crawl, then you are not my grandson." Wei Zhuan's expression turned cold. His face suddenly turned sinister and he laughed. "You have guts. You dare to take advantage of me. You will pay the price for your words." Wei Zhuan was clearly enraged. He rushed in front of Sassafras and threw a punch at Sassafras's face. In his weakened state, Sassafras tried to block, but his condition was not as good as his opponent's and he could not block the attack. His face was immediately hit by the fist and swelled up. His body was also turned around. Wei Zhuan's aura was like that of a tiger. He did not stop there. He directly kicked Sassafras to the ground and fiercely punched him with both of his fists. Sassafras tried to resist, but it was to no avail. The artifact that Wei Zhuan was wearing was not small. It was not something that Sassafras could break. "Call me Grandpa and this young master will let you go." Wei Zhuan stopped after hitting for a while and threatened. Sassafras looked at him coldly and laughed with disdain. Last time, Sassafras was almost hit in the head by Cheng Xiaofeng, but he did not yield. How could he compromise this time? "I'll let you laugh." Wei Zhuan did not show any mercy. After a few punches, Sassafras lost one of his teeth and blood flowed out of his nostrils. His appearance was too horrible to look at. This Wei Zhuan was even more ruthless than Cheng Xiaofeng. Young Master Su, Li Yuntian and the others could not watch any longer. They quickly stepped forward, but due to the rules of the sect, they could not go forward to rescue Sassafras. Wei Zhuan did not attack again. Instead, he looked at Li Yuntian and the others with a cold smile and said, "You want to save him?" Li Yuntian and the others did not answer. They took deep breaths and their expressions were filled with righteous indignation. "Let me ask you, do you want to save him?" Wei Zhuan slapped Sassafras's face and asked fiercely. Seeing that Sassafras was attacked again, Li Yuntian and the others quickly nodded, afraid that he would attack again. "If you want to, then kneel." Obediently kowtow a few times. "If this young master is in a good mood, then I'll let him go today." Wei Zhuan could not deal with Sassafras, so he set his sights on Li Yuntian and the others. After all, these people were Sassafras's subordinates. Humiliating them was the same as humiliating Sassafras. Hearing this, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Li Yuntian and the others' faces were ashen and extremely humiliated. Sassafras struggled to look at Li Yuntian and the others. His eyes were about to crack as he said one word at a time, "Don't listen to him." With a "pa" sound, Sassafras was slapped again. Li Yuntian and the others were shocked. They knew that if they continued to hesitate, Sassafras would be tortured again. They looked at Wei Zhuan hatefully. Their faces were filled with endless grief as they slowly knelt down. Yang Kai looked at them in astonishment. He did not expect that they would go to such an extent for Sassafras. A man's knees were gold. If they did not have deep feelings for each other, who would be willing to kneel for others? Yang Kai originally thought that Li Yuntian and the others were just following Sassafras around to eat and drink. Now it seems that this was not the case. Wei Zhuan narrowed his eyes and suddenly laughed. He looked down at Sassafras and said, "I didn't expect that the dogs you trained were so obedient." Sassafras's eyes were filled with tears of humiliation. Even when he was beaten into a pig's head by Wei Zhuan, he did not shed a single tear. But now, seeing Li Yuntian and the others kneeling on the ground, those 2 lines of tears could not help but flow. Chapter 66. Looking at Li Yuntian and the others kneeling on the ground, Wei Zhuan's face became even more smug as he laughed out loud. "Just kneeling doesn't show your sincerity." Li Yuntian and the others' faces were ashen as they clenched their teeth and prostrated themselves with their heads on the ground. Their voices carried boundless sorrow. "Brother Wei, please be merciful." Wei Zhuan's eyes narrowed as his smile gradually disappeared. Li Yuntian and the other's sense of righteousness caused him to be moved. Wei Zhuan. Sassafras swallowed the mouthful of blood into his stomach. You and I can't exist under the same sky. That's exactly what I was thinking. Wei Zhuan clasped his hands together and fiercely smashed them towards Sassafras' chest. With a bang, Sassafras spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted from the pain. Young Master Su. Li Yuntian and the others roared. They never would have thought that Wei Zhuan would dare to break his promise in front of so many people. Don't let a single one go. Wei Zhuan fiercely ordered as he stood up from Sassafras' body and kicked him like a dead dog. The group of Sky Tower disciples who were previously confronting Li Yuntian and the others all sneered as they charged forward, blocking Li Yuntian and the others as they issued a challenge. Li Yuntian and the others were furious and didn't know how to vent their anger. Now that the other side had delivered themselves to their doorstep, how could they not accept? This was a brazen group fight, but each side had a fixed opponent. Wei Zhuan sneered as he looked at Li Yuntian and the others and ridiculed. Who dares to not accept, beat them to death. If they die, it'll be my fault. He clearly wanted to teach this group of people who followed Sassafras a lesson and let them know the consequences of following the wrong person. Because Yang Kai was close to Li Yuntian and the others, he was also targeted by one of Wei Zhuan's subordinates. This person rushed in front of Yang Kai and reported his name. He didn't even wait for Yang Kai to respond before directly attacking. Yang Kai kicked out with a thunderous force and landed on the person's stomach. The person immediately knelt down. His strength was probably only at the tempered body boundary, so according to the rules, he wasn't qualified to challenge Yang Kai, but since he had asked for it, he couldn't blame anyone else. Flashing through the chaotic battlefield, Yang Kai walked towards Sassafras step by step. Wei Zhuan narrowed his eyes as he sized up Yang Kai. A trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. Wei Zhuan naturally knew how many people Sassafras had and who they were. However, he had never seen Yang Kai before. For a moment, he couldn't figure out the identity of Yang Kai. Yang Kai remained silent. He walked up to Sassafras with a cold face and reached out to check his breathing. He was relieved to find that Sassafras had only fainted. Wei Zhuan was immediately unhappy. He had a grudge with Sassafras, and this person actually dared to check on Sassafras's injuries in front of him. He clearly didn't put him in his eyes. Yang Kai stood up and quietly looked at Wei Zhuan. This young master is asking who you are. Wei Zhuan raised his chin and asked in a stern voice. Trial disciple Yang Kai, please enlighten me. Yang Kai cupped his hands towards Wei Zhuan. This was the etiquette of Sky Tower disciples when they challenged each other. Yang Kai? Wei Zhuan was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized, you are the Yang Kai who has been in the limelight recently. You flatter me, but if there is no one else in the sect called Yang Kai, then I am. What a joke! A trifling trial disciple dares to challenge this young master. Do you have the qualifications? Wei Zhuan sneered. According to the sect's rules, as long as the difference in strength between disciples is less than 3 levels, they can challenge each other. This young master is at the initial element boundary 3rd level. Who do you think you are? Wei Zhuan said disdainfully. Trial disciples were disciples who had not broken through to the initial element boundary. Since they had not broken through, then they must be more than 3 levels away from him. I am also at the initial element boundary 3rd level. Yang Kai replied indifferently. A series of bewildered voices rang out. Impossible, Yang Kai is already at the initial element boundary 3rd level? Didn't they say that it took him 3 years to reach the tempered body 3rd level? Did I say it wrong? Or did I remember it wrong? That's strange. When Yang Kai challenged me, he was only at the tempered body 8th level. How did he reach this level in less than a month? All kinds of doubts were raised. Wei Zhuan also looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, as if he was wondering if he was telling the truth. Since he had already reached the initial element boundary, why was he still a trial disciple? How could he know that Yang Kai had only broken through last night, and he had directly broken through from the tempered body 9th level to this level? Now I have the qualifications to challenge you, right? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and asked, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. If you really have the strength, then you do have the qualifications. Wei Zhuan nodded and laughed sinisterly. If you are not afraid of death. Yang Kai said indifferently, I hope you are not afraid of death. Shameless boasting. Wei Zhuan was furious. He thought to himself, I am wearing a defensive artifact. Even a cultivator at the peak of the initial element boundary would not be able to break through my defense. I am in an invincible position. How can you, an initial element boundary 3rd level, win against me? Come, I will let you try punching me. Wei Zhuan waved at Yang Kai arrogantly. How could Yang Kai be polite? He rushed up and directly punched Wei Zhuan in the chest. The burning hot true Yang Yuan Qi poured in. Not only did it not hurt Wei Zhuan, but Yang Kai's body shook and he staggered back a few steps. He looked down and saw that his fist was completely red. It was obvious that he had been injured by his own Yuan Qi. Ha! You overestimate yourself. Wei Zhuan became more and more proud of himself. Before he finished speaking, he was startled again. This was because he discovered that Yang Kai's eyes had suddenly turned red. A fierce wave of Yuan Qi came from his body, bringing with it a boiling heat. His eyes did not have the slightest trace of fear, only excitement. These eyes were like the eyes of a fierce beast. When it saw a prey it was interested in, it was the precursor to a violent attack. For no reason, Wei Zhuan's heart skipped a beat. Yang Kai had already pounced forward with a grin. A drop of yang liquid quietly appeared on his fingertips. With a thought, it transformed into a blood-red blade as thin as a cicada's wing. The blood-red light flashed, followed by a light-piercing sound. Yang Kai and Wei Zhuan's bodies crossed each other. Wei Zhuan only felt a chill in his abdomen. He looked down and his heart sank to the bottom. He screamed, "My embroidered cloud chainmail." This embroidered cloud chainmail was a common middle-level defensive artifact. Although its grade was not high, it was very suitable for a cultivator of his level. The Great Elder had obtained it from somewhere and gave it to him. At that time, the Great Elder had clearly said that an initial element cultivator would not be able to break through the defense of this artifact unless they used a powerful martial skill. But now, the artifact that he had placed such high hopes on had actually been cut open by a mere initial element stage 3rd stage trial disciple in a single round. What kind of weapon did he just use? Could it be that the blood-red weapon was also an artifact? And its grade was even higher than the embroidered cloud chainmail? If it was not, how could it have such an amazing effect? Chapter 67. At this moment, Wei Zhuan was both shocked and distressed. He was shocked that his embroidered cloud chainmail couldn't defend against the opponent's attack. He was distressed that this defensive artifact had been cut open and had completely lost its ability to defend. In his extreme anger, Wei Zhuan turned around and threw himself at Yang Kai, shouting, "You dare break my artifact, I'll kill you." Wei Zhuan was also at the initial element boundary 3rd stage, so when he used his full strength, his strength wouldn't be too bad. But Yang Kai had already killed an initial element boundary 5th stage cultivator when he was in the tempered body stage, so what could a trifling 3rd stage cultivator do? When Wei Zhuan arrived in front of him, the blood-red blade in his hand crisscrossed and slashed a few times. Wei Zhuan's body suddenly froze. His fist was only 3 inches away from Yang Kai, but he couldn't hit him. This was because he could feel a burning sensation in his chest. His eyes trembled as he looked down and saw the blood-red blade in Yang Kai's hand. It was like a snake spitting out its tongue, swallowing and spitting as it pressed against his chest. A defensive artifact, it's not that great. Kai Yang sneered. His eyes swept over Wei Zhuan's close-fitting embroidered cloud chainmail, which had several large cracks. Yang Kai was also surprised. He didn't think that the blade formed from his yang liquid would be this sharp. If he really fought with Wei Zhuan, although he could win, it definitely wouldn't be this easy. He was only relying on the power of the yang liquid. But since the opponent was relying on the embroidered cloud chainmail, why couldn't he use the yang liquid? "You dare to hurt me!" Wei Zhuan's face trembled as he looked at Yang Kai with a ferocious expression. Even if his life was in Yang Kai's hands, he didn't have the slightest fear. He was the grandson of the first elder. With such a revered status, no one in Sky Tower had the guts to hurt him. Little brat, you don't know my grandfather is the first elder. If you dare to hurt me, you're dead. Wei Zhuan threatened. Yang Kai remained unmoved. The blood-red blade on his finger became more and more dangerous, and the red light in his eyes became brighter. I wonder if you'll die first or me? Yang Kai looked at Wei Zhuan with interest. A strange smile appeared on his face as he slowly exerted more force on his fingers. A trace of dark red blood seeped out from Wei Zhuan's chest. Wei Zhuan's face paled and he couldn't help but groan. The moment his body was injured, he felt a hot yuan qi enter his body, burning his flesh painfully. You dare! Wei Zhuan looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. He had never thought that there would actually be someone in High Heaven Pavilion who dared to hurt him. Whether I dare or not, I've already done it. Do you think I dare or not? Yang Kai continued to exert more force. The blade penetrated half an inch, causing blood to flow out. Wei Zhuan's body suddenly trembled. He put on a strong front and said, You're not afraid my grandfather will kill you. Disciples of the sect are only comparing notes. Life and death is their own responsibility. Yang Kai coldly snorted, You're not as good as others. If you die, you can't blame anyone. So what if he's the first elder? Sky Tower doesn't belong to him. Wei Zhuan was frightened. He looked at the crazy fellow disciple in front of him. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart and his whole body turned cold. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Yang Kai suddenly interrupted him. Before you can say the two words admit defeat, I will kill you. You better not think about it. Wei Zhuan's face turned pale. He really did want to admit defeat. When disciples of the same sect were comparing notes, once one side felt that their strength was not enough, they could admit defeat. The other side could not continue to attack. But now, he didn't dare to say those two words. He didn't see any trace of a joking expression in his opponent's eyes. They were extremely serious. What do you want? Wei Zhuan clenched his teeth and asked. Nothing. I just feel that you're not as good as Sassafras. The only reason you could win against him was because of your secret artifact. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I'm not as good as him? Wei Zhuan was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He roared in a low voice. How am I not as good as him? My strength is higher than his and my background is better than his. How am I not as good as him? Yang Kai tilted his head and sized him up. You don't believe me? Let me show you. After he finished speaking, his fingers suddenly exerted more force. Wei Zhuan couldn't help but let out a low roar. His face turned as white as gold and his body staggered. Yang Kai slowly turned his head and sized up the group of Wei Zhuan's subordinates. Just now, they were fighting to the death with Li Yuntian and the others. But after Wei Zhuan was suppressed, they didn't dare to make any moves. At this moment, they were all staring blankly at Wei Zhuan. You want to save your young master Wei Zhuan? Yang Kai raised his voice and asked. No one dared to answer. Everyone was shocked by Yang Kai's craziness. The people present were all teenagers. When had they ever seen such a cruel scene? If you want to save him, then obediently kneel down and kowtow to me. If I'm in a good mood, I'll spare his life. Yang Kai said coldly. The group of people's faces turned white. These words, weren't these the words that Wei Zhuan had said to Sassafras's subordinates? When Sassafras's subordinates heard these words, they didn't hesitate to kneel on the ground and kowtow to Wei Zhuan. Were they going to follow in their footsteps? There were so many people watching. If they really kneeled down, they would lose all face. How would they have the face to stay in Sky Tower Pavilion in the future? But if they didn't kneel, what would they do if Wei Zhuan blamed them? The group of people had different expressions. Hundreds of thoughts ran through their minds. Some of them couldn't make up their minds. You all want him to die. Yang Kai lightly sighed. The blade on his fingertips moved a bit deeper into Wei Zhuan's body. Wei Zhuan was scared out of his wits. He could clearly feel that if the blade in Yang Kai's hand moved a bit deeper, it would directly pierce his heart. That was a fatal attack. Wei Zhuan didn't want to die. His whole body was drenched in sweat. He shouted at his subordinates, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and kneel down. If I die, none of you will live." His subordinates trembled and hurriedly kneeled on the ground. Li Yuntian and the others were overwhelmed with emotions. The anger they had just suffered seemed to have disappeared with this kneel. It was indescribable how carefree they were. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Wei Zhuan and lightly said, "Now do you know the difference between you and sassafras?" When Wei Zhuan heard this, his face froze. Soon after, his expression changed and he resentfully swept his gaze over his subordinates. In order to save Sassafras's life, Li Yuntian and the others were willing to be humiliated. But what about his subordinates? They had no choice but to shout out and threaten them with their lives. Only then did they reluctantly agree to Yang Kai's request. Comparing the two, the difference between Wei Zhuan and Sassafras was obvious. In terms of charisma, Wei Zhuan was indeed not as good as Sassafras. "Are you satisfied now?" Wei Zhuan forcefully raised his spirits and coldly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. His expression was uncertain. Wei Zhuan was shocked and said in a trembling voice, "You can't be." But before Yang Kai could answer, a roar came from afar, "Everyone stop." Chapter 68. Just as the voice rang out, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Without any explanation, this person's palm landed on Yang Kai's shoulder. With an unparalleled strength, Yang Kai let out a groan and was sent flying. "Brother Yang!" Li Yuntian and the others turned pale with fright. They hurried forward to support Yang Kai. Yang Kai struggled to get up. He lightly coughed while sizing up the newcomer. He saw a youth standing next to Wei Zhuan. His expression was dark as he stared at him. With one hand supporting the staggering Wei Zhuan, he asked, "Young Master Zhuan, are you all right?" Wei Zhuan resentfully glared at Yang Kai. His body staggered as he shook his head. "I'm fine." "It's good that you're fine. I came late." The youth couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Although his strength was higher than Wei Zhuan's, he was still a subordinate of the first elder. In terms of status, he couldn't compare to Wei Zhuan. "You're not too late." Wei Zhuan sneered and asked in a strange voice, "Brother Chao, as a disciple of the disciplinary hall, you should know the rules of the sect like the back of your hand. Let me ask you, if someone dares to commit murder within the sect, what is the punishment?" Chao Zhengwen's expression turned cold as he firmly said, "Depending on the severity of the case, the light punishment is breaking the hands and feet and expelling the offender from the Sky Tower Pavilion. The heavy punishment is killing the offender on the spot as a warning to others." Wei Zhuan laughed and pointed at Yang Kai. "Just now, this person tried to kill me. Brother Chao, you decide what to do." With someone backing him up, how could Wei Zhuan compromise like before? Chao Zhengwen sternly shouted, "Is this true?" Wei Zhuan sneered, "When Brother Chao came, didn't you see everything?" Chao Zhengwen nodded, "That's right. Just now, this disciple really did hold a weapon against young Master Zhuan's chest. If I didn't stop him in time, young Master Zhuan would have been killed. This person is really daring. He dares to commit such a crime in broad daylight." The two of them sang the same tune and cooperated seamlessly. In a flash, they pinned the crime of murder on Yang Kai. "Bullshit!" Li Yuntian roared. "Just now, Brother Yang and Wei Zhuan were only sparring. How could it be as serious as you say? What are you trying to do by distorting the truth?" Chao Jingwen snorted. "Is it really that simple?" Zhao Hu said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask the brothers who are here to watch the show. We can all testify." Moreover, this matter was started by Wei Zhuang. Brother Yang was only dragged into it. "Someone will testify? Who will testify?" Wei Zhuan tilted his head and sneered as he looked around. Many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who had gathered to watch the fun suddenly scattered like birds and beasts, quickly fleeing the scene. They had all heard of the pavilion's elder struggle, so they naturally didn't have the courage to intervene. No matter which side they offended, their future days in High Heaven Pavilion wouldn't be good. When Li Yuntian saw this scene, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. But he still straightened his neck and said, "We participated in the entire process. We know every detail clearly. We are the witnesses." Chao Jingwen shook his head. "You gathered a crowd to fight, so you are guilty. How can you testify?" Gathered a crowd to fight? Zhao Hu jumped up and roared. It was clearly Wei Zhuang who asked his subordinates to challenge us. Where did this come from? Chao Jingwen, don't think that just because you are a disciplinary disciple you can do whatever you want. High Heaven Pavilion is not for you to decide. How dare you? Chao Jingwen rebuked. The disciplinary hall represents High Heaven Pavilion's rules. It has always been fair and just. You dare to question the disciplinary hall's authority? Your crime is even worse. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Yang Kai waved his hand to stop Li Yuntian and the others from arguing. Looking at Chao Jingwen, he sneered, "Fair and just? Today I have seen what is called fair and just." Chao Jingwen sneered and shouted, "Arrest all of them. After the Elder Council's discussion, they will be dealt with." So. A series of clothes flapping sounds came from all directions. More than 10 disciplinary hall disciples rushed out from all directions. Even the weakest among them was at the initial element boundary 5th stage. How could Li Yuntian and the others be a match for them? In just a few moments, they were all pinned to the ground and restrained. Yang Kai didn't resist because he knew that it would be useless even if he did. Let's wait and see. Wei Zhuang was a petty person who got what he wanted. He walked in front of Yang Kai and sneered at him. "Take them away," Chao Jingwen ordered. The disciplinary hall disciples took Li Yuntian and the others away. Looking at the unconscious sassafras on the ground, Chao Jingwen frowned. He didn't care about Yang Kai and Li Yuntian, but Sassafras's identity was special. He didn't have the guts to touch him. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Send junior brother to the second elder." Someone answered and picked up Sassafras from the ground and hurriedly left. "Young Master Zhuang, you've suffered," Chao Jingwen said softly. Wei Zhuang narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth. "That Yang Kai, I definitely can't let him go. He humiliated me today. If I don't take revenge, I won't be a man. You should know what to do." Chao Jingwen hesitated. "Young Master Zhuang, today's matter is a bit big. It will definitely alarm the elders. If we make a move now, I'm afraid it won't be good. Why don't we wait for the elders to make a decision before making a move?" "But I can't take this lying down," Wei Zhuang said with a ferocious expression. "Don't worry, I'll help you teach him a lesson. I'll let him know the consequences of offending you. Don't beat him to death. I want to end him with my own hands." "As you wish." In High Heaven Pavilion's forest prison, Yang Kai and his group were all imprisoned here. The forest prison was dark and damp, the temperature was very cold, and there were rats and mosquitoes everywhere. Waves of nauseating stench rushed in from all directions. The environment was extremely bad. The forest prison was the place where Sky Tower imprisoned disciples who made mistakes. Li Yuntian and the others never thought that they would one day be imprisoned here. Each and every one of them had a bad taste in their mouths. "Brother Yang, this time we've implicated you." Li Yuntian sat next to Yang Kai and softly apologized. Yang Kai smiled. "This isn't your fault. I couldn't help but jump out. I can't bear to see my own family fighting each other." "Fighting each other?" Li Yuntian almost choked. Didn't these words also include us? To put it nicely, it's called fighting each other. To put it bluntly, isn't it fighting each other? Yang Kai chuckled. "That's true. But Brother Yang, don't worry. Young Master Su won't ignore us. We only need to wait here for a few hours and young Master Su will be able to rescue us." Li Yuntian's thoughts were relatively simple. Yang Kai turned his body and assumed a more comfortable position. "Tell me, why is there a rift between the Great Elder and the Second Elder?" Li Yuntian heard this and sighed. "This is related to our sect leader." "I'd like to hear the details." Li Yuntian said, "Last time, young Master Su also told you about the sect leader's 2 disciples. Ever since the sect leader left the mountain to capture the second disciple and banish him to the coiling dragon stream, our sect leader rarely appears in front of others. He doesn't even pay attention to the matters of the Sky Tower. These past few years, the Great Elder has been acting as the sect leader. Maybe it's because he's been here for a long time that he's become more ambitious. The Great Elder now truly considers himself the sect leader. The second elder doesn't like this and thinks that the Great Elder often oversteps his boundaries. Over time, there will naturally be friction. Chapter 69. In the current Sky Tower Pavilion, the Great Elder, Fourth Elder and Fifth Elder have allied together. The Great Elder is the leader, while the Second Elder and Third Elder belong to another faction. The former wants to replace the sect leader, while the latter wants to protect the sect leader. It's just that the Great Elder's faction is a bit stronger. The Second Elder and Third Elder have suffered many losses in the past few years. Hearing Li Yuntian's words, Yang Kai immediately understood. If the elders don't get along, then the younger generation will naturally fight as well. The conflict between Sassafras and Wei Zhuan probably came about because of this. Zhao Hu sneered. It's just that when the tiger doesn't come out of the mountain, the monkey is the king. If the sect leader really does appear, then who are the Great Elder and the others? Li Yuntian stared at Zhao Hu and said, "Don't talk behind our backs. We younger generation disciples shouldn't speak ill of our elders, even if we don't like their methods." Zhao Hu stuck out his tongue and said softly, "Isn't that what you think too?" Li Yuntian said, "But I won't say it." In the contribution hall, Xia Ningchang hurriedly rushed in. Old man Meng looked at her with a smile and said, "Disciple, you've come to see your master again today? This old man is very happy to see you so filial." Xia Ningchang anxiously said, "Master, something bad has happened." "What happened?" Meng Wuya was a bit puzzled. He had never seen his disciple so flustered before. Xia Ningchang quickly told him about the conflict between Yang Kai and Wei Zhuan today. After hearing this, Meng Wuya's face became gloomy. "You're saying that Yang Kai has already reached the initial element boundary third stage? And he even defeated Wei Zhuan?" Xia Ningchang repeatedly nodded. She thought to herself, "I was the one who helped him break through." It seems that his last fortuitous encounter in the Black Wind Mountain was not small. His cultivation speed is very fast. Meng Wuya was slightly surprised. "Master, don't be so emotional. You should quickly think of a way to save him," Xia Ningchang said anxiously. Hearing this, Meng Wuya stared blankly at his disciple. With a strange expression, he asked, "Disciple, why are you so nervous?" Xia Ningchang was stunned and stammered, "Do I?" "Yes, you are very nervous now." Meng Wuya nodded. His disciple was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. No one knew her better than he did. Over the years, it wasn't as if there weren't any outstanding male disciples who had pursued her, but her attitude towards them had always been one of respect and respect. Today, however, she had actually asked for help for someone who was only at the initial element boundary third stage. Obviously, this wasn't normal. Xia Ningchang said, "I just don't want his path of cultivation to be stifled just as it has begun to take shape." "Are you very familiar with him?" Meng Wuya immediately became vigilant. "No, but I've been observing him for 2 years. Master, you also know that I'm on duty in the Dark Hall. I'm responsible for the territory where he lives." Xia Ningchang told the truth, then begged again, "Master, please think of a way to save him. This time, he has offended the Great Elder. Without the help of an expert, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape this calamity. The Second Elder may not necessarily care about his life or death. Master, you are that expert." Meng Wuya's face was full of enjoyment. Flattery always worked. Not to mention it was his own precious disciple who was flattering him. After feeling proud for a while, Meng Wuya frowned. "Disciple, this matter is not something Master can intervene in. You see, this is after all High Heaven Pavilion's internal affairs. This old master is just a caretaker. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to intervene." This was the truth. Although he had a good impression of Yang Kai, as an outsider, how could he have the nerve to intervene in High Heaven Pavilion's affairs? Xia Ningchang didn't answer. She just stared at Meng Wuya with a pair of watery eyes. Although there was a veil covering her face, Meng Wuya could still see her angry little face. Meng Wuya couldn't stand this kind of look, so he immediately put on a bitter face. Hey, my little grand, don't be so stubborn. Even if this old master doesn't intervene, the second elder will definitely make arrangements. This time, Yang Kai was involved because of sassafras. If the second elder doesn't intervene, how will he win over people's hearts in the future? Xia Ningchang asked angrily. There shouldn't be any what if. Meng Wuya was also a bit uncertain. After all, when the upper echelons fought, sacrificing 1 or 2 disciples was a very common thing. Xia Ningchang turned around and sat down on a chair next to him. She said sullenly, Master, if you don't help him, then I won't be able to go to the 9th In congregation ground. I'm afraid your disciple's strength will stop there for the rest of his life. Hearing this, Meng Wuya turned pale with fright. He ran out from behind the counter and stood in front of Xia Ningchang. He lowered his posture like he was serving a grand aunt. Where did this come from? Xia Ningchang turned her head and didn't say anything. Meng Wuya quickly turned around and walked in front of Xia Ningchang again. Tell me, why can't you go there if you don't help him? In any case, if you don't care about his life or death, then you don't need to care about my life or death either. Master, you are such a heartless person. These words were like a sharp arrow that shot straight at Meng Wuya's heart. It was like he was struck by lightning. His whole body trembled, and his little heart broke into countless pieces. Grandit, my grandit, can't we talk nicely? These old bones of mine can't stand you tormenting me like this. Meng Wuya bowed again and again. He was extremely humble. How was this the attitude toward a disciple? This was clearly the attitude toward an ancestor. Xia Ningchang turned her head and stared at Meng Wuya. She said softly, he cultivates a yang attribute martial skill, and the yang qi in his body is incomparably pure. Yang attribute yuan qi? Meng Wuya's expression was dignified. To what extent is it pure? It's 5 times purer than the person you found last time. Xia Ningchang replied. You tested it? Meng Wuya couldn't wait to confirm. If that's the case, then nothing can happen to him. Meng Wuya suddenly straightened his back. After thinking for a moment, he walked out. When he reached the door, he paused and looked back at Xia Ningchang. He asked, Disciple, do you dislike him? Xia Ningchang slowly shook her head. Then you like him? It's not that I like him, I just don't dislike him. Xia Ningchang's face turned red. Good. You know what you have to do if you want to go there, but you have to promise me that you won't be tempted by him. Only then will I go save him. Master, what are you saying? Xia Ningchang was very embarrassed. I haven't even spoken to him. These words made Xia Ningchang feel very guilty. She couldn't help but recall the awkwardness of last night. It's not that I want to cut off your love, but this kind of small place is not a place for you. There's no one here that you can fall in love with. Sooner or later, you'll reach a height that no one can reach. At that time, you will live for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, while the person you love will slowly die of old age in front of you. I don't want you to suffer that kind of pain. Disciple, you have to remember, the peak of martial arts is loneliness, and loneliness. Chapter 70. Meng Wuya's words were said with a sigh, as if he was speaking from his heart. Xia Ningchang could naturally hear the grief in his words. Could it be that Master had experienced this kind of thing? Just as he was about to ask, Meng Wuya had already disappeared. At the same time, in Black Wind Trade, in front of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples' wooden house, a sweaty young man hurriedly ran over. Standing in front of the door, he gently knocked and calmed his breathing before softly calling out, Senior Sister Sue. What's the matter? A cold voice came from inside. The voice was very pleasant to hear, but it carried a kind of coldness that repelled people thousands of miles away. The sweat on the young man's body almost condensed into ice. Shivering, he said, Young Master Sassafras has been knocked unconscious. His subordinates have also been arrested by the law enforcement hall and locked up in the forest prison. As soon as his voice fell, the door of the wooden house suddenly opened and a white-clothed Su Yan appeared in front of him. The man quickly retreated 2 steps and lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Su Yan's flawless face. "Speak clearly, what happened?" Su Yan lightly asked, but the whole wooden house was emitting a burst of cold air visible to the naked eye. Cracking sounds could be heard from the ground, the sound of ice forming. The young man quickly made a long story short and told the whole story. After he finished, he waited for a long time, but there was no movement from the other side. He couldn't help but whisper, "Senior Sister Su?" After calling out, there was still no response. The man gathered his courage and quietly looked up, but there was no trace of Su Yan. She had already left at some point. "Oh my God!" The High Heaven Pavilion disciple almost collapsed and fell to the ground. This senior sister Su was too cold. In the future, whoever married her would have to sleep under a quilt on a hot day. However, for such a cold and noble person like senior sister Su, there was no man in the world who could match up to her, right? No one would have thought that just a small conflict between High Heaven Pavilion's younger generation disciples would cause such a stir and stir up so many heroes. In the High Heaven Pavilion's forest prison, Yang Kai, Li Yun Tian, and the others were still imprisoned. It had already been more than an hour since they were captured, but there was still no movement outside. Li Yun Tian and the rest were anxious. They didn't know why Sassafras hadn't made a move yet. But on second thought, Sassafras had been knocked unconscious at that time, and he didn't know if he had woken up yet. If he hadn't woken up, there was no way to rescue him. Just as he was worrying, the gate of the forest prison was suddenly opened. Along with the sound of footsteps, a disciple of the law enforcement hall came to the cell where Yang Kai and the others were imprisoned. After opening the door, he shouted, "Who is Yang Kai?" Yang Kai answered in a deep voice, "I am." "Come with me." The disciple of the law enforcement hall impolitely ordered, "Someone wants to see you." Yang Kai's face darkened. He sneered, but he wasn't afraid. He walked out. "Brother Yang, don't go out. Wait for young Master Su to come and save us." Li Yun Tian was alarmed and pulled on Yang Kai. "Let go." The disciple of the law enforcement hall angrily shouted, "Whoever dares to stop him is an enemy of the law enforcement hall. You know the consequences." Yang Kai said to Li Yun Tian, "I'll go take a look. Don't worry." Li Yun Tian helplessly let go and said in a deep voice, "Brother Yang, be careful." The disciple of the law enforcement hall sneered, "You overestimate yourself." Walking out of the cell, the disciple locked the gate and then led Yang Kai outside. Not long after, they arrived in front of a room. The disciple opened the door and said with a strange smile, "Please come in." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at him. He also sneered and stepped in. The disciple of the law enforcement hall followed closely behind and closed the door with a bang. Almost as soon as the door was closed, Yang Kai suddenly turned around and slammed his palm on the chest of the disciple who led him in. Burning hot true Yang Yuan Qi poured into the disciple's body. The disciple immediately screamed and was pushed into the wall. He never thought that Yang Kai would dare to attack him. This time, he took the full brunt of Yang Kai's attack and almost couldn't catch his breath. "You have big dog guts?" An angry shout came from inside the room. Immediately, 3 or 4 figures danced and pounced on Yang Kai. Yang Kai only had time to block one of the attacks. In the next moment, he was knocked to the ground, followed by a series of punches and kicks. In the chaos, Yang Kai roared. Blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. The sweet taste of blood made Yang Kai excited. His blood boiled. At this moment, true Yang Yuan Qi was flowing in his meridians at an incredible speed. The burning heat seeped out of his bones and spread throughout his body. Yang Kai's skin became fiery red. This time, the energy coming from his bones seemed to be much stronger than before. Yang Kai, who was being besieged, suddenly leapt up into the air. While in mid-air, he kicked out with his legs, hitting the heads of 2 law enforcement hall disciples. Accompanied by 2 screams, the 2 stumbled backwards. But before Kai Yang could land on the ground, A person appeared from the side and accurately grabbed his ankle. With a fierce fling, Kai Yang was flung into the wall like a ragged sack. Groaning, his internal organs were all turned upside down. Struggling to get up, Yang Kai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Under the dim light of the room, he was able to clearly see the situation in the room. This was a sealed secret room. There were 5 disciples of the law enforcement hall. According to the yuan qi fluctuations from the fight just now, Yang Kai estimated that their strength was around the initial element boundary. The one who threw him out had a violent yuan qi, which was the sign that he had already entered the qi transformation stage. 1 against 5. Moreover, the gap between their realms was quite large. This battle was destined to be a one-sided battle. But Yang Kai was smiling. In this adversity, Yang Kai's fighting spirit was surging fiercely. You dare to take the initiative to injure others. The qi transformation stage disciple shouted coldly. Your courage is not small. The other 4 stood behind him, staring coldly at Yang Kai. They had received orders from Chao Zhengwen to teach Yang Kai a good lesson, as long as they did not kill him. They did not expect that just as they entered the room, Yang Kai would actually take the initiative to attack, catching them off guard and causing them to lose face. Heh. Yang Kai leaned against the wall with his head slightly lowered. His scarlet eyes looked at the 5 people and said coldly, You want to hit me? Do you think I can't retaliate? The qi transformation stage disciple's face darkened. He laughed sinisterly. You are quite smart. Since you know what we are thinking, then don't retaliate. Obediently let us beat you up so that young Master Wei Zhuan can vent his anger. If you dare to retaliate, you may lose an arm or a leg. You can try. Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Stubborn fool. Beat him up. Under the order, the 5 people moved out again. Their moves were ruthless, not showing the slightest mercy. With their strength, it was more than enough to deal with Yang Kai one-on-one. Now that the 5 of them were attacking together, it was naturally easy to teach Yang Kai a lesson. To be continued. Chapter 71. The secret room was suddenly thrown into chaos. Angry roars and the sound of punches and kicks were incessant. Occasionally, 1 or 2 groans could be heard, and blood splattered everywhere. As the saying goes, it is difficult for 2 fists to fight 4 hands. Yang Kai's strength was already lacking compared to these people. Now that he was fighting 1 against 5, how could he protect himself? Often, when he fought with others, he would have to endure 4 or 5 attacks. These disciplinary disciples were even more ruthless. Although they wouldn't take Yang Kai's life, after suffering such a beating, anyone would have to lie in bed for at least 1 to 2 months. Stop! After a long while, the qi transforming stage disciplinary disciple suddenly shouted and quickly jumped out of the ring. Stop fighting! If you continue, you will kill him. The other 4 people also hurriedly retreated. They stared at Yang Kai, who was lying on the ground, with some fear in their eyes. Fuck! One of them covered his cheek. I was slapped by him. My teeth almost fell out. The other man covered his crotch with a look of lingering fear. I almost lost my bloodline. If I didn't dodge fast enough, the first one to lie down would have been me. Even if he avoided his vital parts, he still felt a burning pain in his thigh. Yang Kai struggled to resist the powerful kick. Even now, when he thought about it, he still felt a chill in his heart. The 5 of them looked at each other, all of them stunned, because although they had managed to defeat Kai Yang in this battle, each of them had more or less been left with some scars on their bodies. This discovery shocked the 5 people. The 5 people's faces suddenly became embarrassed. Wasn't this too embarrassing? How could a trial disciple, who was only at the 3rd level of the initial element realm, be so cruel? When they were ganging up on him, they didn't care much about it. Now that they thought about it, they found it inconceivable. Pooh! A sound came. The 5 people followed the sound and saw that Yang Kai, who should have been paralyzed on the ground, actually stood up shakily and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flickered between light and darkness, constantly changing. There was a faint red light shining, and a scorching hot feeling rushed toward him, as if a volcano that had been dormant for thousands of years had finally erupted. This Yuan Qi fluctuation. The Qi transformation stage disciple was shocked. Something is wrong. How could this be the Yuan Qi fluctuation of a third-stage initial element realm disciple? It was obvious that he had already reached the peak of the initial element stage. If he took another step forward, he would most likely reach the Qi transformation stage. He can still stand up? The person next to him opened his eyes wide and almost bit his own tongue. Even if it was him, if he was beaten up like this, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have the strength to move a finger. How could he stand up? He's here. Another person suddenly screamed. Before he could finish his words, the originally trembling Yang Kai suddenly rushed towards the 5 people like a gust of wind. Halfway through, Yang Kai's fist became fiery red, like a soldering iron that had been fished out from a charcoal fire. The person who shouted used all the Yuan Qi in his body and fiercely exchanged a punch with Yang Kai. Boom! The person flew backwards and hit the wall before falling to the ground. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai's body slightly paused, but he had already found his second target. Presumptuous! The Qi transformation stage disciple leader was furious. His 5 brothers were fighting against a junior brother. Not only were they unable to defeat him, but they were also counterattacked. If this spread out, what kind of scandal would this be? Where were they supposed to put their faces? In his anger, the Qi transformation stage disciple pushed out his palm and shouted in a deep voice, "Whirling wind force." The room was suddenly filled with a whistling sound. From the palm of this person, a small tornado visible to the naked eye burst out, directly meeting Yang Kai's fist. Kacha, kacha. A series of cracking sounds were heard. The clothes on Yang Kai's arm seemed to have been cut by countless blades, instantly becoming tattered. His entire arm was also covered with bloodstains. Yang Kai's crimson eyes revealed a shocked expression. His true Yang Yuan Qi moved, fiercely gushing out from his arm, blocking the opponent's martial skill. With a whoosh, a ball of fire exploded in the secret chamber. Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi merged with the Qi transforming stage disciple's whirlwind energy and ignited it. Amidst the flames, Yang Kai's fist flew out and collided with the palm of the Qi transforming stage disciple. Both sides were forced to retreat. What are you waiting for? Beat him up. The Qi transforming stage disciple's palm turned red. He had never thought that the opponent's Yuan Qi would be so strange. Although it did not injure him, he had still suffered some losses. Enraged, he immediately roared. The other 3 disciplinary hall disciples recovered from their shock. They rushed forward and surrounded Yang Kai. Using all of their skills, they began to beat up Yang Kai. The other man, who was the first to be sent flying by Yang Kai, also joined in angrily. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the 4 people gradually stopped. While gasping for breath, they retreated a few feet away from Yang Kai. They were almost an entire room away from him as they vigilantly sized him up. They were really shocked by this junior brother's craziness. The second time they ganged up on him, the results were obvious. Yang Kai's injuries were several times more serious than the previous ones, but the 4 people also paid a different price. He won't get up again, right? One of them covered his mouth and coughed as he softly asked. After coughing, there was a pool of blood in his hand. He shouldn't, he was already beaten to this extent. Another person rubbed his eyes. There was a bruise there and even a big blister, as if he had been scalded by boiling water. The 5 people felt bitter in their hearts. They felt that they had suffered such a big loss because of the terrain. In this small secret room, 5 people against 1 person seemed to have the advantage, but in reality, it was very difficult for them to attack at the same time. But the opponent didn't have so many scruples. There were enemies everywhere, so he could fight as he pleased. If they were in the wilderness and could use all of their strength, why would they be in such an awkward situation? But this junior brother called Yang Kai's strength was really amazing. A normal initial element boundary 3rd level was simply not his opponent. No wonder Wei Zhuan was defeated by him. Just when the 5 people thought that Yang Kai had been beaten to the ground, He unexpectedly moved again. He was extremely weak and battered, but little by little he straightened his body. The yuan qi fluctuations emitted from his body not only did not weaken, but also surged. Damn it! The qi transformation stage disciple cursed. What kind of freak was this junior brother? Why didn't he faint after being beaten like this? Don't come over, if you do, I'll really beat you to death. The person with the bruise on his eye shouted. This was an extremely comical scene. The people who were beating the other person huddled together and shouted for the one who was beaten to not come over. On the contrary, the one who was beaten seemed to be in a daze. His whole body was covered in blood, and he was moving step by step towards the 5 people. Every step he took was heavy, and every step he took was shaky, as if he would fall at any moment, but he still continued to walk forward. If it weren't for the wall behind them, the 5 people would have retreated. To be continued. Chapter 72. A series of gulping sounds could be heard. Brother, what should we do? One of them nervously asked. He was afraid that if they continued to beat this Yang Kai to death. This is a fucking madman. The Qi transforming stage disciple's eyes slightly trembled as he cursed. I don't care. If he dares to come over, then we'll beat him. This time we must knock him out. But the other 4 awkwardly replied. Just as the 5 of them were on high alert, a chill suddenly rose from the bottom of their hearts, causing the temperature of the entire room to drop by a lot. Cracking sounds could be heard from all directions, causing the 5 of them to turn their heads in amazement. They saw that the walls and floor of the room were covered with a thin layer of frost. What's going on? One of them doubtfully asked as he shivered. Bang! The door to the secret room was kicked open by someone. Who is it? The Qi transforming stage law enforcement disciple shouted and turned his head to look. His mouth suddenly opened to the size of a duck's egg, and he couldn't close it no matter how hard he tried. Although the temperature of the room had dropped to the point where it was as cold as winter, a thin layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on this person's forehead. He stared blankly at the woman who appeared at the door and stammered, Su? Senior Sister Su Yen. Senior Sister Su Yen? The other 4 people's faces also changed greatly as they followed his gaze. Sure enough, they saw a beautiful woman with a cold expression and wearing a pure white dress standing there. She was like a pure white snow lotus blooming on a snowy mountain that had never melted since ancient times. She brought a chill with her as she descended to the world. She was so noble, so cold. Wherever her beautiful eyes swept past, the 5 of them felt a sense of inferiority. They all unconsciously lowered their heads. Su Yen had just hurriedly returned from Black Wind Trade, so she didn't have time to investigate the situation. She only thought that Sassafras had also been taken into the forest prison. After rushing in, she noticed that there were traces of a battle and immediately came to investigate. After opening the door, what she saw made her heart tremble. There were 6 people in the room. 5 of them were law enforcement disciples. One was at the second stage of the Qi transforming stage, while the other 4 were at the initial element boundary. The last one was covered in blood and his clothes were tattered. He stood there unsteadily, but his eyes were filled with an unyielding will. I've seen this person before. Yang Kai. Once, Sassafras had brought him to Black Wind Trade. He was the disciple who had defeated Qing Xiaofeng. Using her divine sense to investigate, Su Yen was even more surprised. She could clearly sense that this Yang Kai was covered in wounds. Although these wounds weren't life-threatening, with his strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to still be standing. He should have been lying on the ground by now. Just how tenacious was his will to be able to withstand such a heavy blow without collapsing? In just a few moments, Su Yen already knew everything that had happened in this room. For the first time, a nameless fire rose in his heart, which was rarely stirred up. In a flash, Su Yen arrived at Yang Kai's side. Supporting him with one hand, she poured her ice-cold yuan qi into his body and controlled his internal and external injuries. Strangely enough, after being stimulated by this ice-cold feeling, Yang Kai's tumbling blood quickly calmed down. His drowsy mind also immediately cleared up. A clear fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Su Yen, who was standing beside him. His ferocious face gradually calmed down. This senior sister wasn't very tall. She was half a head shorter than him, but at this moment, Yang Kai felt a kind of tranquility that he had never felt before. It was as if he was in an empty snowy mountain. There was only a refreshing coolness, and all the noise in the world had disappeared. With her by his side, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel an urge to join hands with her and live in seclusion in the mountains. Who did it? Su Yan's indifferent and cold voice sounded. The 5 people from the disciplinary hall trembled. They looked at each other, then lowered their heads and said, "Everyone did it." In front of Su Yan, it was as if even lying was blasphemy. Her noble and inviolable temperament and majesty made them not dare to lie. Su Yan nodded slightly. "Very good." After saying this, she supported Yang Kai and turned around, leaving the secret room step by step. Only after Su Yan's figure disappeared did the 5 people let out a heavy sigh of relief, feeling as if they had just survived a disaster. But before the 5 people could rejoice, they suddenly felt a chill on their chests. Looking down, they saw that there was a little bit of frost on their chests. Then, this frost quickly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into an ice flower half the size of a palm. With a wha sound, the 5 ice flowers shattered at the same time. The 5 people groaned and knelt on the ground with pale faces. They only felt that their yuan qi had disappeared along with the explosion of the ice flowers. Moreover, their bodies had also suffered heavy injuries. So strong, worthy of being the number 1 person of the 3 sects. The Qi transforming stage disciplinary hall disciple's face was pale. He was shivering from the cold, and his face was filled with lingering fear. He didn't see when Su Yan had made her move, but he had unknowingly been hit by her attack. If it wasn't for this senior sister's calm temperament, today's situation wouldn't have been as simple as just a few injuries. With her strength, if she wanted to take their lives, it would be as easy as pinching a conch with her 10 fingers. Outside the secret room, Yang Kai was still staggering forward. Hearing the movement behind him, he turned his head and looked at Su Yan in astonishment. "You made a move on them?" Su Yan blinked her long eyelashes. Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Yang Kai nodded. "Oh right, bring Li Yuntian and the others out too." "What about Sassafras?" Su Yan asked. "I don't know." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. He wasn't imprisoned. He should have been sent back. Those people wouldn't dare to touch Sassafras. Hearing this, Su Yan let out a sigh of relief. The 2 of them walked into the depths of the forest prison. Not long after, they arrived at the place where Li Yuntian and the others were imprisoned. Seeing Yang Kai and Su Yan appear together, and being so intimate, they were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They even forgot to breathe. Heavens! If I could be so intimate with senior sister Su, I would be willing to be beaten to death. Li Yuntian and the others were so envious that they wanted to die. "Come out." Su Yan waved her hand and broke the lock on the cell door. "Oh!" The group of people unconsciously responded, and then walked out in a daze. More than 10 pairs of eyes kept looking at Yang Kai and Su Yan. No matter how calm Su Yan's temperament was, being stared at like this, her expression became unnatural. "Come, I'll take you out." Su Yan's pretty face was cold as she supported Yang Kai and walked in front. Li Yuntian and the others followed behind. Not long after, the group of people walked out of the forest prison. The bright light shone in, causing everyone to squint their eyes. However, outside the forest prison, nearly 100 disciplinary hall disciples were waiting in formation, surrounding the exit. "What a big lineup." Yang Kai sneered. "Senior sister, I'm afraid this is used to deal with you, right?" Su Yan didn't answer. She just faintly glanced at the crowd and continued to support Yang Kai as they walked forward. Wherever they passed, no one dared to block them. All the disciplinary hall disciples who blocked the way scattered in fear and took the initiative to open a path. Chapter 73. Pairs of eyes stared at Su Yan and Yang Kai, who she was supporting. All kinds of envy and jealousy quickly spread, and a strong sour smell rose up. Before today, they had never seen Su Yan so close to a man. Even the several outstanding core disciples had never received such an honor. Su Yan cultivated the ice heart's secret art, and her heart had been sealed in ice for many years. Not to mention seeing her close to other men, it was rare for her to even speak. Every High Heaven Pavilion disciple, regardless of their strength, status, could only be cautious in front of her, lest they offend her. But at this moment, she actually took the initiative to support a young man at the initial element boundary third stage, her jade-like small hand slightly supporting his waist, her icy face slightly blushing, looking very attractive. The person who was usually unreachable, at this moment seemed to be much closer to them. However, the hearts of countless High Heaven Pavilion male disciples were broken. They felt as if the high and mighty goddess in their hearts had been desecrated. And this person who had profaned their goddess was right in front of them, being supported by their goddess, smelling their goddess's fragrance, feeling the softness of their goddess's small hand, and enjoying a treatment that no one else could enjoy. Murderous Qi. Yang Kai's mouth curved into a strange smile, his expression calm as he followed Su Yan forward, giving off the feeling of a fox exploiting a tiger's might. In front of them, a figure flashed. A handsome young man stood in front of Su Yan and Kai Yang. This person looked at Su Yan with a pair of eyes that were filled with tenderness and sweetness, but also concealed a trace of deep jealousy and unhappiness. Su Yan's footsteps paused, and she looked up at the other party. "Get out of the way." As always, a cold voice sounded. Her voice was flat, without the slightest trace of anger, and no one could hear her emotions. The man smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Junior sister, don't make things difficult for brother. Brother is also doing his duty." This person was the second strongest of High Heaven Pavilion's younger generation, Xie Hongchen. "Get out of the way." Su Yan still said the same words, as if she was unwilling to say another word. Xie Hongchen helplessly said, "Junior sister, these people can't leave yet. They have violated the sect's rules. Before the Elder Council makes a decision, no one can take them out of here." "Sect rules?" Yang Kai took a step forward and sneered, "Brother, may I ask, which rule have we violated?" Xie Hongchen looked at him contemptuously and snorted, "Gang fighting, murder, contempt for the law enforcement hall, any one of these is enough to get you expelled from High Heaven Pavilion." "Gang fight?" Su Yan continued, "Who are you fighting with? Since it was a gang fight, there should be opponents, right? Why did the law enforcement hall only arrest one of them? What about the other side?" Xie Hongchen's face stiffened as he was rendered speechless. The other side of the fight was Wei Zhuan and the others, so how could they dare to catch them? Murder? Then where are the bodies of the people who were killed? Xie Hongchen smiled bitterly and hurriedly explained, attempted to commit murder, but fortunately our law enforcement hall stopped them, so there was no big trouble. When sect disciples spar, they are responsible for their own lives. According to what you said, every pair of disciples who spar with each other are attempting to commit murder? Your law enforcement hall has so many people. If you have nothing better to do, why don't you arrest all of High Heaven Pavilion's disciples? Su Yan's expression was indifferent, her tone cold. As for the contempt for the law enforcement hall, if your law enforcement hall is really fair, who would dare to despise it? I'm afraid that the law enforcement hall, which purports to represent the sect's rules, has long been reduced to a tool in the hands of some people in a power struggle. If you destroy your own dignity, you can't blame others for stepping on you. Junior sister. Xie Hongchen's smile was dry, his handsome face showing deep helplessness. Do you have to be so blunt? Right and wrong, you know clearly in your heart. Xie Hongchen's expression was sad as he whispered, Junior sister, I have treated you with sincerity. Why do you make things so difficult for me? Su Yan lightly said, if brother's words were heard by junior sister Zhao Fei Shui, I wonder what she would think? Zhao Fei Shui, like Xie Hongchen and Su Yan, was a core disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. However, the relationship between this woman and Xie Hongchen had always been unclear. Xie Hongchen's body trembled as he stared deeply at Su Yan. his face filled with pain and helplessness. Immediately his eyes turned and stared at Yang Kai, his eyes suddenly filled with resentment. Yang Kai's expression was calm as he stared back at him without fear. "You're called Yang Kai?" Xie Hongchen suppressed the bitterness in his heart and asked. Anyone who saw the woman they liked so intimately supporting another man would not feel good. "What advice does brother have for me? I know this time's matter was caused by you. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be this trouble. If you don't want to implicate junior sister Su, you should obediently return to your cell and save me the trouble of taking action." Xie Hongchen faintly said. He had no way to persuade Su Yen, nor did he dare to touch her, so he could only find an opening from Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled. "What are you smiling about?" Xie Hongchen frowned and asked. Yang Kai was now covered in blood and looked quite embarrassed, but he was still smiling. While smiling, he slowly reached out and grabbed Su Yan's jade hand which was resting on his waist, gently patting it. Turning his head to look at Su Yen, he said sweetly, "I also don't want to implicate senior sister, but senior sister has always treated me with sincerity. I really can't let her down, so I can only let her do as she pleases." Xie Hongchen's face suddenly paled while Su Yen stood in place, her pretty face filled with confusion. Li Yuntian and the others' jaws dropped to the ground as strange gurgling sounds came from their throats, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't say a single word. The surrounding 100 or so disciplinary hall disciples felt as if their hearts had suddenly split open, each one dumbstruck. "Senior sister, what do you say?" Yang Kai seemed to be unaware of the critical situation and sprinkled a handful of salt into the boiling oil. Xie Hongchen nervously looked at Su Yen, afraid that she would give him an answer he didn't want to hear. Su Yen suddenly regained her senses. In all her life, she had never been so frivolous by a man. Her hand was actually held in his palm and caressed as he pleased. That rough hand rubbed against her skin, causing a burst of tingling pain and a bit of warmth. Su Yen was furious. She almost sent Yang Kai flying on the spot, but after thinking about it, she understood what Yang Kai wanted to do. Suppressing the anger in her heart, Su Yen nodded slightly and generously admitted, "Yes." While answering, she sent a stream of dark qi into Yang Kai's meridians. Yang Kai groaned as 2 streams of blood suddenly flowed out from his nostrils. "Why are you bleeding?" Su Yen asked as she took out a white handkerchief and gently wiped Yang Kai's blood. "It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter." Kai Yang felt a chill in his heart, thinking that although this senior sister's temperament was calm and indifferent, in reality, if you crossed her bottom line, she would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. Xie Hongchen was about to go crazy from jealousy. If Su Yen had just admitted it, he wouldn't have believed it, but seeing the scene in front of him made it impossible for him to doubt Su Yan's feelings. When had he ever seen Su Yen treat a man so gently? When had he ever seen Su Yan's hand being held in the palm of a man's hand without any resistance? If she wasn't really willing with Su Yan's strength, how could this Yang Kai have succeeded? "Junior sister, you are a genius. How could you fancy such a waste?" "Who are you calling a waste?" Yang Kai and Su Yen turned their heads at the same time, their faces cloudy like the night before a storm. Chapter 74. As if they had discussed this beforehand, as if their hearts were connected, Yang Kai and Su Yen unexpectedly shouted out the same sentence, even their tone and demeanor were the same. Xie Hongchen was startled by the roar. Looking at Su Yen in pain, he bitterly said, "How is he not a waste? In terms of status, he is just a trial disciple. In terms of cultivation strength, he is only at the initial element boundary 3rd stage. This kind of person is a waste. Junior sister, why would you like him? You don't need to worry about us." Su Yen was obviously in character. She also wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of Xie Hongchen's entanglement for so many years. She even used such intimate words. "Brother, do you know the saying, love at first sight?" Yang Kai looked at Xie Hongchen playfully. "You shut up." Xie Hongchen's expression was ferocious as he roared, "I am talking to junior sister, how can a waste like you interrupt?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he sneered. A waste will always be a waste. Xie Hongchen's calm and confident demeanor had long been thrown to the back of his mind. Under the influence of jealousy and hatred, his handsome face became twisted and ugly. When I was your age, I was already at the qi transforming stage. You are only at the initial element third stage, while I am currently at the peak of the separation and reunion boundary. There is a difference of 2 large realms and 6 small realms. How can you compare to me? Brother, please wait and see. Yang Kai didn't say much. Some things couldn't be said. Only by doing it would it have an effect. Xie Hongchen, I don't want to be entangled with you here. Get out of the way. Thanks to your disciplinary hall, he is seriously injured. I want to treat him. Su Yen coldly shouted. Today, no one will leave here. Xie Hongchen roared. Looking at Su Yen with pain, his body slightly trembling, he ordered, Disciplinary hall disciples, listen to my order. If anyone dares to rush out, kill them all. Even if it is your senior sister Su, you must not show mercy. Deep love, deep hatred. At this moment, Xie Hongchen perfectly interpreted the meaning of this sentence. Asterisk hua hua hua. Asterisk, the 100 or so law enforcement hall disciples hesitated for a moment before immediately moving, once again surrounding Su Yan's group. You insist? Su Yan's eyes flashed with a dangerous light. Xie Hongchen smiled bitterly. Junior sister, I know I'm not your opponent, but if you want to pass, you'll have to step over brother's dead body. He was willing to sacrifice himself for a righteous cause, attempting to use his courage and selflessness to move Su Yen. Su Yen was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She wasn't afraid of the law enforcement hall. Her strength was as high as Yuan Qi level 3, which was 3 levels higher than Xie Hongchen's. Once she used the ice heart technique, no one here could stop her. Yang Kai and Li Yuntian were destined to have a hard time as well. After all, she was only one person. It was impossible for her to protect everyone under her wings. The situation suddenly reached a deadlock. Su Yen didn't dare to lead her people to rush out, and the people from the law enforcement hall didn't take the initiative to attack, only blocking them here. While a group of juniors were making a ruckus here, the elders of High Heaven Pavilion were in another place, arguing with each other. In the Elder Hall, High Heaven Pavilion's Great Elder Wei Shitong, Second Elder Su Xianwu, Third Elder He Bei Shui, Fourth Elder Zhou Fei, and Fifth Elder Yu Zizai were all present. The 5 elders sat in 2 rows. On one side was Great Elder Wei Shitong, while Fourth Elder Zhou Fei and Fifth Elder Yu Zizai sat below. On the other side was Second Elder Su Xianwu and Third Elder He Bei Shui. This was the current elder faction of High Heaven Pavilion. Wei Zhuan and Sassafras, who had a conflict before, were kneeling side by side on the floor, reporting the events that had happened today. Sassafras spoke first. Every word he said was true. How he was blocked by Wei Zhuan, how he was provoked, how he was humiliated in the battle, no matter how big or small, he didn't have the slightest bit of emotion as he spoke. After the 5 elders finished listening, they didn't say anything. They only waited for Wei Zhuan to repeat himself. But when it came from Wei Zhuan's mouth, it was a bit different. At the beginning, it was no different from what Sassafras said, but after Yang Kai appeared, Wei Zhuan did his best to slander Yang Kai. His tongue flowed like a lotus flower, and with snot and tears, he said that Yang Kai had gone too far. He even used a secret artifact to break through his embroidered cloud chainmail and tried to kill him on the spot. The bitterness in his tone made those who heard feel sad and those who listened cry. Coupled with his exaggerated body language, the scene at that time was magnified 100 times in front of everyone's eyes. Bullshit. Sassafras was furious and couldn't help but curse. It's the truth. Wei Zhuan took advantage of the fact that Sassafras had been knocked unconscious and didn't see the situation at that time, so he insisted. Truth my ass. You're just a piece of trash who makes trouble out of nothing. You don't even have a draft for lying. All of you shut up. The first elder slammed the chair heavily. Sassafras scolded his daughter-in-law in front of him. How could the first elder not be angry? But although he was angry, it wasn't good for him to teach the younger generation a lesson. The second elder coldly snorted. The first elder said, "The matter has been asked. What do you all think?" Although he asked this, his eyes were fixed on the second elder, Su Xianwu. Naturally, he wanted to ask for his opinion. Su Xianwu said, "What do you mean by what we think? Isn't this matter obvious? Why don't we just let the younger generation deal with the sparring between themselves? Why bother the council of elders?" The first elder smiled. The fourth elder, Zhou Fei, who had always followed the first elder's lead, said, "Second brother, what you said is wrong. At the beginning, this matter was indeed a competition between the younger generation. But after Yang Kai started the matter, the nature of the matter changed." How did it change? Under the eyes of everyone, he openly challenged Wei Zhuan. He didn't break the sex rules. Wei Zhuan's own strength was not good enough and he was defeated. Who can he blame? Su Xianwu was angry that his grandson was being humiliated. His tone was naturally not polite. The fourth elder said, if he really only challenged Wei Zhuan and defeated him, it would be understandable. But the truth is that during the battle, he took out a weapon and used it to break Wei Zhuan's embroidered cloud chainmail. The sex rules say that when disciples fight, they cannot use weapons. That Yang Kai clearly broke this rule and should be punished. Su Xianwu coldly laughed. Fourth elder, the sex rules aren't set like this, right? The sect leader hasn't come out for many years. Could it be that someone is so daring as to change the sex rules? These words had a hidden meaning. The first elder's faction couldn't help but be moved. Wei Shitong said, "Oh? Then second junior brother, tell us, what are the sex rules?" Su Xianwu coldly laughed. The sex rules say that when disciples fight, they can't use weapons. They also can't use pills or secret treasures to strengthen themselves. Both sides can only use their own martial arts and their own fists and feet. First brother, this rule, I didn't say anything wrong, right? The first elder's face was cold as he nodded. You didn't say anything wrong. Chapter 75. That's right. Su Xianwu sneered. Why was Wei Zhuan wearing a defensive artifact when he was sparring with Sassafras? Isn't this breaking the rules of the sect? How should we deal with this? He didn't say how to deal with Yang Kai, but first tied Wei Zhuan together. This made the first elder's expression blank, not knowing how to answer. If Wei Zhuan really used his own ability to beat Sassafras, then Sassafras can only blame himself for not being skilled enough. Now that Wei Zhuan is using a defensive artifact to humiliate my grandson, brother, do you think I'm made of mud? Su Xianwu shouted angrily and slapped the armrest of his chair into pieces. Wei Shitong had no choice but to lower his stance and say, "Second junior brother, please calm down. Wei Zhuan's defensive artifact was indeed bestowed upon him by me. But I only wanted to give him a bit of protection. Who would have thought that this child would be so bad and use a defensive artifact to spar with others? This is Wei Zhuan's fault." After saying this, he shouted angrily, "Wei Zhuan, why haven't you apologized to your junior brother yet?" Wei Zhuan was obedient and immediately cupped his fists towards Sassafras. "Junior brother, this time it was brother Wei's fault. Brother will apologize to you. Junior brother, please be magnanimous. I hope you won't mind." Sassafras turned his head away and ignored him. But what could Su Xianwu do now that things had come to this? The first elder said again, "Wei Zhuan is wrong, but Yang Kai's mistake is even worse. Using a divine weapon, he almost killed Wei Zhuan. If it weren't for the intervention of the disciplinary hall disciples, Wei Zhuan would have already lost his life. This matter has a bad influence and Yang Kai must be severely punished as a warning to others." Fourth elder Zhou Fei and fifth elder Yu Zizai nodded in agreement. Second elder sneered, "Why is it that Wei Zhuan broke the sex rules and should apologize, but Yang Kai should be severely punished? Could it be that because Wei Zhuan is brother's grandson, he can enjoy some special privileges? If that's the case, then what prestige does Sky Tower elders have in front of the disciples?" Wei Shitong said seriously, "Second junior brother's words are wrong. Kai Yang's mistakes and Wei Zhuan's mistakes could not be compared. Wei Zhuan only wore a defensive artifact to protect himself, not to harm others. On the other hand, Kai Yang's artifact was used to kill people. Which one is more important? Second junior brother should be able to clearly distinguish. Su Xianwu asked. Brother, who saw Yang Kai 8? Xianwu Wu. Brother, if he really had such a weapon, why didn't the law enforcement hall find it on him? Fourth brother, did the law enforcement hall under your command report on this? The disciplinary hall was under the jurisdiction of the fourth elder, Zhou Fei. Hearing this, he shook his head and said, although he didn't, there were so many people present at that time. They all saw with their own eyes that Kai Yang had a blood-red knife in his hand. If it wasn't for the power of that weapon, Wei Zhuan's embroidered cloud chainmail would not have been destroyed. Su Xianwu snorted. The yuan qi in his body revolved, and a long thin sword suddenly burst out from his fingertips. This long sword was formed by the yuan qi. It flickered. Obviously, it was very powerful. If that's the case, does that mean I'm also holding a weapon? Su Xianwu looked coldly at the three people in front of him. This is only the use of yuan qi. How can it be considered a weapon? Fifth elder Yu Zizai slowly shook his head. Second brother, are you saying that Yang Kai, who is only at initial element level 3, can use yuan qi to such an extent? Fourth elder Zhou Fei looked at Su Xianwu with a smile. This was a joke. A cultivator could only use yuan qi when his strength reached the level of yuan qi. Only when the yuan qi in his body transformed into yuan qi could he condense such a substance. As for Kai Yang, he was just a trivial initial element third stage cultivator. The gap between him and the true element boundary was like heaven and earth. How could he have such ability? I didn't say that he could control yuan qi to such an extent. But brothers, did you forget about martial arts? Su Xianwu snorted. Impossible. Even if he used some special martial arts, a mere initial element level 3 cultivator would never be able to break through the defense of the embroidered cloud chainmail. Wei Shitong shook his head repeatedly. There is nothing impossible in this world. I can only say that brothers have been in Sky Tower for a long time and are obsessed with fighting for power. Your thinking is too rigid and can't keep up with the times. These words were a bit unpleasant to hear. Wei Shitong's face suddenly turned cold. Second junior brother, do you have to protect that Yang Kai? So what if I do? Su Xianwu suddenly stood up. This matter, to put it simply, is a competition between the younger generation. Why do you have to make a fuss about it? Fine, I'll satisfy your unreasonable demands. You can either punish both Yang Kai and Wei Zhuang. They both broke the rules of the Sky Tower. Don't let either one of them go. Or this matter is over. But Wei Shitong flatly refused. Even if it is, as you said, that Yang Kai used martial arts to break through the defense of the embroidered cloud chainmail, this person is still young and his methods are bloody and cruel. In the future, when his cultivation reaches a certain level, he will definitely fall into the evil path. Our Sky Tower cannot tolerate such a person. He is only at the initial element level. How do you know that he will fall into the evil path in the future? Big brother, do you have the ability to predict the future? Second brother. Fourth elder Zhou Fei was about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Xianwu's angry shout. Su Xianwu pointed at his nose and scolded, Fourth elder, before the head went into seclusion, he appointed you to be in charge of the law enforcement hall. In these past few years, have you seen what the law enforcement hall has done? Where is fairness and justice? If the law enforcement hall only suppresses dissidents and helps people fight for power, then what is the use of keeping it? Tomorrow, I will report to the head and have him remove the law enforcement hall. Fuck, what is this? The fourth elder was scolded, but he couldn't refute, so his heart was filled with grievances. Second junior brother, what if I insist on expelling Yang Kai from Sky Tower? Wei Shitong asked coldly. You dare? Su Xianwu did not back down. Good, then we will follow the rules set by the head and vote by a show of hands. Once the Elder Council passes, I think second junior brother won't have any objections, right? Ha, a show of hands? Su Xianwu laughed. Big brother, do you think I, Su Xianwu, am a fool? A show of hands, is there even a need to vote? This won't do, that won't do, what do you want? Do you not even put the rules set by the head in your eyes? Wei Shitong also became angry. The elder hall was filled with smoke, and it looked like a fight was about to break out. Calm down, come drink a cup of water, everyone calm down. The third elder, who had not spoken until now, tried to persuade them. The third elder had a calm temperament, and although he stood on the second elder's side, he generally did not participate in any fights. Moreover, his name was the same as his catchphrase, Hichui Shui, drink a cup of water. Whenever there was any friction between the elders, he would try to persuade them, but the results were very little. We won't drink. The great elder and second elder roared at the same time, glaring at each other, neither willing to accept the other. The third elder was helpless and could only drink by himself. While the elders were arguing, a person's voice suddenly came from outside the door. This disciple has something important to report to the several elders. The fourth elder frowned and quickly said, "Come in." When the elder council was discussing something, ordinary disciples did not dare to disturb them. For someone to come in at this time, it meant that something big had happened in the sect. The several elders knew the situation, so naturally they stopped arguing. After the disciple came in, the fourth elder Zhou Fei asked, "What happened?" Reporting to the elders, someone broke into the law enforcement hall's forest prison and rescued the troublemakers Yang Kai and Li Yuntian. At the moment, they are confronting brother Xie Hong Chen at the entrance of the prison. What? The fourth elder stood up on the spot, and the other elders were even more shocked. Who is so bold, daring to break into the forest prison to rescue people? The High Heaven Pavilion disciple did not dare answer, only raising his eyes to look at Su Xianwu. Su Xianwu's heart skipped a beat, faintly having a bad premonition. The great elder took in all of this and more or less had a guess, so he calmly ordered, "Speak." "It's Su Yan, senior sister Su." As soon as these words came out, the smile on the great elder's face suddenly became meaningful, and even the fourth and fifth elders gave Su Xianwu a strange look, while the third elder continued to drink his water. Su Xianwu's expression changed, gnashing his teeth in anger as he shouted, "Did you see clearly? Was the person who broke into the forest prison really Su Yan?" The disciplinary hall disciple trembled in fear and quickly said, "Disciple saw it clearly. I have heard of senior sister Su Yan's name. If second elder does not believe me, you can go and see for yourself." "No need." Su Xianwu waved his hand and closed his eyes. A moment later, he really did feel a cold chill coming from the forest prison, a chill that no one else in High Heaven Pavilion could feel except for Su Yan. This little girl really doesn't know what's important, she's too bold. "Second junior brother, what do you think of this matter?" The great elder smiled as he sipped his tea, waiting for Su Xianwu to withdraw his divine sense before calmly asking this question. At this moment, the great elder was confident. If the two sides were unwilling to back down just now, then there was now a breakthrough. What kind of place was the forest prison? It was an important place where High Heaven Pavilion imprisoned disciples who had committed crimes. Whether Yang Kai was in the wrong or not, as long as he was imprisoned, he had to stay there before the matter was settled. But now, Su Yan had rushed in and pulled him out. She had shown a moment of bravery, but had violated High Heaven Pavilion's rules. This was a big mistake. If this matter was not handled properly, even Su Yan would be punished. Wei Shitong knew that Su Xianwu would definitely not let Su Yan be implicated, so he had to make a concession. Naturally, the one he had to let go was the disciple named Yang Kai. Speaking of which, none of the 5 elders knew who Kai Yang was. The main reason why they had made such a big fuss about him was because they wanted to seize control of the High Heaven Pavilion. But now, the great elder felt that he could win. After this matter spread out, the disciples below would naturally think that the great elder's faction could influence High Heaven Pavilion's decisions and movements, thus achieving their goal. Su Xianwu's face was livid as he struggled for a long time before angrily saying, "Whatever eldest brother wants to do, will do as he pleases." Su Yan had become a hindrance, so how could Su Xianwu continue to play with them? In order to protect Su Yan from being punished, Yang Kai could only sacrifice himself. Where there is life, there is hope. There will always be a chance to get back at him in the future. Old ghost. When Sassafras heard this, he immediately stared at Su Xianwu in disbelief. What did you call me? Su Xianwu was about to go crazy with anger towards this pair of siblings. Grandfather, you can't do this. Sassafras quickly changed his words. You have no right to speak in this matter. Su Xianwu glared at him fiercely. Brother Yang saved my life. You can't just ignore him. If you don't, then you are ungrateful. You shut up. Su Xianwu's face turned red. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he was now a fish on the chopping block. So what could he do? In order to prevent Sassafras from continuing, Su Xianwu sent out a finger, causing Sassafras to freeze like a statue, unable to speak or move, only able to watch and listen. I'll deal with you when we get back. Su Xianwu snorted. Ha! The great elder smiled with satisfaction. Since second junior brother has no objections, then this matter is decided. Saying so, he looked at the disciples below and said, Pass down the order. Trial disciple Yang Kai has repeatedly violated the sect's rules. His methods are bloody and cruel, so the disciplinary hall will arrest him and bring him back to the forest prison. After the elders have a discussion, we will deal with him. As for Su Yen, since she is young and ignorant, and this is her first offense, we will not pursue this matter. Junior brothers, what do you think? How could the other elders have any objections? Go! The great elder waved his hand and a token flew out, landing in the disciple's hand. The elder's command, seeing the token, is the same as seeing the person. With this token, Su Yen did not dare to act rashly. Yes. The disciplinary hall disciple received the order and quickly left. A moment later, a short scream suddenly came from the door, followed by the sound of a body falling to the ground. The elders' expressions changed, and just as they were about to get up to investigate, a voice came from outside. Elders, you are quite awe-inspiring. The voice sounded, and a white-haired old man slowly walked in. In his hand was the disciplinary hall disciple who had just left, but now he had been knocked unconscious. Even the elder token had been snatched by this old man. The old man walked in front of the kneeling Wei Zhuan and Sassafras, and casually kicked Wei Zhuan to the side. Go, 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 don't block the way. Wei Zhuan flew out, screaming miserably. In the elder hall, the 5 elders' expressions were dignified. Wei Shitong narrowed his eyes at the newcomer. Treasurer Meng? The newcomer was the contribution hall's Meng Wuya. Speaking of this person, the 5 elders were all confused. More than 10 years ago, he suddenly came to High Heaven Pavilion. They did not know what relationship he had with the sect master, but he lived in the pavilion and took charge of the contribution hall. The elders had asked the sect master many times about this person, but every time the sect master did not give them any details, leaving them scratching their heads. However, the 5 elders knew that this person was an expert. Moreover, he was definitely not inferior to them. Fortunately, this person did not have any purpose and only spent his time in the contribution hall, so the elders did not pay any attention to him. But he did not expect that he would come to the elder hall uninvited today. Wei Shitong faintly felt that when facing this treasurer Meng, the pressure was even greater than when facing the sect master. Because of this, Wei Shitong did not dare to slight treasurer Meng. Wei Shitong smiled and said, I don't know why treasurer Meng has come to my elder hall. What business do you have? Meng Wuya did not answer and only smiled at Su Xianwu. Su Xianwu did not understand why he was being stared at. He thought to himself, there are no flowers on my face, so why are you looking at me? Do you think your decision is correct? Meng Wuya suddenly asked. What? Su Xianwu was surprised. Chapter 76. That's right. Su Xianwu sneered. Why was Wei Zhuan wearing a defensive artifact when he was sparring with Sassafras? Isn't this breaking the rules of the sect? How should we deal with this? He didn't say how to deal with Yang Kai, but first tied Wei Zhuan together. This made the first elder's expression blank, not knowing how to answer. If Wei Zhuan really used his own ability to beat Sassafras, then Sassafras can only blame himself for not being skilled enough. Now that Wei Zhuan is using a defensive artifact to humiliate my grandson, brother, do you think I'm made of mud? Su Xianwu shouted angrily and slapped the armrest of his chair into pieces. Wei Shitong had no choice but to lower his attitude and say, "Second junior brother, please calm down. Wei Zhuan's defensive artifact was indeed bestowed upon him by me. But I only wanted to give him a little more protection. Who would have thought that this child would be so bad and use a defensive artifact to spar with others? This is Wei Zhuan's fault." After saying this, he shouted angrily, "Wei Zhuan, why haven't you apologized to your junior brother yet?" Wei Zhuan was very obedient and immediately cupped his fists towards Sassafras. "Junior brother, this time it was brother Wei's fault. Brother will apologize to you. Junior brother, please be magnanimous and don't take offense." Sassafras turned his head away and ignored him. But what could Su Xuanwu do now that things had come to this? The first elder said again, "Wei Zhuan is wrong, but Yang Kai's mistake is even worse. Holding a divine weapon, he almost killed Wei Zhuan. If it weren't for the intervention of the disciplinary hall disciples, Wei Zhuan would have already lost his life. This matter has a bad influence and Yang Kai must be severely punished as a warning to others." Fourth elder Zhou Fei and fifth elder Yu Zizai nodded in agreement. Second elder sneered, "Why is it that Wei Zhuan broke the sect's rules and just apologized, but Yang Kai has to be severely punished? Could it be that because Wei Zhuan is eldest brother's grandson, he can enjoy some privileges? If that's the case, then what prestige does Sky Tower's elder have in front of the disciples?" Wei Shitong sternly said, "Second martial brother's words are incorrect. Kai Yang's mistakes and Wei Zhuan's mistakes could not be compared. Wei Zhuan was only wearing a defensive artifact to protect himself, he didn't want to harm. He Zhuan's is to protect others, while Yang's killing, he's killing people. Who is more important? Second junior brother should be clear." "Brother." Xian Wu said, "Wu's right. If he really had such a weapon, why didn't the law enforcement hall find it on him? Fourth brother, did the law enforcement hall under your command report on this?" Fourth elder Zhou Fei was in charge of the disciplinary hall. He shook his head and said, "Although they didn't, there were so many people present at the time. They all saw Yang Kai holding a blood-red knife. This matter can't be faked. If it wasn't for the power of that weapon, Wei Zhuan's embroidered cloud chainmail wouldn't have been destroyed." Su Xianwu snorted. The yuan qi in his body revolved, and a slender long sword suddenly burst out from his fingertips. This long sword was formed by the yuan qi. It flickered and was obviously very powerful. If that's the case, does that mean I'm also holding a weapon? Su Xianwu looked coldly at the three people in front of him. This is only the exquisite use of yuan qi. How can it be considered a weapon? Fifth elder Yu Zizai slowly shook his head. "Second brother, do you mean that Yang Kai, who is only at the initial element third level, can already use yuan qi to such an extent?" Fourth elder Zhou Fei looked at Su Xianwu with a faint smile. This was a joke. A cultivator could only condense such a substance when his strength reached the yuan qi level and the yuan qi in his body turned into yuan qi. Yang Kai was only at the initial element third level. He was thousands of miles away from the yuan qi level. How could he have such ability? I didn't say that he could control yuan qi to such an extent. But brothers, did you forget about martial arts? Su Xianwu snorted. Impossible. Even if he used some strange martial arts, a mere initial element third level cultivator would never be able to break through the defense of the embroidered cloud chainmail. Wei Shitong shook his head repeatedly. There is nothing impossible in this world. I can only say that brothers have been in Sky Tower for a long time and are obsessed with fighting for power. Your thinking is too rigid and can't keep up with the times. These words were unpleasant to hear. Wei Shitong's face suddenly turned cold. Second junior brother, do you really have to protect that Yang Kai? So what if I do? Su Xianwu suddenly stood up. This matter, to put it simply, is a competition between the younger generation. Why do you have to make a fuss about it? Fine, I'll satisfy your unreasonable demands. Either we punish both Yang Kai and Wei Zhuang. They both broke the rules of the Sky Tower, so we won't let either one of them go. Or, this matter will end here. Wei Shitong flatly refused. Even if it is, as you said, that Yang Kai used martial arts to break through the defense of the embroidered cloud chainmail, this person is still young and his methods are bloody and cruel. In the future, when his cultivation reaches a certain level, he will definitely fall into the evil path. Our Sky Tower cannot tolerate such a person. He is only in the initial element stage. How do you know that he will fall into the evil path in the future? Big brother, do you have the ability to predict the future? Second brother. Fourth elder Zhou Fei was about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Xianwu's angry shout. Su Xianwu pointed at his nose and scolded, "Fourth brother, before the head went into seclusion, he appointed you to be in charge of the law enforcement hall. These past few years, have you seen what the law enforcement hall has done? Where is fairness and justice? If the law enforcement hall only suppresses dissidents and helps people fight for power, then what is the use of keeping it? Tomorrow, I will report to the head and have him remove the law enforcement hall." Fuck, what is this? The fourth elder was scolded, but he couldn't refute, so his heart was filled with grievances. Second junior brother, what if I insist on expelling Yang Kai from Sky Tower? Wei Shitong asked with a cold face. You dare? Su Xianwu did not back down. Good, then we will follow the rules set by the head and vote by a show of hands. Once the elder council passes, I think second junior brother won't have any objections, right? Ha, a show of hands? Su Xianwu laughed. Big brother, do you think I, Su Xianwu, am a fool? A show of hands? Is there a need to vote? This won't do, that won't do, what do you want? Are you not even paying attention to the rules set by the head? Wei Shitong also became angry. The elder hall was filled with smoke, and it seemed that a fight was about to break out. Calm down, calm down. Come drink a cup of water, everyone calm down. The third elder, who had not spoken until now, tried to persuade them. The third elder had a calm temperament, and although he stood on the second elder's side, he generally did not participate in any fights. Moreover, his name was the same as his catchphrase, Hichui Shui, drink a cup of water. Whenever there was any friction between the elders, he would try to persuade them, but the results were very little. We won't drink. The great elder and second elder roared at the same time, glaring at each other, neither willing to accept the other. The third elder was helpless and could only drink by himself. While the elders were arguing, a person's voice suddenly came from outside. This disciple has an important matter to report to the several elders. The fourth elder frowned and quickly said, "Come in." When the elder council was discussing something, ordinary disciples did not dare to disturb them. For someone to come at this time, it was certain that something big had happened in the sect. The few elders knew the situation and naturally stopped their quarrel. After the disciple came in, fourth elder Zhou Fei asked, "What is it?" Reporting to the elders, someone broke into the law enforcement hall's forest prison and rescued the troublemakers Yang Kai and Li Yuntian. At the moment, they are confronting brother Xie Hongchen at the entrance of the prison. What? The fourth elder stood up on the spot, and the other elders were even more shocked. Who is so bold, daring to break into the forest prison to rescue people? The High Heaven Pavilion disciple didn't dare answer, only raising his eyes to look at Su Xianwu. Su Xianwu's heart skipped a beat, faintly having a bad premonition. The great elder took in all of this and more or less had a guess, so he calmly ordered, "Speak." "It's Su Yen's senior sister Su." As soon as these words came out, the smile on the great elder's face suddenly became meaningful, and even the fourth and fifth elders gave Su Xianwu a strange look, while the third elder continued to drink his water. Su Xianwu's expression changed, gnashing his teeth in anger as he shouted, "Did you see clearly? Was the person who broke into the forest prison really Su Yan?" The disciplinary hall disciple trembled in fear and quickly said, "Disciple saw it clearly. I know senior sister Su Yan's name. If second elder doesn't believe me, you can go and see for yourself." "No need." Su Xianwu waved his hand, closed his eyes, and a moment later, he really did feel a chill coming from the forest prison. This kind of chill, in all of High Heaven Pavilion, except for Su Yen, no one else could have. This little girl really doesn't know what's important, she's too bold. Second junior brother, what do you think of this matter? The great elder smiled as he sipped his tea, waiting for Su Xianwu to withdraw his divine sense before calmly asking. At this moment, the great elder was confident. If the two sides were unwilling to back down just now, then there was now a breakthrough. What kind of place was the forest prison? It was an important place where High Heaven Pavilion imprisoned disciples who had committed crimes. Whether Yang Kai was in the wrong or not, as long as he was imprisoned, he had to stay there before the matter was settled. Now, Su Yen had rushed in and pulled him out. She had shown a moment of bravery, but had violated High Heaven Pavilion's rules. This was a big mistake. If it wasn't handled properly, even Su Yen would be punished. Wei Shitong knew that Su Xianwu definitely wouldn't let Su Yen be implicated, so he had to make a concession. Naturally, the one who was willing to let go was that disciple named Yang Kai. Speaking of which, none of the 5 elders knew who Kai Yang was. The main reason why they had made such a big fuss about him was because they wanted to seize control of the High Heaven Pavilion. But now, the great elder felt that he could win. After this matter spread, the disciples below would naturally think that the great elder's faction could influence High Heaven Pavilion's decisions and movements. Thus, their goal would be achieved. Su Xianwu's face was livid, and after struggling for a long time he angrily said, "Whatever eldest brother wants to do, we'll do it." Su Yen had become a hindrance, so how could Su Xianwu be in the mood to continue arguing with them? In order to protect Su Yen from being punished, Yang Kai could only be sacrificed. Where there is life, there is hope. In the future, there will always be a chance to get back at him. Old ghost. Sassafras heard this and immediately stared at Su Xianwu in disbelief. "What did you call me?" Su Xianwu was about to go crazy with anger at this pair of siblings. "Grandfather, you can't do this." Sassafras quickly changed his words. "You have no right to speak in this matter." Su Xianwu glared at him fiercely. "Brother Yang saved my life. You can't just ignore him. If you don't, then you're being ungrateful." "You shut up." Su Xianwu's face turned red. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he was currently on the chopping block. So what could he do? In order to prevent Sassafras from continuing, Su Xianwu sent out a finger, causing Sassafras to freeze like a statue, unable to speak or move, only able to watch and listen. "I'll deal with you when we get back." Su Xianwu snorted. "Ha!" The great elder smiled with satisfaction. Since second junior brother has no objections, then this matter is decided. Finished speaking, he looked at the disciples below and said, "Pass down the order. Trial disciple Yang Kai has repeatedly violated the sect's rules. His methods are bloody and cruel, so the disciplinary hall will arrest him and bring him back to the forest prison. After the elders discuss, we will deal with him. As for Su Yin, seeing that she is young and ignorant, and that this is her first offense, we will not pursue this matter. Junior brothers, what do you think? How could the other elders have any objections? Go." The great elder waved his hand and a token flew out, landing in the disciple's hand. The elder's order, seeing the token, is the same as seeing the person. With this token, Su Yen did not dare to act rashly. The disciplinary hall disciple received the order and quickly retreated. A moment later, a short scream suddenly came from the door, followed by the sound of a person falling to the ground. The elders' expressions changed, and just as they were about to get up to investigate, a voice came from outside. "Elders, you are quite awe-inspiring." The voice sounded, and a white-haired old man slowly walked in. In his hand was the disciplinary hall disciple who had just left, but now he had been knocked unconscious. Even the elder's token had been snatched by this old man. This old man walked in front of the kneeling Wei Zhuan and Sassafras, and casually kicked Wei Zhuan to the side. "Go, go, go, don't block the way." Wei Zhuan flew out, screaming miserably. In the elders' hall, the 5 elders' expressions were dignified. Wei Shitong narrowed his eyes at the newcomer. "Treasurer Meng?" The newcomer was the contribution hall's Meng Wuya. Speaking of this person, the 5 elders were all confused. More than 10 years ago, he suddenly came to High Heaven Pavilion. They did not know what relationship he had with the sect master, but he lived in the pavilion and managed the contribution hall. The elders had asked the sect master many times about this person, but every time the sect master did not give them any details, leaving them scratching their heads. However, the 5 elders knew that this person was an expert. Moreover, he was definitely not inferior to them. Fortunately, this person did not have any purpose and only spent his time in the contribution hall, so the elders did not pay attention to him. But he did not expect that he would come to the elder hall uninvited today. Wei Shitong faintly felt that when facing this treasurer Meng, the pressure was even greater than when facing the sect master. Because of this, Wei Shitong did not dare to slight treasurer Meng. Smiling, Wei Shitong opened his mouth. I wonder why Treasurer Meng has come to my elder's hall? Meng Wuya did not answer and only smiled at Su Xianwu. Su Xianwu was puzzled by this stare, but he thought to himself, there are no flowers on my face, so why are you looking at me? Do you think your decision is correct? Meng Wuya suddenly asked. What? Su Xianwu was surprised. Chapter 77. Sacrificing Yang Kai to protect Su Yan, do you really think you're doing the right thing? Treasurer Meng chuckled. Su Xianwu's expression became awkward. He thought the other party was here to criticize him. Meng Wuya continued, this way, you can indeed protect Su Yan, but if Su Yan were to find out afterwards, how would she feel? Su Xianwu's expression froze, sweat dripping down his forehead as he suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation. If you really do this, you will only create a heart demon for Su Yan. She cultivates the ice heart's secret art. Once a heart demon is born, you know the consequences better than anyone. Meng Wuya's faint voice sounded in Su Xianwu's ears, causing the latter to feel like he had been struck by lightning and regret. He had only cared about the immediate benefits and hadn't thought about what kind of terrible consequences he would bring to Su Yan in the future. Indeed, sacrificing Yang Kai this time could indeed protect Su Yan, but as long as she lived, she would definitely remember this matter and think that the reason she was safe was all because of Yang Kai's sacrifice. If this continued, her heart would definitely be tormented and her state of mind would become unstable, so how could her strength improve? Many thanks for Treasurer Meng's reminder. Su Xianwu respectfully said. Ah. Meng Wuya chuckled. Even if I didn't say anything, you would have guessed, it's just a matter of time. Great Elder stood to the side with a gloomy expression. He had finally found an opportunity to defeat his second junior brother, but now that Treasurer Meng had appeared and lectured him, how could his second junior brother be willing to be manipulated by him? For Su Yan's future, he would definitely not compromise this time. Realizing this, Wei Shitong said with a gloomy expression, Treasurer Meng, this is High Heaven Pavilion's Elder Hall. Without the permission of an elder, no one is allowed to set foot here. You should return to where you came from. Meng Wuya glanced at him and threw the elder's token back to him. His figure flashed and he arrived at the highest position in the Elder Hall. Bold! Wei Shitong flew into a rage, and the other elders also looked at Treasurer Meng with a fierce expression. The reason was none other than that empty seat was reserved for the High Heaven Pavilion's sect master. Besides the sect master, no one else was qualified to set foot there. The few elders had been fighting openly and secretly for so many years. Even the great elder did not dare to covet that position. But now, an unknown contribution hall shopkeeper was actually standing in the main seat. How could the elders not be angry? This was contempt for the entire High Heaven Pavilion. Hee, please calm down. Meng Wuya smiled faintly and stroked his beard. I'm here on behalf of your sect leader to pass on a message. You're here on behalf of the sect master? The 5 elders were visibly moved. Over the past 10 years, even the 5 great elders had found it extremely difficult to see the sect leader. Who would have thought that Meng Wuya would actually go and see him? And from what he said, it seemed that the sect leader had something to say about what happened today. What was going on here? Normally, even if the pavilion was in chaos, the sect leader would not intervene. So how could today's conflict between a group of juniors have alarmed the sect leader? What is this? Do you recognize it? Meng Wuya held a purple jade pendant in his hand. The sect leader's jade pendant. This jade pendant was the symbol of High Heaven Pavilion's sect leader. It was absolutely impossible to fake. It's good that you know. Meng Wuya smiled. Wei Shitong carefully asked, "Dare I ask Treasurer Meng, what instructions does the sect leader have for us?" Although the sect leader had not been involved in High Heaven Pavilion's affairs for more than 10 years, his prestige as a pavilion master had never weakened. Meng Wuya said, "Your sect leader said that today's matter should be reduced to a small matter, and then reduced to nothing. This is a fight between juniors, so why are you shameless old men interfering? Don't be too shameless." Wei Shitong was stunned and stammered, "Sect leader? Sect leader said that? Oh, the last part was my words. Your sect leader only said the first half." Meng Wuya lightly said. The 5 elders almost vomited blood in anger. This scolding was really strong. Unfortunately, they did not know how to respond. Also, since Yang Kai has already reached the initial element stage, then let him be promoted to an ordinary disciple. He can't always carry the status of a trial disciple. These words were also said by you? Wei Shitong asked with some worry. It was your sect leader who said it. Meng Wuya chuckled. The words have been passed on. You can do as you see fit. Finished speaking, he directly walked down from above and strode out of the elder hall. The 5 elders looked at each other and remained silent. Since the sect leader had already passed on the message, what else was there to discuss? It was not a big deal to begin with. Everyone was just using this as a pretext to make a fuss. Wouldn't it be easy to resolve it? Su Xianwu coldly harumphed. He flicked his sleeves and left. With the sect leader's orders, there was no need for him to fight anymore. He walked up to the palace, grabbed Su Mu and disappeared. The second elder left, and the third elder He Bei Shui also left. Only the great elder's faction was left in the hall. The 5th elder, Yu Zizai, said, "Big brother, something is wrong. Today's matter is not a big deal, but it actually alarmed the sect leader. Is there some mystery behind it?" The 4th elder also nodded. Could it be that the sect leader wants to take this opportunity to tell us that he is still watching Sky Tower? This was also the great elder's guess, but he did not dare to admit it. Now that the 4th elder said it out loud, his heart also thumped. No matter what, this time we will take a step back. In the future, we will have to be more careful. The great elder muttered, "However, we can test the sect master's thoughts and see what he is thinking. If he is willing to leave the mountain and take charge of High Heaven Pavilion, then we will support him, but if he is only acting on a whim, High Heaven Pavilion cannot continue like this. We should have someone who can take charge of it." But how should we test him? The 4th elder asked softly. Didn't the sect leader say that he would promote Yang Kai to an ordinary disciple? We can also do something about it. So that's how it is. The 4th elder and the 5th elder suddenly realized. In front of the forest prison, Su Yen and Xia Hongchen were confronting each other. No one dared to move. This situation had lasted for half an hour. Su Yan's body was becoming colder and colder. If it were not for Yang Kai's secret art restraining Su Yan's ice heart's secret art, he would have already been frozen into an ice sculpture. While they were in a deadlock, a disciple of the law enforcement hall hurried over and shouted, "The Elder Council has ordered, release them." What? Xie Hongchen heard this and was stunned. The law enforcement hall disciple bitterly said, "Brother Xie, the several elders have said that today's matter ends here. No one is to pursue this matter further, otherwise the sect will punish them." Xie Hongchen glared at Yang Kai with resentment. He had been waiting for Su Yen to make a move, because as long as Su Yen made a move, he could find an opportunity to kill Yang Kai. But Su Yen did not give him this opportunity. Now that he heard the Elder Council's order, he naturally knew that there was no hope. Gnashing his teeth in grief and indignation, Xie Hongchen roared, "Release them!" Su Yen still supported Yang Kai and led Li Yuntian and the others forward, her expression as calm as an ancient well. Under the complicated gaze of Xie Hongqin, she slowly left. Chapter 78. The lively battle between the younger generation of disciples had come to an end in such a strange manner. Many people felt that it was completely inexplicable. This battle involved a lot of people. The disciplinary hall sent out hundreds of disciples just to stop Su Yan, which also proved her strength. The other main character of this incident, Yang Kai, was also known by many disciples. There were those who disdained him, those who envied him, and all kinds of comments. At this moment, Yang Kai was sleeping. After leaving the forest prison, Yang Kai fell asleep directly. This time, he was beaten up by 5 disciplinary hall disciples. Although the injuries he suffered were not fatal, they were quite serious. If not for the anger in his heart, Yang Kai would have collapsed long ago. Once the matter was settled, there was no more worry in his heart. Naturally, he could not hold on anymore. When he woke up, Kai Yang was surprised to find himself lying on an unfamiliar bed. His whole body was sore. Looking around, he found that this room was very simple and elegant. There wasn't much furniture in the room, it was very quiet and secluded. It was just like Su Yan's house in Black Wind Trade. He struggled to get up. Maybe the noise he made was heard outside. Not long after, Sassafras opened the door and appeared with a touched face. Li Yun Tian and the others were all there. They followed Sassafras in and looked at Yang Kai with relief. "Brother Yang, how do you feel?" Sassafras came forward and helped him up. "I'm fine." Yang Kai slightly operated his Yuan Qi and found that there was no big problem. He just needed to rest for a few days. "Brother saved me again this time." "Sassafras, thank you." Sassafras thanked him clumsily. "Don't worry about it." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Oh right, these are the pills my old man gave you. These are all for healing and cultivation." Sassafras took out a dozen bottles and placed them on the bed. "Second elder?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Isn't this too much?" Not much, not much. You were seriously injured this time. You should take care of yourself. Junior brother, please thank the second elder on my behalf." "There's no need to thank him." Sassafras waved his hand, a hint of anger appearing on his face. Su Xianwu also felt that he owed Yang Kai, so he gave him so many pills. After all, if it wasn't for Treasurer Meng bringing the sect master's orders at the last moment, Yang Kai might have been sacrificed by him. Sassafras was infuriated by the way he had handled the situation. This time he asked for a lot of pills for Yang Kai. "Where's senior sister Su Yan?" Yang Kai looked around and asked. Sassafras's expression suddenly became strange. He had naturally heard about Yang Kai's feats from Li Yun Tian and the others, and for a moment, his heart was filled with both fear and admiration. Ever since he was young, the feeling Su Yan gave him was not that of an older sister, but more like a mother. In front of Su Yan, Sassafras never dared to breathe loudly. But look at this senior brother Yang, how bold he is. He actually held his sister's hand in front of hundreds of people, and even said such bold words. After that, he was not killed by his sister. Not only was he not killed, but his sister even arranged for him to recuperate in her own room. This kind of thing was simply unimaginable. In the 2 days that Yang Kai was unconscious, Sassafras had also been thinking hard for 2 days, but he still couldn't figure out the mystery. But why was this so? Brother Yang. Sassafras sighed heavily and patted Yang Kai's shoulder. After a while, he said, "My condolences. Since ancient times, falling flowers have always been heartless. Brother, you need to be more open-minded." Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He knew that Sassafras had misunderstood him, but he didn't explain and just asked, "Where is she?" This time, it was all thanks to her rescue at the critical moment. Otherwise, Yang Kai might have really used his Yang liquid to kill those disciplinary hall disciples. But facing those people, Yang Kai didn't have the confidence to kill them, so he didn't take the risk. But no matter what, once it came to that point, there was no turning back. "After she settled you here, she went to Black Wind Trade." Sassafras replied. "Senior sister didn't say anything when she left?" Yang Kai was suspicious. Originally, he thought that Su Yen must have something to say to him. After all, his actions at that time were really thoughtless. No. Sassafras slowly shook his head. Yang Kai secretly admired her. This senior sister's personality was really free and easy. When it came to her reputation, she didn't explain the twists and turns to anyone. The truth was clear. After chatting with Sassafras for a while, he left. Lying on the bed, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. Things had already come to this, so there was no point in thinking about it. It just so happened that Sassafras had brought a lot of pills, so it was time to test whether his conjecture was correct or not. Half of these pills were for healing, while the other half were for cultivation. Overall, their value was definitely not cheap. Yang Kai first took a few healing pills, then silently circulated his true Yang secret art, helping the medicinal efficacies dissolve in his body while carefully feeling the changes in his body. Needless to say, the medicinal efficacies of these healing pills were quite remarkable. The medicinal efficacies flowed through his meridians, and in a short time, began to nourish and repair his wounds, reducing the pain in his wounds. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that a part of the medicinal efficacies of these pills was actually circulating in his meridians and pouring into his bones. Perceiving this point, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, becoming more and more certain of his conjecture. In order to verify whether this conjecture was correct, Yang Kai continued to eat all kinds of pills throughout the day. The final result showed that his unyielding golden skeleton could indeed absorb other types of energy that was not of the yang attribute. As early as a few days ago when he broke through to the initial element realm, Yang Kai had this conjecture, but at that time there was no way to verify it. The true Yang secret art was undoubtedly a special and powerful secret art. It allowed him to condense Yang liquid without limit, and Yang liquid was also very lethal in battle. However, this powerful secret technique had an obvious limitation, and that was that the cultivation environment was too harsh. It was necessary to cultivate in Yang Qi's environment. Originally, Yang Kai was worried that his cultivation would be affected by the environment, but now the unyielding golden skeleton's tolerance allowed him to eliminate this worry. When there was Yang Qi, he could cultivate the true Yang secret art, but when there was no Yang Qi, there was no harm. The unyielding golden skeleton was not picky about its food and would accept any kind of energy. Under this two-pronged approach, his strength would not stop because of a lack of Yang attribute energy. This non-Yang attribute energy would be absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton, and when it was time to fight, it would be fed back to him, increasing his fighting strength. Yang Kai faintly felt that there was an unclear relationship between his unyielding golden skeleton and the true Yang secret art, but as for what kind of relationship it was, he couldn't figure it out. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he couldn't help but be shocked. He had unknowingly consumed a total of 5 bottles of pills, and each bottle contained 10 pills. In other words, he had eaten 50 pills. Even if these pills were only ordinary level pills, and their quality was not high, but if an ordinary person ate so many, their body would definitely not be able to withstand it. But right now, he was completely fine, and his injuries were much better. In the darkness, Yang Kai's 2 eyes flashed with a terrifying light, staring at the remaining 7 or 8 bottles of various pills, his heart surging with a crazy idea. Once this idea came out, he couldn't suppress it. After a long silence, Yang Kai finally decided to take a gamble. Reaching out, he picked up a bottle of pills, opened the lid, and poured it all into his mouth, regardless of whether it was a healing pill or a cultivation pill. Picking up another bottle, he poured it into his mouth. After swallowing all of the remaining pills, Yang Kai licked his lips in satisfaction. If others were to see this scene, they would be scared to the point of peeing their pants. Indeed, none of these pills were poisonous, but they couldn't be swallowed as if they were peas. It must be known that every medicine was 30% poisonous, and any kind of pill had a bottom line. Going too far was as bad as going too far. Not only would it not be good for the body, it would also endanger one's health, and even affect one's cultivation base and foundation. But in that short period of time, Kai Yang had swallowed 70 to 80 different pills in one go. Smacking his lips, Yang Kai felt his stomach bulging. Countless weak and gentle medicinal powers mixed in his stomach, and not long after, they converged into a frightening energy. Yang Kai was already prepared and hurriedly circulated the true Yang secret art. The energy was like a dragon that had broken out of its cage, churning in his stomach. Yang Kai groaned, feeling as if his entire abdomen was being torn apart. The speed of the true Yang secret art circulation suddenly increased a lot, as if it had an endless attractive force. The energy condensed from the 70 to 80 pills was pulled by this attractive force, slowly merging into his meridians. Yang Kai didn't dare to relax in the slightest, and used his heart to feel. This dragon-like energy was moving in his meridians, but it was incompatible with the true Yang Yuan Qi. Although the two were mixed with each other, they simply wouldn't merge. Not only that, but the direction in which these two kinds of energy flowed in his meridians was also completely different. The true Yang Yuan Qi circulated clockwise, while this huge medicinal effect circulated counterclockwise, colliding with each other endlessly. Every time they collided, the true Yang Yuan Qi would burn away the harmful substances in the medicinal effect, leaving behind the pure energy. Yang Kai's body flickered, and his skin turned red in an instant. Under his skin, every meridian seemed to be crawling with insects, swelling endlessly, looking very frightening. With the passage of time, the impurities in this huge amount of energy were removed, and little by little it entered his bones. At this moment, the unyielding golden skeleton seemed to have turned into a hungry fountain, swallowing large mouthfuls of energy. Under the severe pain, Yang Kai's senses were clearer than ever. It was as if his body had a pair of eyes. He could see how the true Yang Yuan Qi refined this energy, and he could also see how the unyielding golden skeleton received this refined energy, not missing a single trace. Faintly, Yang Kai recalled the several battles he had experienced after obtaining the unyielding golden skeleton. Blood splattered everywhere, and his body was in pain, but he was excited and bloodthirsty. Every time, accompanied by pain and an unyielding will, his strength would rapidly increase, and he would be able to defeat and behead opponents who were stronger than him. Especially the battle 2 days ago in the forest prison, where he was beaten up by 5 opponents who were far more powerful than him. Every scene was clearly presented in his mind. His blood began to boil once again, and his bones began to produce a familiar warmth. The energy that had been swallowed up by the unyielding golden skeleton was now being fed back to him, temporarily increasing his strength. Still not enough. Yang Kai felt that he was still missing something before he could truly comprehend the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton. I'm still missing a real battle. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly jumped out of bed, gasping for breath as he pushed open the door. Looking left and right, he walked straight to the opposite room and kicked it open. Yang Kai estimated that Sassafras should be sleeping in the opposite room because he had heard some movement not long ago. If he wanted to find someone to fight, Sassafras would be a good candidate. Opening the door, Yang Kai immediately saw a smooth back. Just as he was about to blurt out a challenge, he swallowed it back down. Under the moonlight, by the windowsill, a graceful and delicate figure tugged at his heartstrings. White and smooth skin. Looking back, he could see thousands of people shaking. This scene was truly thrilling, and Yang Kai's 3 souls and 7 spirits almost flew out of his body. There was indeed someone in this room, but it wasn't Sassafras as Yang Kai had imagined, but it was Su Yen. Chapter 79. At this moment, Su Yen was only wearing a corset and panties. Her back was as white as jade, her buttocks were round, and her long and slender legs were exposed to the air. Large patches of snow-white skin were unreservedly imprinted in Yang Kai's eyes. Even though it was nighttime, Kai Yang could still see it clearly. The curve of her back was so perfect. Her slender shoulders exuded an alluring luster, and her slender waist was exquisite and graceful. It set off her moderately sized buttocks, and her sparkling and translucent skin made people's blood boil. The tight little panties around her buttocks were even more enticing. Because her skin was very white, and because her corset and panties were white, at first glance, One would think that she was completely naked. Perhaps because she heard the movement behind her, she crossed one hand in front of her chest, half of her body looking towards the door, while the other hand was holding a white nightgown. It seemed that she was in the middle of changing her clothes. The two people's eyes met in midair. Yang Kai's expression was stunned, and his gaze lingered on her full breasts. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of murderous intent, and her shoulders trembled slightly, because she saw two bloodshot eyes. These eyeballs were like a vicious wolf searching for food in the snow, or like a hungry ghost wandering around her pure and clean body without the slightest scruple. Not only that, but the man opposite her was also panting heavily, as if he was restless. Gotcha! With Su Yan as the center, a layer of frost quickly spread around her. Her dark red lips pursed, and her eyes were cold. Yang Kai finally realized that the situation was bad. His body turned, and his speed increased to the limit, quickly escaping the scene. His speed was very fast, and in less than 3 breaths of time, he had rushed out of the house. But before he could distinguish between north and south, a loud noise suddenly came from behind him. A large hole was broken open in the house, and a pure white figure flew out from inside, landing on Yang Kai's face. Her expression was cold, but there was also a trace of shame and anger. Yang Kai vigilantly retreated a few steps and put on a defensive posture. His mind raced, thinking about how to explain. But when he thought about it carefully, he knew that there was nothing he could say to defend himself. No matter what he said, it would be useless. No matter which girl had her body seen like this, she would not let it go easily. At this moment, Su Yan had already put on her clothes. She coldly stared at Yang Kai. Although she was so angry that she wanted to kill him, she knew that Yang Kai didn't do it on purpose. He probably didn't expect that she would return from Black Wind Trade and live in the room opposite his. This could only be said to be a misunderstanding. But even if it was a misunderstanding, Su Yan couldn't let it go so easily. She was waiting for an explanation that would calm her anger. However, the man who had seen her body didn't say a word. His eyes were still red, and a strong fighting spirit was emitted from his body. He didn't have the slightest bit of timidity or shame in front of her. Very well, I don't need your explanation. I just want to beat you up to vent my anger. An ice flower quietly appeared on Su Yan's fingertips, and with a flick of her finger, the ice flower spun and flew towards Yang Kai. As it flew, the ice flower began to grow. By the time it reached Yang Kai, the ice flower had already grown to the size of a wash basin, and its speed was extremely fast. Yang Kai didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. His true Yang Yuan Qi burst out and punched the ice flower. His fist hurt. The ice flower's ice attribute and the Yang attribute's true Yang Yuan Qi just so happened to counter each other. With this punch, the wash basin-sized ice flower was directly shattered. The shattered ice flower turned into countless icicles and shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't have time to react. In an instant, more than a dozen wounds appeared on his body, dripping with blood. His body that had not yet fully healed looked even more shaky. Yang Kai roared in a low voice, and his unyielding golden skeleton once again played its role. A warm feeling spread throughout his body, and his strength slowly increased. Su Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. She had thought that she would be able to knock Yang Kai unconscious with this move, but she had not expected that he would actually be able to resolve it. Her figure flickered, and like a fairy descending from the heavens, Su Yan approached Yang Kai and pointed a finger at Yang Kai's shoulder. A cold feeling spread across his shoulder, causing Yang Kai to stagger back. Turning his head, he couldn't help but squint as he saw a snowy white frost appear on his shoulder. Moreover, this frost seemed to be condensing into an ice flower. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai tore open his clothes and condensed a drop of yang liquid at his fingertips, directly sprinkling it on his shoulder. With a sizzling sound, Yang Kai's shoulder seemed to have been branded red by a hot iron. In an instant, it became extremely red, but the spreading frost was also quickly reduced by the drop of yang liquid, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Su Yan was even more surprised. She had never thought that Yang Kai would be able to use such an incredible method to resolve her cold ice strength. Her beautiful eyes filled with frost, Su Yan directly rolled up 1,000 layers of snow, her graceful body hidden in this wave of snow, directly rolling towards Yang Kai. Like the power of an avalanche, the momentum was tremendous, and Yang Kai was instantly wrapped in the wave of snow. A piercing chill rose from the bottom of his heart. Even though he cultivated the true Yang secret art, at this moment, Yang Kai had the illusion that he was about to be frozen into an ice sculpture. He knew that senior sister Su Yan was angry. Although there was no murderous intent in her moves, it was clear that she wanted to teach him a lesson. This situation was exactly what Yang Kai had intended. Although his opponent was unreachable and he was unable to resist, he could use her to comprehend what he had just learned. This opponent was 1,000 times better than Sassafras. Inside the wave of snow, Su Yan repeatedly attacked Yang Kai, but he was unable to resolve it. A series of muffled groans rang out as blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. His body trembled as he struggled to resist the invasion of the cold. In this adversity, Yang Kai's feelings became clearer and clearer, and he suddenly gave up resisting, allowing Su Yan to attack him. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" The commotion had finally disturbed those who were sleeping soundly. Second Elder Su Xianwu was the first to rush to the scene, followed by Sassafras, Li Yuntian, and the others. When they saw the situation, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In the midst of the snowstorm, Yang Kai's upper body was bare, his eyes closed as he withstood Su Yan's fierce attacks. His seemingly thin body was like a ragged sack, being hit here and there by Su Yan, flying through the air but unable to land. "See!" Sassafras sucked in a breath of cold air. "How did Brother Yang provoke elder sister? Is senior sister taking revenge for what happened a few days ago?" Li Yuntian was horrified. That must be it, otherwise, with senior sister's temperament, how could she beat Brother Yang like this? Poor Brother Yang, his injuries haven't even healed yet he's met with such a disaster. Senior sister is too ruthless. The whispers of this group of people entered Su Yan's ears, which made her even angrier. Today, it was because Kai Yang had seen her body that she had decided to teach him a lesson. But from these people's mouths, it was as if she was the one with a small heart and a chicken's intestines. Su Yan's attacks became even more ruthless. Chapter 80. Su Xianwu squinted his eyes as he stared at the beaten Yang Kai, asking curiously, "He seems to be comprehending something." "What do you mean?" Sassafras couldn't understand. Su Xianwu slowly shook his head and didn't explain. In his eyes, although Yang Kai's current situation was tragic, it was obvious that he was using this battle to comprehend something. Perhaps it was a kind of state of mind, or perhaps it was a martial skill. Wrapped in the cold air, Yang Kai's shivering body seemed to emit a blazing flame. Once this flame ignited, he would be reborn and enter a new level. If he could succeed, his future achievements would be extraordinary. Su Xianwu had never seen a cultivator who could enter such a deep level of comprehension when their strength was so low. It was simply a miracle. "Grandfather, if elder sister continues to beat him like this, I'm afraid Brother Yang will die," Sassafras said anxiously. Su Xianwu shook his head. "Yin knows how to control her strength. There is no killing intent in her moves. She is not trying to take Yang Kai's life." Saying so, he muttered to himself, "Strange, why would Yen'er hit him?" Even with Su Xianwu's age, he couldn't imagine what had happened just now to make Su Yan so angry. The snowstorm receded as Su Yan's body floated in the air while Yang Kai was thrown directly to the ground. His clothes were tattered, and his exposed skin was blue and purple from frostbite. As he neared the ground, Kai Yang suddenly rolled over and landed firmly on the ground. Opening his eyes, he looked up. Under the star field, Su Yan's white robes fluttered in the wind, like a fairy descending to the world. Behind her, a full moon hung, her robes fluttering in the night wind. His otherworldly and noble temperament gave birth to a sense of humility for no reason. Kacha, Asterisk with a series of cracking sounds, Yang Kai's entire body was quickly covered in a layer of frost before a huge block of ice wrapped around him. The block of ice had sharp edges and was crystal clear. Through the layer of ice, every strand of Yang Kai's hair could be seen clearly. Even his expression was stiff on his face. Su Yan didn't say anything, only giving Yang Kai a deep look before turning around and returning to the room. The beautiful scene from just now was left in Yang Kai's eyes. Guard him. When the ice breaks, he will succeed. Su Xianwu solemnly instructed Sassafras. Sassafras nervously, sweating, "Grandfather, won't Brother Yang freeze to death?" Xianwu laughed. "He won't, this is his good fortune." Saying so, he turned around and left. Only then did Su Mu and a group of people quietly walk forward, surrounding the huge ice block one by one and beating it incessantly. However, this was condensed by Su Yan's ice force, so how could they destroy it? This is bad, Brother Yang has not recovered from his injuries, and now he is frozen inside. I'm afraid his little brother will freeze to death. What should we do? As soon as he finished speaking, he was glared at by Sassafras. Didn't you hear what my grandfather said? This is Brother Yang's good fortune. Don't move. If you break this ice, you may hurt Brother Yang. Let's just stay here and guard. The group nodded in response. After guarding until 5 o'clock, the block of ice was still motionless. Yang Kai, who was frozen inside, was like a living corpse. His breathing was weak, but his eyes were fixed on the spot where Su Yan disappeared. Sassafras and the others thought about it and decided to leave 2 people here to guard while the others did what they were supposed to do. This situation lasted for 3 full days. In front of a small building, there was a living person sealed inside an ice sculpture. The scene was as strange as it could be. Sassafras and the others did not know how many shifts they had taken, but every time they left 2 people here to guard, there was still no sign of the ice breaking, causing them to be so anxious that the corners of their mouths started to blister. During these 3 days, Yang Kai did not feel the passage of time at all. Although his eyes were always open, he could not see anything. His mind was completely immersed in enlightenment. Feeling the movement of the bones in his body, feeling the warmth brought about by his unyielding willpower, feeling how his strength grew bit by bit after this warmth spread throughout his body. The ice left behind by Su Yan provided him with a very good space to comprehend. The ice force contained in the ice was constantly eroding his body, penetrating his meridians. This kind of ice force was not something that the current Yang Kai could resist, but he was able to resist every time, relying on the wonders of the unyielding golden skeleton. After resisting hundreds and thousands of times, Yang Kai understood the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton and understood why it could increase his strength. The small burning fire seed in his body expanded little by little until today. After understanding the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton, the fire seed instantly ignited, emitting a monstrous heat wave from his body. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out. Sassafras and Li Yuntian, who were standing guard at the side, were alarmed by this movement and quickly turned their heads to look. What they saw was that the huge ice cube had actually cracked open one after another, densely packed like a spider's web. Brother Yang is coming out, Sassafras declared in surprise. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, the ice cube exploded, turning into specks of light that disappeared into the air. Yang Kai stood in place, covered in blood. His upper body was still somewhat thin, but his brows were furrowed, as if he was deep in thought. Sassafras and Li Yuntian didn't dare to disturb him, so they quietly waited. After a long while, the worry on Yang Kai's face suddenly disappeared. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, then I'll call you Unyielding Will." Unyielding Will was something that Yang Kai had comprehended in these 3 days. It was a mysterious martial skill that couldn't be used to attack, but could be used to strengthen one's body. This was a martial skill that he had comprehended from the unyielding golden skeleton, and was closely related to the unyielding golden skeleton. Only when he was in adversity and had an unyielding will, could he activate this mysterious martial skill. Once he used it, the unyielding golden skeleton would provide him with energy, temporarily increasing his strength. Although he had unintentionally activated the unyielding will before, but for a martial skill, knowing its principles and not knowing its principles made a huge difference. It could be said that until now, Yang Kai had truly mastered this mysterious martial skill, a martial skill that belonged only to him. It wouldn't be like before, where once he was injured or stimulated, he would involuntarily activate the unyielding will. Although the harvest was huge, Yang Kai was still somewhat unsatisfied. This was because he could feel that the unyielding golden skeleton still hid some other mysteries that he hadn't seen through yet. He had to say that it was a pity. Yang Kai comforted himself. There's still a long way to go, there's no need to rush. Only when Yang Kai started to move did Sassafras and Li Yuntian dare to step forward and ask with concern, "Brother Yang, are you okay?" "Very good." Yang Kai moved his arms and legs, and suddenly found that the injuries he had suffered a few days ago were all healed. "You better put on your clothes, otherwise when sister comes back and sees you, she'll beat you up again." Sassafras was worried. Chapter 81. In the courtyard of Sky Tower's second elder, Yang Kai was wolfing down food while Sassafras and the others sat beside him and chatted with him. Of course, they were also inquiring about why Su Yen had dealt such a heavy blow to Yang Kai that night, but Yang Kai didn't dare to say anything. "That's right, Wei Zhuan didn't bother you again, right?" Yang Kai changed the topic. Ever since he left the forest prison that day, he had been unconscious and frozen in ice. Yang Kai really didn't know how the sect dealt with this matter. That matter is already in the past. In the pavilion, from the elders to us younger disciples, no one will bother with that matter anymore. Sassafras replied, then suddenly looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled expression. "Actually, the reason why we are safe and sound this time is not because of my grandfather." "Hm?" Yang Kai raised his head. "Isn't it because of the second elder's actions?" Sassafras slowly shook his head, and somewhat embarrassedly told Yang Kai about what happened that day in the Elder Hall, then said, "Guess who came when I was stopped by my grandfather?" You would never have guessed that it was actually Treasurer Meng from the Contribution Hall. He brought the sect leader's jade pendant and also the sect leader's instructions. That's how he managed to turn the matter into a small one. Old Man Meng? Yang Kai was stunned. "If it wasn't for him, Brother Yang, I'm afraid you would have been severely punished by the first elder," Sassafras said with a face full of guilt. Yang Kai smiled freely. "Junior brother, don't take it to heart." Sassafras repeatedly bowed. "Brother, I know that the master is magnanimous. I'll apologize to you on behalf of my grandfather. Old Man Meng really didn't do the right thing this time." Yang Kai didn't take it to heart. When the upper echelons fought, they would always use their disciples as chess pieces. This was human nature. Sassafras continued, "Treasurer Meng's origin is mysterious. Old Man Meng also said that his strength is unfathomable. I just don't know why he got involved in this matter, and why he even has a relationship with the sect leader." Yang Kai pondered. Old Man Meng is the kind of person who doesn't take advantage of opportunities. If there is no benefit, he wouldn't do such a thing. He must have a motive. But no matter what, it is a fact that he helped us. "Senior brother, you're right. We're waiting for you to join us," Sumu said. "Let's go now." There was no time to lose. A group of people majestically charged towards the Contribution Hall. Inside the Contribution Hall, Treasurer Meng was not sleeping, but instead was sitting behind the counter, smiling at Yang Kai's group as they entered, as if he had been waiting for them. "Grandpa." In the past, this second generation had always called Treasurer Meng Old Man Meng. But today, Sassafras didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of him. Treasurer Meng smiled. "You're a good boy." Sassafras was embarrassed. "You're here to thank me?" Treasurer Meng looked at everyone. The group nodded. "That's enough. Little Yang Kai stays. The rest of you can leave." "Yes." Su Mu and the others didn't dare to hesitate. Before the soles of their feet had even warmed, they hurriedly bowed and retreated. After leaving the Contribution Hall, Everyone understood that the reason Treasurer Meng had helped them was all because of Kai Yang. Otherwise, why would he leave senior brother Yang behind? But why did he help brother Yang? Inside the contribution hall, Yang Kai was also puzzled. Treasurer Meng, what do you want from me? He didn't beat around the bush. Instead, he directly asked the question in his heart. Meng Wuya laughed and walked out from behind the counter. With his hands behind his back, he walked in circles around Yang Kai. After walking a few circles, he raised his head and asked, "What do you think I want from you?" "I don't know." Yang Kai rolled his eyes. "If I knew, why would I ask you?" Meng Wuya continued, "Since you're so honest, I won't play dumb with you. You should be a person who knows how to repay kindness. This time, I'm helping you out because I want you to do me a favor." Yang Kai frowned. "How can I help you?" Treasurer Meng's strength was profound. If he couldn't do it, how could he? As if he saw through Yang Kai's worries, Treasurer Meng smiled. "Don't worry, there's no danger. As long as you meet the conditions, not only will there be no danger, there will also be great benefits waiting for you." Yang Kai was keenly aware that when Treasurer Meng said that last sentence, there was a hidden pain on his face. "You want me to meet the conditions to help you?" Yang Kai was even more puzzled. He had never seen such a person who was so picky when asking for help. Treasurer Meng said, "Not only do you have to meet my conditions, you also have to satisfy the other person." "That's too troublesome, I won't do it." Yang Kai was about to leave. "Don't." Treasurer Meng was anxious. It wasn't easy to find someone who met his conditions. How could he let him go like this? "Little Yang Kai, you can't be like this. You should know that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. No matter what, this old man is your savior. How can you let me down? Then you don't have to beat around the bush. Tell me what you want. If I can help, I will. If I can't, then you can find someone else. Give me your hand. I want to check the yuan qi in your body." Treasurer Meng didn't dare to keep him in suspense. Yang Kai suspiciously looked at him and stretched out his hand. He believed that Treasurer Meng wouldn't do anything to harm him. Meng Wuya stretched out 2 fingers and placed them on Yang Kai's wrist. His face was serious as he examined it. His expression kept changing. At first, it was indifferent, but then it changed to a serious expression. His expression changed so quickly that it made people dumbfounded. Good. What a pure yang qi." Meng Wuya retracted his hand. He was overjoyed. "Does this have something to do with the yuan qi I've cultivated?" Yang Kai guessed. "Of course it has something to do with it." Meng Wuya nodded. "Why else would I look for you?" "Little Yang Kai, I want to ask you a question. You must answer me honestly." "What question?" Meng Wuya's expression suddenly became awkward. His eyes drifted around as he carefully considered his words. After a long time, he nervously and expectantly asked, "You're still a virgin, right?" Because he was too nervous, Meng Wuya stretched his neck and put his face in front of Yang Kai. His 2 eyes stared straight at him. Yang Kai quickly retreated 2 steps. Then 3 steps. Goosebumps appeared all over his body. He couldn't help but shiver. He vigilantly asked, "What are you doing?" This old man, did he have some kind of special fetish? This question was too nonsensical. "Why did you run so far? This old man won't eat you." Meng Wuya chased Yang Kai until he was forced into a corner. He mysteriously asked in a low voice, "Are you still a virgin or not? What do you want?" Yang Kai put on "If you dare to mess around, I'll take you down with me" posture. "What do you think this old man is?" Meng Wuya saw Yang Kai's appearance and finally woke up. He couldn't help but blush. He quickly retreated a few steps. "It's not what you think. You brat, how can you be so dirty?" Chapter 82. I don't know who's the dirty one, staring at other girls' buttocks and thighs all day long. Yang Kai mercilessly retorted. "You're talking about this again." Meng Wuya was scared and looked around. Not knowing who heard him, he cupped his hands and said, "Young Master Yang, Uncle Yang, let's not talk about this again, okay? This old man just wants to see how they're developing, not do anything to them. Seeing him admit defeat, Yang Kai didn't continue to pursue the matter and said seriously, "What you want me to help you with, is it related to this?" Speaking of business, Meng Wuya's expression became serious. "So little Yang Kai, you have to tell me the truth. Have you ever had sex with a girl? Cough cough, huh? This is a serious matter." Yang Kai's face was embarrassed. He sniffed and said, "I haven't." "Good." Meng Wuya's heart finally dropped. "Very good. Little Yang Kai, you're a good man." In this era, many men at the age of 14 or 15 had intimate contact with women. The children of poor families didn't need to be mentioned. They started their families early in order to continue the family line. The children of rich families didn't need to be mentioned. They didn't even need to be mentioned. They already had several maids. Only a cultivator, as long as they weren't too lustful, would lose their virginity very late. Some cultivators would never have intimate contact with the opposite sex. In the eyes of a cultivator who pursued cultivation and strength, the prosperity of the world was just a dream. After 100 years, a beautiful woman would be nothing more than a skeleton. Only the peak of the martial path was their goal. Once they were strong, would they be afraid of not being able to find a woman? Among the male disciples of Sky Tower, there were many 15 to 16 years old who wandered around the brothels. Although Meng Wuya believed that Yang Kai wasn't that kind of person, he still had to be cautious and ask clearly. "In other words, I can help you?" Yang Kai looked at Meng Wuya. "If you can't, then no one in the world can. You've passed my test." Meng Wuya was in a good mood and couldn't help but laugh. "Then you just said that you want another person to be satisfied?" Yang Kai asked doubtfully. Meng Wuya's smile disappeared and his expression became strange. He nodded and said, "Yes, we have to satisfy her. If she isn't satisfied, then this matter can't be done. To tell you the truth, a few months ago, I found someone who fit the criteria, but she wasn't willing, so I could only drop the matter. Forget it, I'll take you to see her. If it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work." After talking for a long time, Meng Wuya didn't know how to continue. He could only sigh faintly and lead Yang Kai outside. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Let me say this first. I'm only here to help you, to thank you for your kindness. If that person wants me to do something too excessive, I won't agree." Smelly brat. Meng Wuya was in a gloomy mood, so when he heard Yang Kai's excuses, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. He thought that if this brat knew how to help, then he would definitely agree. But now he's acting like a good boy in front of me. As he followed Meng Wuya, Yang Kai discovered that the two of them were actually heading towards the coiling dragon stream. Moreover, this direction was where he usually cultivated. Why would he want to go there? When he usually cultivated, he didn't see anyone there. The coiling dragon stream was a dangerous place, so very few people would go there. When they were about 100 feet away from his usual cultivation spot, Meng Wuya suddenly stopped and pointed in front of them. "Look there." Yang Kai looked up and couldn't help but be startled. At the place where he usually cultivated, there was actually a woman standing in front of the 3 sunfruit trees that he planted. She was wearing a light green dress. He didn't know what she was thinking about, but she was actually in a trance. Her body didn't move at all, and she allowed the wind to blow as her clothes fluttered. She was wearing a veil, so people couldn't see her face clearly. Her forehead was adorned with a blue gem, which made her look so elegant and refined. She had a slender figure that seemed to be too weak to stand up to a gust of wind, but her figure was graceful. Her watery eyes were full of innocence, making her look like a child who hadn't grown up yet. Seeing her, Yang Kai remembered that night, under the moonlight, the sleeping beauty on his bed. "It's her." Yang Kai's eyes suddenly softened. "You know her?" Meng Wuya suddenly became alert. His precious disciple had told him that she had never spoken to Yang Kai before. How was it that when it came to Yang Kai, the two of them already knew each other? "The one who wants my help is her?" Yang Kai looked at Meng Wuya and asked. "Yes." Meng Wuya nodded. "I'll help." Contrary to Treasurer Meng's expectations, Yang Kai didn't hesitate and directly agreed. Meng Wuya had asked him to prepare a speech, such as using reason to persuade with emotion. enticing with benefits, threatening with force, all of it was useless. Meng Wuya's heart suddenly had a bad feeling, and he suddenly regretted looking for Yang Kai. Why did you agree so quickly? Old man Meng was vigilant. Wasn't it you who wanted my help? Yang Kai frowned and looked at Meng Wuya with a puzzled expression. This old man's attitude had changed too quickly. I did want your help, but you agreed too quickly. Meng Wuya waved his hand. You have to give me an explanation. Then do you want my help or not? Yang Kai was impatient. Of course I want it. Then why are you still asking? Isn't it a good thing that I agreed? That's right, wasn't it a good thing that he agreed so quickly? Why did he feel that something was wrong? Meng Wuya was stunned. Yang Kai walked over step by step. The sound of his footsteps startled Xia Ningchang, who was deep in thought. When she came back to her senses, Yang Kai had already arrived by her side. Xia Ningchang was clearly shocked, and looked at Yang Kai helplessly. She couldn't help but panic. She had met with him twice at night, and both times something embarrassing had happened, so how could Xia Ningchang remain calm? Senior Sister Xia. Yang Kai looked at her. Why are you here? I came to help you look after the fruits. You haven't been here for a few days, so I was afraid that these fruits had been picked by someone else. Xia Ningchang quickly explained. Yang Kai turned his head to look, and found that the fruits on the 3 trees he had planted before were all gone, leaving only the last tree with 3 fruits that were about to ripen. These are your fruits, I refined them into pills. As Xia Ningchang spoke, she took out a small bottle and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it, and found that there were 9 red pills rolling around in the bottle, emitting a strong yang energy. They were very pure, without any other ingredients mixed in. But how could a single 3 sun fruit be used to refine pills? Senior Sister knew that I was cultivating here? Yang Kai looked up and asked. If not, why would she help him look after the 3 suns fruit tree? Xia Ningchang avoided his gaze. I saw it by accident. So the person that night was you. Yang Kai smiled and his heart warmed. Chapter 83. That night, when Yang Kai was breaking through to the initial element realm, a masked woman had ambushed him. At first, he thought that she was trying to kill him, but in the end he realized that wasn't the case. She only wanted to help him. Otherwise, with her strength, he wouldn't have been able to resist. At that time, Yang Kai had some doubts. Now, he had finally confirmed the masked woman's identity. At this moment, Yang Kai's heart was filled with gratitude towards this senior Sister Xia. Old man Meng stepped out at the wrong time and stood between Kai Yang and Xia Ningchang. Like a mother hen protecting her chicks, he protected his precious disciple behind him. Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. You know each other? Meng Wuya snorted, his face full of pride and satisfaction. This is my disciple. Your disciple? Yang Kai's jaw almost hit the ground. His eyes kept moving between Xia Ningchang and Meng Wuya, full of disbelief. Who would have thought that such an unreliable person like Treasurer Meng would actually accept a disciple? Wasn't this leading to the wrong disciple? You two know each other? Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai. No. Xia Ningchang's answer was very simple and decisive. While speaking, she hid behind Meng Wuya and waved her small hands. Understanding her intentions, Kai Yang chuckled. We don't really know each other, it's just that senior sister helped me out a little that night. Meng Wuya nodded slightly. Xia Ningchang had also told him about this matter. It was because of that night that Xia Ningchang felt that Yang Kai's yang qi was very pure. Treasurer Meng, what does senior sister Xia want me to help with? Can you tell me? Yang Kai's expression became serious. Since it was Xia Ningchang's matter, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse. Meng Wuya didn't answer. He just looked at his precious disciple and asked, Can he do it? Xia Ningchang's delicate earlobes suddenly turned red. She lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled. After a long while, she nodded imperceptibly. Seeing her like this, Meng Wuya couldn't help but sigh. Fine. We don't have much time left. He's the one. Kai Yang stood to the side and watched, but didn't ask anything. After a while, Meng Wuya suddenly asked seriously, Yang Kai, do you know that there are some people in this world who are born different from the rest? These people are born with abilities that ordinary people can't see through. Yang Kai's expression turned serious as he whispered, Treasurer Meng, are you talking about those with special constitutions? That's right. Meng Wuya nodded. These people are blessed by the heavens and are also favored by the heavens. Some people's constitutions are suitable for cultivation. Some people's constitutions are easy to heal after being injured. Some people's constitutions are suitable for battle. There are all kinds of strange constitutions, but no matter which one it is, as long as they have a special constitution, they can reach heights that no one else could ever hope to reach in their territory. Ordinary people like us are very envious of people with special constitutions. However, people with special constitutions are very rare. In 1,000,000 people, there might not even be one. Little Yang Kai, you're lucky. Today, I'll let you see someone with special constitutions. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. He looked at Xia Ningchang, who was standing behind Meng Wuya, with surprise. Could it be that senior sister Xia? Huh. Meng Wuya's face was filled with pride as he smiled happily. He nodded slightly. That's right. Ning Chang's constitution is different from ordinary people. Yang Kai's emotions fluctuated. He never thought that this easily shy and timid senior sister would be such a lucky person. What kind of constitution does senior sister have? Yang Kai couldn't help but be curious. Meng Wuya didn't answer. Instead, he muttered to himself for a moment before opening his mouth. The fruits on this tree have just ripened. Disciple, go and pick them. Ning Chang followed his instructions and walked to the last 3 suns fruit tree. Then she gently plucked the 3 fruits from the tree. Yang Kai didn't interrupt. He felt that his doubts would be answered soon. Disciple, let him see your abilities. Meng Wuya chuckled. Xia Ningchang nodded slightly. She walked in front of Yang Kai and stretched out her delicate hand. That hand was white and slender. In her delicate palm were the 3 suns fruits that had just been plucked. Junior brother, please take a look. Xia Ningchang said softly. She slightly circulated the yuan qi in her body. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became shocked. This was because he discovered that as Xia Ningchang circulated her energy, the 3 suns fruits in her small hand actually overflowed with red energy. That was the yuan qi contained within the fruits. Yang Kai practiced the true yang tactics, so he was very sensitive to the yuan qi. Naturally, he could feel that the energy within the 3 suns fruits was being crazily extracted. But how did this happen? The energy that leaked out from the 3 suns fruit gathered in front of Xia Ningchang. No matter how strong the wind blew, it did not disperse. In less than 10 breaths of time, the 3 suns fruits had lost their original color and luster. Not only that, the 3 suns fruits quickly dried up. When the wind blew, they turned into fine powder and dissipated into the air. Xia Ningchang moved again. She held the condensed yang yuan qi in one hand while her other hand danced in the air. Following her movements, the yang qi under the coiling dragon stream rose into the air like pillars of water. They all rushed towards Xia Ningchang. She casually grabbed a strand of energy and threw it into the red mass of energy in front of her. Her hands moved faster and faster. Each grab was able to grab the yang qi that rushed out of the coiling dragon stream and merge it into the red mass of energy in front of her. As time passed, the red mass of energy in front of her didn't become much bigger. Instead, it became smaller and smaller. However, the amount of yang yuan qi it contained was increasing. After a while, Xia Ningchang finally stopped grabbing the yang yuan qi from the coiling dragon stream. Her 2 hands pressed the red mass of energy towards the center. Her 2 palms quickly closed together. When she opened her palms again, there were 3 bright red pills in her hands. The pills were round and attractive. The pill halo and pill veins were clearly visible. Kai Yang was already dumbstruck. The scene in front of him could only be described as godly. There was no other way to describe it. At this moment, Yang Kai finally understood how senior sister Xia had given him the bottle of pills. All of them were refined this way. However, wasn't this a bit too simple and easy? Alchemists were rare to begin with. When refining pills, there was also a risk of failure. Furthermore, when alchemists were refining pills, they also needed special tools, such as a medicinal furnace and furnace fire. However, this senior sister Xia in front of him had only used her hands. Other than the three suns fruit, she didn't use any other materials. Yet, she was able to easily refine 3 pills. For you! Xia Ningchang extended her hand in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed the shock in his heart. He picked up the 3 pills and carefully sensed them. He found that each of these pills contained more Yang Yuan Qi than a single 3 suns fruit. After all, when refining these 3 pills, Xia Ningchang had borrowed the Yang Qi from the coiling dragon stream. Senior sister, if you were to refine pills, I'm afraid that the people from Medicine King Valley wouldn't have any business. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He had never seen anyone who could simplify refining pills to such an extent. Chapter 84. Even those in Medicine King's Valley who claim to be alchemists for a living may not have the same level of attainments as Xia Ningchang. What kind of physique does senior sister have? Yang Kai turned his head and asked. Meng Wuya replied in a deep voice, Sacred Spirit Medicine Body. It's related to alchemy? Correct. Meng Wuya nodded. This physique is very special and may not appear even once in 1,000 years. Those who possess the Sacred Spirit Medicine Body will not suffer from any side effects when taking pills. You should also know that every medicine has a side effect. Although there are many pills that can assist in cultivation and even increase a person's strength, there is still a limit. However, there was a limit to how many dawn a person could take. The Sacred Spirit Medicine Body was different. It could be said that the Sacred Spirit Medicine Body was the best medicine furnace in the world. Once the dawn entered the stomach, anything harmful could be refined. This senior sister of yours has only cultivated for 5 years and has already reached the peak of separation and reunion boundary. If I had not deliberately suppressed her cultivation, she would have already broken through to Yuan Qi boundary. Yang Kai was shocked. 5 years to reach the peak of separation and reunion boundary? Even Xie Hongchen was only at this level. How long had he cultivated? More than 10 years? Moreover, this was after suppressing her cultivation. If she had not suppressed it, wouldn't it mean that she was even more powerful than Su Yan? Yang Kai blushed with shame. Compared to this senior sister, the difference was like heaven and earth. The one in front of him was the greatest genius of High Heaven Pavilion. However, senior sister Xia being able to grow so quickly was inseparable from the large number of pills she took. Meng Wuya continued, the Sacred Spirit Medicine Body does not only have these benefits. If one cultivates a divine skill that is compatible with it, then as long as there is energy in the world, they can be refined into pills. Even the world's world energy, as long as disciple is willing, can be refined into pills. Anything in the world, as long as there is energy, can be refined into pills. If the world's world energy could be refined, then the 3 suns fruit would naturally not be a problem. Yang Kai could almost foresee that this senior sister Xia would definitely be the best alchemist in the world in the future. Just based on her unique physique, no one could compare to her. This time, Ning Chang wants to break through to the Yuan Qi stage, but before that, she needs to refine something into her body. She can't do it alone. Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai seriously. Is that why you need my help? Yang Kai asked. Meng Wuya nodded. What kind of thing? The 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew. This thing is extremely beneficial to condensing Yuan Qi. If not for the fact that I wanted Ning Chang to refine this thing, I wouldn't have suppressed her cultivation. When one advanced from separation and reunion level to Yuan Qi level, the Yuan Qi in one's body would be transformed into Yuan Qi, and its quality would be improved by countless levels. This was a process that every cultivator would have to go through. However, during this process, if one supplemented it with a few heavenly treasures, then the quality of the transformed Yuan Qi would be better. This the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew was clearly such a heavenly treasure, and it was definitely the best heavenly treasure. The ninth yin yuan condensing dew has its own spirituality, so it's very difficult to obtain it. If someone who doesn't meet the requirements touches it, it will immediately turn into spirit qi and disappear. Only those who cultivate the yang attribute yuan qi have the ability to control it. Moreover, the yang attribute yuan qi in one's body must be pure to a certain degree. This is the reason why I'm looking for you. What exactly do I need to do? Yang Kai asked. Meng Wuya immediately became impatient. Why are you asking so much? When the time comes, I'll naturally tell you. Yang Kai pinched his nose, not knowing why old man Meng was so angry. Where is this thing? When are we leaving? In Blackwind Mountain, there is a 9th Yin congregation ground there. On the 7th day of the 7th month, Yin Qi gathers. Only then will the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew appear and absorb the Yin Qi of heaven and earth. Then there aren't many days left. Yang Kai calculated a little and found that there were only a few days left until the 7th day of the 7th month. If they wanted to go deep into Blackwind Mountain, then the journey would take a lot of time. So if you don't have anything to do, I want to go there as soon as possible. If we miss this opportunity, we'll have to wait another year. Meng Wuya said seriously. I'm available at any time. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Then come to the contribution hall in 2 days to find me. I still need to prepare some materials. Meng Wuya said. Okay, then it's settled. Both sides agreed to meet at the contribution hall in 2 days, then Yang Kai left. Looking at his back, Meng Wuya sighed slightly. His expression was strange, and it was unknown what he was thinking. After a while, he said, Disciple, are you sure you want to do this? Xia Ningchang's dress fluttered, and she nodded lightly, yes. Meng Wuya said, Actually, you don't need to refine the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew to reach Yuan Qi. It's just that your strength will be slightly lower in the future. Xia Ningchang laughed lightly, but I want to help Master. Isn't it better to have pure Yuan Qi? Master saved me and raised me, and I want to help Master. Hey, why don't you think about it again? The reason why Meng Wuya left 2 days was to let Xia Ningchang think about it more. Xia Ningchang blushed. It's nothing, I don't hate him. Meng Wuya sighed. That brat got lucky. Thinking of Yang Kai's indifferent expression, Meng Wuya gnashed his teeth in anger. You're only here to help, but you don't think about how much of an advantage you'll get. Please don't cause any sparks. In the end, this small place was not a suitable place for his disciple. Meng Wuya was full of worry. Yang Kai didn't go to Su Yan's small loft again, and instead returned to the small wooden house he had been away from for a few days. Although he hadn't been back for a few days, the small wooden house was still as clean as new. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. He didn't know who had helped him clean. Although Treasurer Meng's explanation was vague, Kai Yang basically knew where he was going and what he had to do. Since it was the 9th Yin congregation ground, the Yin Qi there was definitely heavy. His true Yang Yuan Qi was the nemesis of Yin Qi, so he wasn't afraid. It was just that his current strength was too low. If he didn't store some yang liquid, he wouldn't be able to last long. It just so happened that senior sister Xia helped him refine the 3 suns fruit into pills, which was a good way to replenish his yang liquid. There were 4 3-sun fruit trees, and each tree had 3 fruits, which were refined into 12 bright red pills. If each pill could be refined into 3 drops of yang liquid, then he would have a total of 36 drops of yang liquid. Whether it was used in battle or to resist Yin Qi, this yang liquid was very useful. It was something he could rely on to survive. It took Kai Yang an entire day to completely absorb the medicinal efficacies of the 12 pills. He didn't just obtain 36 drops of yang liquid, but a total of 40 drops. Including the few drops he had in the Dantian, the Dantian's reserves were quite abundant. This time, he finally had some capital to rely on. Not only did he obtain so much yang liquid, but when the last fruit was refined, Yang Kai found that he had broken through to the initial element boundary 4th stage. This breakthrough came without any warning, so he wasn't mentally prepared at all. The breakthrough was also quite natural, and he didn't even feel anything before it was completed. Thinking about it, Yang Kai felt that it was related to the pills he had eaten these past few days. First, he ate a dozen bottles of pills from Su Yen, then he ate 12 Three Sons pills. With such a large amount of energy gathered, it wasn't strange for him to break through. Chapter 85. The next morning, in front of the contribution hall, Yang Kai gently knocked on the door. A moment later, the door opened and Xia Ningchang came out with a small package on her shoulder. The package was filled with many things. "Junior brother, you've come?" Xia Ningchang softly greeted. "N." Yang Kai nodded. "Where's Treasurer Meng?" He suddenly had a relapse yesterday and had to stay behind to treat his wounds. "He can't go." While Xia Ningchang was speaking, her eyes were flashing nonstop. Her 2 rows of dense eyelashes were also trembling like a fan. Yang Kai suspiciously looked at her, while Xia Ningchang's eyes flashed with a trace of panic. "Then should we wait for him?" Yang Kai guessed, but didn't point it out. "No need, I know where that place is. Moreover, there's not much time left. Master said that we don't need to wait for him." Seeing that Yang Kai didn't want to get to the bottom of the matter, Xia Ningchang couldn't help but feel relieved. "All right." Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. "We'll have to trouble junior brother this time." Xia Ningchang let out a long sigh. "Senior sister is too polite." Yang Kai smiled faintly. The 2 of them then left High Heaven Pavilion. In a side room of the contribution hall, Meng Wuya was currently sleeping on the table. There were several exquisite dishes on the table, as well as several pots of wine. It was obvious that Treasurer Meng was tasting the wine and delicacies before he fell asleep. These delicacies were all made by Xia Ningchang, but there was a special seasoning added to them. Using Xia Ningchang's sacred spirit medicine body as the base, even an expert like Meng Wuya couldn't resist the special seasoning. Meng Wuya estimated that he would sleep for several days at the very least. Meng Wuya had been shrewd all his life, but he never thought that there would be a day when his old horse would stumble and fall at the hands of his treasured disciple. It could be said that one false step could lead to everlasting regret. By the time Meng Wuya woke up, everything would be a foregone conclusion. When Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang arrived at Black Plum Town, they bought 2 horses and some daily necessities before setting off. While shopping, Yang Kai also inquired about the location of the place they were going to. According to Xia Ningchang, it was about a 10-day journey from Black Plum Town to Black Wind Mountain. Although it was a long journey, they still had plenty of time. Not long after the 2 left High Heaven Pavilion, this news reached Xie Hongchen's ears. Since that day when he saw Su Yen and Yang Kai acting so intimately in the forest prison, Xie Hongchen had been drowning his sorrows in alcohol for several days. Yesterday, he had finally calmed down, and after thinking about it for a while, he felt that what had happened that day was not what he had seen. What kind of temperament Su Yen had, Xie Hongchen couldn't be any clearer. With her arrogance and strength, how could she be interested in Yang Kai, who was only at the 3rd level of the initial element realm? What's more, the 2 of them didn't seem to have any contact at all. They were basically strangers. Xie Hongchen finally understood that Su Yen and Yang Kai were only acting that day. At that time, jealousy had turned into hatred, and Xie Hongchen didn't have time to think about whether it was real or not. But after thinking about it, Xie Hongchen's spirit was greatly lifted. Yesterday, he went to find Su Yen to express his feelings. He was elegant and graceful, not at all crazy and out of control like that day. Although in the end he was still kicked out by Su Yen, the knot in Xie Hongchen's heart was lifted. As long as Su Yen wasn't taken by another man, she would be his one day. Xie Hongchen was very confident. After all, he was the most outstanding male disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, and Su Yen was the most outstanding female disciple. The combination of the 2 was naturally something the elders wanted to see. Early in the morning, Xie Hongchen carefully prepared to go to Black Wind Trade to visit Su Yen. But just as he was about to leave, a disciple of the law enforcement hall suddenly rushed in with a surprised expression. "Brother Xie, Yang Kai just left High Heaven Pavilion." Hearing this, Xie Hongchen's eyes lit up. "He left alone?" No, he left with a disciple of the Dark Hall called Xia Ningcheng. The disciple replied. Xia Ningcheng. Xie Hongchen narrowed his eyes. I know her. Her strength is comparable to mine, but she isn't a core disciple. That woman is very strange. Where did they go? Xie Hongchen thought for a moment, a trace of madness suddenly surging in his eyes. That waste actually left High Heaven Pavilion at this time. If I can kill him outside, wouldn't I be able to resolve the hatred in my heart? I don't know their destination, but it looks like they're going somewhere because they bought 2 horses in Black Plum Town. Going somewhere? Xie Hongchen raised his brow. Good, good, very good. After saying good a few times, Xie Hongchen suddenly turned his head and said with a ferocious expression, Go find a few trustworthy senior martial brothers who are at least at the separation and reunion boundary to accompany me on this trip. Brother, what do you want to do? Heh, isn't it obvious what I want to do? Why are you still asking? Xie Hongchen's face contorted. He wanted to chase after Kai Yang and get rid of his love rival. He also couldn't let go of Xia Ningcheng. After all, if the news were to leak out, it wouldn't be a joke. Brother, this isn't right. The disciplinary hall disciple's face was a bit panicked. He didn't care about Yang Kai. He was just a trial disciple at the initial element boundary, so even if he died outside, no one would care. However, that Xia Ningcheng from the Dark Hall was different. No one was clear about her background, but since she had the strength of a peak separation and reunion boundary cultivator, she was definitely not a nobody. If she died and the pavilion investigated, none of the senior brothers and junior brothers who were involved would be able to escape. I told you to do it, so just do it. What are you being so long-winded for? Xie Hongchen was full of impatience. Do you want me to go find her myself? Crazy jealousy had already made Xie Hongchen unable to maintain his composure. There was only one thought in his mind, to kill Yang Kai. Brother, after what happened last time, the Great Elder gave a strict order that no one is to have any ideas about Yang Kai. Did you forget? With this reminder, Xie Hongchen suddenly came to his senses. That's right, the Great Elder suddenly gave an order that no one was to find trouble with Yang Kai for a short period of time. However, this order was inexplicable, so Xie Hongchen didn't take it to heart. However, this was such a great opportunity, so how could he let it go? If he didn't kill Yang Kai this time, how long would he have to wait? What if he always hid in the sect and didn't go out? Just as he was unwilling to give up, the disciplinary hall disciple seemed to have thought of something and smiled slyly. Brother Xie, we can't do it, but others can. There are many people who want Yang Kai's life. What do you mean? Xie Hongchen narrowed his eyes and asked. That person said, it is said that the blood group's deputy chief Long Zai Tian's grandson, Long Hui, has been inquiring about Yang Kai for the past month. Long Zai Tian, Xie Hongchen naturally knew about him. He was a well-known figure in the blood group, and his strength was also at the immortal ascension boundary. His grandson didn't have any outstanding points, and this year he was only at the Qi transformation stage. Xie Hongchen was confused. Why is Long Hui inquiring about him? That person's expression couldn't help but become ambiguous. It seems to be related to that dragon lady, Hu Mei Er. Long Hui has been pursuing Hu Mei Er, regarding her as his exclusive property. However, the relationship between Yang Kai and Hu Mei Er is unclear. Long Hui said that one day he will kill Yang Kai and let him know the consequences of having ideas about his woman. Hu Mei Er. In front of Xie Hongchen's eyes appeared a charming young girl with ample breasts and perky buttocks. For a moment his breathing became heavy. This dragon lady was good at seducing people's hearts. Almost all the young disciples of the 3 sects had heard of her, and Xie Hongchen had also seen her once. That waste really isn't a good thing, unexpectedly having a relationship with this dragon lady. Xie Hongchen was jealous to death, but his mouth was full of righteousness and anger. After thinking for a moment, he suspiciously asked, That's not right, where did you get such detailed information? Even if Long Hui wanted to take Yang Kai's life, he couldn't have done so with such great fanfare. Wasn't this beating the grass to scare the snake? If Yang Kai heard about it, How could he have the guts to leave High Heaven Pavilion? As long as Long Hui's brain wasn't damaged, he wouldn't have done such a thing. That person's face became awkward, and he didn't know how to answer. Xie Hongchen's face sank. This person had no choice but to confess. A few days ago, I was at Black Plum Village's Spring Breeze Drizzle building. When I was drinking, Long Hui happened to live next door, and I heard him talking to the girl in the room. Spring Breeze Drizzle building. Xie Hongchen unhappily looked at this junior brother. That was a brothel in Black Plum Village. What did he go there for? There was no need to ask, it couldn't be just for drinking. That person continued, Brother Xie, if Long Hui knew about this, he definitely wouldn't let Yang Kai off so easily. We don't need to do it ourselves. What's more, Long Hui is a lecher by nature. If we tell him that Yang Kai has a beautiful girl by his side, what do you think he will do? Xie Hongchen's eyes lit up, and he coldly laughed. Brilliant plan. This move of using a borrowed knife to kill someone was really not bad. After pondering for a moment, Xie Hongchen decided, since Long Hui wants to find him, then we'll send him a message. However, this matter must be done in secret and must not be exposed. We must not let him know that we were the ones who sent the message. In addition, we must tell Long Hui that the girl by Yang Kai's side has the strength of a peak separation and reunion boundary cultivator. Don't let him go for wool and come home shorn. That person hurriedly left after receiving the order. Yang Kai, let's see if you can survive this time. Only, it was a pity that Xia Ningchang. That girl always wore a veil. Although he had never seen her face, Xie Hongchen was almost certain that she was a stunning beauty. If such a girl fell into Long Hui's hands, there was no need to think about what would happen. For a moment, Xie Hongchen was somewhat envious of Long Hui. The High Heaven Pavilion's law enforcement hall was ready to make a move. Somewhere in Black Plum Town, there were also people who were ready to make a move. Not long after Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang rode away, a group of people suddenly emerged from the dark. The leader with a cold face stared at Yang Kai's back and asked, Did you see that guy clearly? Is he Yang Kai? Absolutely. Senior brother Nu Lang, he is Yang Kai without a doubt. Last time, we were beaten up by him. After that, senior brother Cheng Xiaofeng went to look for senior brother Nu Tao and said that he would find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. However, ever since that time they went to Black Wind Trade City, the two of them never returned. Nu Lang's face was gloomy. He waved his hand and said, Go buy some horses. I want to know whether my brother is dead or alive, and where he is. Nu Tao had been missing for more than a month. Nu Lang couldn't find him. After inquiring left and right, he finally found Yang Kai. To find out the truth, he had to catch up with that Yang Kai. If it was related to him, then, as the older brother, he naturally had to avenge his younger brother. Chapter 86. In Nu Lang's group, he was the strongest. He had just broken through to the Qi transformation stage, so the Yuan Qi in his body was restless. At this stage, the cultivator was easily angered and controlled by all kinds of emotions. The other 7 or 8 people were mostly in the tempered body stage. There were also a few cultivators in the initial element stage, but their strength wasn't very high. It was just that they had a large number of people. Nu Lang had naturally heard of Yang Kai's strength, so he didn't take Yang Kai seriously. However, the girl following Yang Kai didn't seem to be easy to deal with. But after thinking about it carefully, this girl wasn't that great. After all, she didn't look very old. She didn't seem to be among the famous disciples of the High Heaven Pavilion. Moreover, if she was really strong, why would she need to buy a horse? When one's strength reached a certain level, one's leg strength was much faster than a horse's. Thinking of this, Nu Lang was relieved. He didn't know that the reason why Xia Ningchang wanted to buy a horse was to take care of Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai was only at the initial element stage 4, so how fast could his leg strength be? The group of Stormhouse disciples quickly prepared and followed the tracks of the horses. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang were also galloping, but they didn't know that there were 2 groups of people following them. Moreover, each group didn't have good intentions. Although Xia Ningchang's strength wasn't bad, after all, she hadn't condensed her divine sense, so it was impossible for her to investigate the surroundings. The two people galloped without saying a word. Xia Ningchang led the way in the front and Yang Kai followed closely behind her. The two horses galloped, one in front and one behind. Until night, the two people found a place with a water source to rest. After taking out the food they bought from Black Plum Town, the two people ate a little and then sat around the campfire to rest. After a day of getting along with each other, Yang Kai had figured out this little senior sister's temperament. Timid, shy, after a few words her ears would turn red, and when she spoke, her voice was soft and gentle, as if she didn't have a temper. With her personality, Yang Kai didn't want to take the initiative to talk to her. He didn't want to scare her. Ever since the day he comprehended the mysteries of the unyielding golden skeleton and comprehended the mysterious martial skill unyielding will, Yang Kai discovered that his true Yang tactics had changed. Running the true Yang secret art in an environment with Yang Qi, he could absorb Yang Qi and condense Yang liquid. In an environment where there was no Yang Qi, he could still circulate his true Yang secret art and absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. After the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body was refined, it would be absorbed by his unyielding golden skeleton. The restriction of the cultivation environment disappeared in an instant. For Yang Kai, this was simply great news. After traveling for 3 days, the two people finally arrived at a small town 1,000 miles away from High Heaven Pavilion. They parked their horses in the town and found an inn to stay for the time being. According to Xia Ningchang, they wouldn't need horses for the rest of the journey. Because they were going into the mountains, horses naturally couldn't be brought in. Late at night, the inn was quiet. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang stayed next door. The room was brightly lit. Yang Kai was meditating and cultivating, while Xia Ningchang was thinking about random things. In these 3 days of traveling together, the two didn't exchange more than 10 words. Xia Ningchang felt very awkward. After all, he came to ask for help, so it was somewhat unreasonable to neglect him like this. But every time he wanted to talk to him, Xia Ningchang couldn't muster up the courage. He was used to secretly observing him, so now that he suddenly had to meet him face to face, Xia Ningchang really didn't know what to do. Moreover, this junior brother seemed to be a taciturn person. If he went to talk to him, wouldn't he be annoyed? Just as Xia Ningchang was frowning, the other two groups of people in the inn were quietly paying attention to what was happening here. In a guest room, Long Hui and a group of blood groups elites were sitting inside. The dim candlelight flickered, illuminating Long Hui's somewhat distorted face. After the blood group's people got the news, they chased after them. But after all, they started a little late, so it wasn't until today that they finally caught up. After a moment of silence, Long Hui suddenly said, "Hall Master Wen, when do we start? That Yang Kai is staying in this inn. With Hall Master Wen's skill, it shouldn't be difficult to capture him, right?" Wen Fei Chen was a middle-aged man. His strength was at Yuan Qi boundary level 5, and he was one of the blood group's hall masters. Because the information Long Hui obtained was accurate, he found an expert to accompany him. His purpose was to capture Xia Ningchang alive. In addition to Wen Fei Chen, this group of people had many separation and reunion boundary experts. The number of people was about 6 or 7. It could be seen that Long Hui was making a big fuss in order to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Hearing this, Wen Fei Chen smiled, "Young Master Long, if you want this one to start now, it's not impossible. Although this is a small town with this Wen's strength, if I want to deal with them, it will be easy. I won't disturb the bystanders, and I won't leave behind any clues." "Then what are we waiting for?" Long Hui's expression shook. "Yang Kai must die, and that woman must be captured alive. It is said that she is a peerless beauty. Since he dares to set his sights on my woman, then I'll give him a taste of his own medicine. I'll let him have a taste of his woman being targeted by others." Wen Fei Chen knew Long Hui's nature, so he didn't have much of a reaction. He only said, "But young Master Long, have you ever thought about why they came all the way to this place?" Long Hui asked in a deep voice. Wen Fei Chen pondered for a moment, then said, "This one believes that they must have their own purpose. Perhaps, They want to enter Black Wind Mountain to find some kind of treasure. Long Hui frowned. What does this have to do with us? There are many treasures in Black Wind Mountain, but not everyone can find them. When Fei Chen shook his head, young Master Long's words are wrong. You can enter Black Wind Mountain from High Heaven Pavilion, but they rode their horses for thousands of miles and stopped here. If I didn't guess wrong, tomorrow they will enter the mountain from here. Their purpose is so clear, then one thing can be certain. They know where the treasure is and will definitely find it. If we quietly follow them from behind and wait for them to find the treasure. It has to be said that when Fei Chen's observation was very meticulous, and his analysis was also quite accurate. He was worthy of being called an experienced person. Long Hui's eyes lit up. We can take action and steal it. When Fei Chen smiled, young Master Long is right. But if young Master Long can't wait to have a beauty, then this one can take action tonight. I won't let you down. Long Hui hesitated, his expression somewhat uncertain. When Fei Chen said, but if we wait a few more days, not only can we have a beauty, but we can also have the treasure. Think about it, if they spend so much effort to find the treasure, but it is snatched by us, then Yang Kai will be so angry that he will vomit blood, right? Hearing this, Long Hui's hesitant expression immediately became firm. Good, in any case, they can run away, but they can't run away from the temple. Then we will let Yang Kai live for a few more days, and we will just sit back and reap the benefits. When Fei Chen lightly smiled and said, to be able to endure what normal people cannot, young Master Long is destined to be a person who does great things. This Long is impressed. Hall Master Wen is overpraising me. This flattery made Long Hui extremely comfortable. Chapter 87. When Fei Chen was trying to please Long Hui. Naturally, there was a reason for this. Although the leader of the blood group, Hu Man, was an ambitious and ruthless person, but the heavens didn't favor him. In this life, he only had 2 beautiful daughters. In Wen Fei Chen's opinion, in the future, the blood group would sooner or later fall into the hands of the Long family. Naturally, he had to get along well with this young master. When the Long family took control of the blood group in the future, how could he not benefit? The group of people in the room finished their discussion and were about to rest. Suddenly, there was a soft knock on the door. Come in. When Fei Chen shouted, the door opened and a disciple of the blood group who was on guard came in. He saluted Long Hui and then whispered a few words in Wen Fei Chen's ear. Wen Fei Chen's expression suddenly became strange. He couldn't help but whisper, so that's how it is. Then he winked at several people in the room and ordered, go, capture those people. We can't let them ruin Master Long's plans. Several people responded and quickly went out of the room. What happened? Long Hui asked. When Fei Chen chuckled, young Master Long, this is really interesting. Do you remember that on our way here, there were many hoof prints along the way? But according to the information we received, Yang Kai's group was only 2 people. At that time, I guessed that those hoof prints were just people passing by. But I didn't expect that, besides us, there were other people following Yang Kai. Long Hui was surprised. Who is it? A few small characters from Storm House. At this moment, they seem to be preparing to deal with Yang Kai. It seems that they don't know that the strength of the woman who is with Yang Kai is not something they can deal with. This is the same as courting death. Long Hui sneered, Hall Master Wen, have you arranged it properly? Of course, we can't let them ruin young Master Long's great plan. When Fei Chen nodded slightly. While the 2 of them were talking, a large number of people suddenly rushed in from outside the door. The disciples of the blood group who had just left had all returned. Accompanying them were Nu Lang and the others who were panic-stricken. Nu Lang's group was scared out of their wits. It wasn't easy for them to come here today. They were planning to capture Yang Kai and ask for the missing Nu Tao and Qing Xiaofeng. Who would have thought that before they could take action, they would be captured by this group of fiendish experts whose strength far surpassed theirs. Nu Lang was scared out of his wits. After he was thrown in, he hurried to kneel and kowtow to beg for mercy. Masters, we haven't offended you, have we? Please be magnanimous. Shut up. A disciple of the blood group slapped him, causing his mouth to be filled with blood, but he didn't dare to say anything. He could only obediently obey. The people of the storm house trembled in fear as they looked around. Although their strength wasn't high, they could see that any one of these people could kill them, not to mention that there were 6 or 7 experts surrounding them. Who did they offend? The group of people racked their brains but still couldn't figure it out. During this time, they hadn't done anything outrageous. At most, they had plotted to capture Yang Kai in the room just now, but they hadn't done anything yet, right? Why did they have to make such a big scene? Nu Lang looked around and suddenly found a familiar young man in front of him. At this moment, the young man was looking at him with a smile. After thinking carefully, Nu Lang's face changed greatly. He probed, "Are you Long Hui of the blood group?" Long Hui chuckled, "Do you know me?" Nu Lang smiled embarrassedly, "Descendant of Senior Long, I have heard a lot about you. Of course, I know you. Since you know me, this matter is easy to handle." Long Hui nodded slightly. Nu Lang was full of doubts. He couldn't understand why they had met the people of the blood group thousands of miles away. Although it was a good thing to meet an old friend in a foreign land, but in this situation, people under the eaves had no choice but to lower their heads. "I ask you, why are you chasing after Yang Kai?" Long Hui narrowed his eyes and asked. Nu Lang's heart skipped a beat. He thought that Long Hui was blaming him. Although he was scared, he didn't dare to hide the truth. After he finished, he said with a sad face, "Master Long, I only suspected that Yang Kai had something to do with my brother's disappearance. I didn't want to do anything to him. If you think there is a problem, I will immediately take people back to the storm house. I will never have any ideas about Yang Kai again." Long Hui smiled. "Do you think that Yang Kai and I are friends? Are you not?" Nu Lang looked timid. "What a joke." Long Hui coldly snorted, "What is this young master's identity? What is his identity? Are we friends? Your dog eyes are blind." Nu Lang didn't dare to answer. In his heart, he was cursing incessantly. He thought that since they weren't friends, why did you interfere in our grudges? Wasn't this like a dog trying to catch a mouse? You have no eyesight. Master Long has saved your lives this time, and you don't even know how to thank him. A disciple of the blood group reprimanded. Nu Lang and the others were confused. That disciple of the blood group sneered, "You only know that Yang Kai's strength is low, but do you know that the woman beside him is a master of separation and reunion boundary?" With this sentence, Nu Lang and the others were sweating profusely. Separation and reunion boundary. Compared to Nu Lang's Qi transforming stage first level, it was 2 realms higher. If they were to really fight, that woman alone would be able to annihilate Nu Tao's entire army. At this moment, Nu Lang realized what kind of mistake he had made. For a moment he was scared and rejoiced. He repeatedly kowtowed, "Thank you, Master Long, for saving us. We can't thank you enough." A group of people from the storm house also quickly thanked him. "Well, it's good that you know." Long Hui seemed to enjoy the support of others. "I'm not afraid to tell you that this time, I came to take Yang Kai's life. But you have to wait for a few more days. Because of your rash actions, I almost beat the grass to scare the snake, which ruined my plan. We didn't know. Please forgive us, Master Long." Nu Lang's face was full of fear and trepidation. "Forget it, I won't argue with you. Everyone's target is Yang Kai, so you can follow me. After I capture Yang Kai, you can inquire about your brother's whereabouts." Although Nu Lang felt that something was wrong, his group's strength was low, so how could they resist? He immediately nodded and said, "We will follow Master Long's order. Even if we have to go through water and tread on fire, we won't refuse." "Go back, I will find you tomorrow." Long Hui waved his hand. Nu Lang and the others got up from the ground and slowly retreated. When they got out of the house, they realized that their clothes were soaked. After they left, Long Hui looked at Wen Fei Chen with a puzzled expression. "Hall Master Wen, why did you take them with you? Their strength is too low, so it's easy for them to be exposed. Can't we kill Yang Kai and capture that woman?" What Long Hui had just said was what Wen Feichen had told him. Although he had followed the instructions, Long Hui didn't understand the reason behind it. Chapter 88. Hearing the disdain in Long Hui's words, Wen Feichen smiled and said, "Killing Yang Kai and capturing that woman naturally doesn't require them to intervene. But young Master Long, since Yang Kai and that woman want to enter the Black Wind Mountains, they must have prepared beforehand and are not afraid of the dangers. But we are different. Although our strength is not weak, the Black Wind Mountains are full of dangers. Not to mention the powerful monster beast, there are some natural poisonous traps which could cause us to lose people. But if someone is in front of us, we don't need to worry about these things." After Long Hui finished listening, he finally understood what Wen Feichen was planning. He wanted to use Storm House's group as a stepping stone to avoid any possible dangers. "Well, Hall Master Wen's consideration is very thorough. I was negligent." Long Hui nodded slightly. "Young Master Long is talented and intelligent, but after all, you are not experienced enough and have a simple heart, so you didn't think of this layer." Wen Feichen chuckled. As for how to deal with the Storm House people, both of them had a tacit understanding, so there was no need to say more. That woman called Xia Ningchang had the strength of peak separation and reunion boundary at such a young age, so there must be a master behind her. To deal with this kind of person, one must either not offend them, or cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. The Storm House people must not be left alive. After the arrangements were made, the Blood Group people went to sleep. The next day, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang, as Wen Feichen expected, changed direction from the small town and went directly into the Black Wind Mountains. After they left for half a day, the Blood Group and Storm House people dared to follow them. Xia Ningchang's strength was not weak. If they were too close, they might be discovered, but if they were too far away, they might lose them, so half a day's time was the best. Wen Feichen had been in Jianghu for many years, so he naturally had some experience in tracking. He was certain that he would not lose track of these two juniors in the mountains. After entering the Black Wind Mountains, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang's speed naturally slowed down. Without the whistling of the wind and the distance between them, the two people talked a lot, and after a day, they felt closer to each other. At night, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang found a towering tree and went to rest on the trunk. The trunk was very spacious, so the two people were almost sitting side by side, leaving a small gap between them. Yang Kai could almost smell Ningchang's body fragrance. Little senior sister. After becoming familiar with each other, Kai Yang and her no longer had that feeling of estrangement. Even the way they addressed each other had changed. This was because Kai Yang felt that Xia Ningchang was like a child that hadn't grown up yet. Especially those pair of eyes, they gave off a feeling of innocence and innocence. Senior sister is senior sister. Why did you add the word little? Xia Ningchang was a little unhappy. What's in that bag of yours? Ignoring her question, Kai Yang pointed to the bag she had put aside and asked. Yang Kai had been holding back this question for 4 or 5 days, so he had to get it out of his mouth. This. Xia Ningchang was easily changed the topic. She held the bag in her arms like it was a treasure. This is the material that Master has prepared over the years. When the time comes, if you can take the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, I will have to refine it on the spot. The 9 yin yuan condensing dew is a very special thing. Even if you take it, if you don't refine it within 2 hours, it will slowly dissipate. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded. Junior brother. Xia Ningchang suddenly called out kindly. What's wrong? I have a question for you. Good, I also have a question for you. Yang Kai smiled. Then we have to answer honestly, okay? Okay. I'll ask first. Xia Ningchang said impatiently. Go ahead. Yang Kai chuckled. I promise I won't lie to you. Xia Ningchang pursed her lips and turned to look at Yang Kai. She hesitated for a moment before saying, I heard Master say that when he asked for your help, you would make all sorts of excuses. But when you knew it was me who needed your help, you immediately agreed. But what do you think? Yang Kai also turned to look at her. When their eyes met, Xia Ningchang blushed a little. They were too close, so she quickly turned her head and said, "I don't know, but Master said that you don't have good intentions and told me to be wary of you." Old Man Meng said that? Yang Kai was furious. Xia Ningchang sold out her master without any guilt. That old man. Yang Kai was furious. What kind of person did he think he was? Then why did you agree to it? Yang Kai glanced at her and laughed. Your master is right. I don't have good intentions towards you, that's why I agreed so quickly. While grinning, he slowly approached Xia Ningchang. Xia Ningchang was startled and instinctively shrank back. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and said with a serious expression, "Junior brother, you can't beat me." This was the truth. Yang Kai estimated that if he continued to act presumptuously, he would immediately be sent flying. Xia Ningchang was indeed delicate, but that didn't mean she was easy to deal with. Yang Kai put away the smile on his face and his expression became serious. He slowly took out a bottle from his chest and carefully rubbed it. Because of this, Xia Ningchang was puzzled. Looking down, she saw that it was a bottle of High Heaven Pavilion's external injury medicine, blood coagulation cream. The scene from 2 months ago flashed through her mind. Xia Ningchang immediately covered her mouth and looked at Yang Kai in a daze. She didn't expect that he would still keep this bottle of blood coagulation cream. Yang Kai laughed. I, Yang Kai, can see who is good to me. After entering the sect for 3 years, this bottle of blood coagulation cream is the first warmth and care I've felt. How did you know? Xia Ningchang looked at him in disbelief. She really did leave this bottle of cream for Yang Kai, but wasn't he unconscious at the time? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There's a saying that one can recognize a woman by smelling her fragrance. Xia Ningchang's face turned red. These words made her feel like a lecher. But her heart relaxed. It turned out that he didn't hesitate to help her just because of this blood coagulation cream that was worth 10 sect contribution points. Master was wrong. It's your turn to ask. Since she had figured out her doubts, Xia Ningchang didn't want to get to the bottom of it, so she quickly changed the topic. Yang Kai carefully put away the bottle of blood coagulation cream and said, Treasurer Meng couldn't have come because of an old illness, right? Xia Ningchang suddenly became bashful. After a long time, she shyly said, I used medicine to knock him out. Yang Kai was stunned. Then he suddenly burst into laughter and couldn't stop. What are you laughing at? Xia Ningchang was embarrassed and angry. That night, he suddenly told me not to come. I had no choice but to knock him out. Yang Kai was still laughing. Xia Ningchang couldn't help but lightly hit him a few times. After hitting him, she realized that this action was a bit too intimate. For a moment, she was embarrassed and didn't know what to do. I'm going to rest. You can laugh by yourself. Xia Ningchang was too embarrassed to stay here any longer. Leaping up, she jumped onto another tree and refused to pay any more attention to Kai Yang. Chapter 89. After walking for several days in the Black Wind Mountains, Yang Kai was surprised to find that they had not encountered any dangerous monster beast. Originally, he was full of worries. After all, there were many powerful monster beasts in the Black Wind Mountains. With his current strength, if he really encountered one, he would only become a burden to Xia Ningchang. However, Xia Ningchang obviously came prepared. He did not know what method he used to take Yang Kai to avoid these overlords of the jungle. The two people's walking route was also erratic. Sometimes they would go east, sometimes they would go west, often they would go in a big circle, but it was actually very safe. Occasionally, they would encounter a few level 2 or 3 monster beast, but in front of Xia Ningchang, they would be defeated in a few moves. After carefully observing for a long time, Yang Kai figured out that Xia Ningchang was using the dark green bracelet on her wrist to find the location of the powerful monster beast. Every time there was a demonic beast that this little senior sister found difficult to deal with blocking her path, her bracelet would emit a burst of dark green light. She had never worn this bracelet before. The only accessory she had was the sapphire on her forehead. Therefore, This bracelet should have been specially prepared for this trip. This was definitely an artifact. Yang Kai, in any case, had a little bit of eyesight, and this artifact was probably given to her by Treasurer Meng. In the end, where did Old Man Meng come from? The more Kai Yang thought about it, the more confused he became. He was just an insignificant shopkeeper of the contribution hall. How could he accept such a monstrous disciple like Xia Ningchang? Furthermore, he even bestowed her with an artifact. This bracelet was not something an ordinary person would be able to take out. Although he didn't know what grade it was, Kai Yang estimated that it was at least an Earth-grade artifact. This kind of artifact was very rare in Sky Tower. Compared to Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang's easy journey, the bloody battle gang following behind them were in deep water and scorching fire. In the past few days, large and small battles had been fought more than a dozen times. If it wasn't for the fact that this group of people from the blood group was not weak, perhaps they would have already become food for the monster beast. Although when Fei Chen was an expert at the 5th level of Yuan-Chi realm, he wasn't in a very good state at the moment. Just now, the group of people actually encountered a monster beast that was at the peak of the 5th level. The peak of the 5th order was equivalent to the peak of the human Yuan-Chi realm, which was several levels higher than his strength. An extremely difficult battle ensued. Although they relied on their advantage in numbers to drive the monster beast away, the blood group unexpectedly lost a separation and reunion boundary expert. When Fei Chen flew into a rage. This time, the bloody group sent a total of 8 people. Among them, Wen Fei Chen was the only one in the Yuan-Chi realm. There were 4 separation and reunion boundary experts, and the rest were all in the Qi transformation realm. Among them, Long Hui's strength was the lowest, only at the 1st level of the Qi transformation realm. Originally, they thought that as long as they followed behind Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang from a distance, they wouldn't encounter too much danger. However, only God knows what method these 2 people used to avoid the monster beast. Instead, they were the ones chasing after them. Now, they even lost a separation and reunion boundary expert. How could Wen Fei Chen not be angry? But now, it was impossible to back down. They had already lost a person, so could it be that they could still give up halfway? After resting for a moment, Wen Fei Chen bluntly said to Nu Lang, "Go in front, we have to set off." Nu Lang looked at the severed limbs on the ground and his mind was in a trance. Just now, the blood group had lost a person. How could the Stormhouse's small characters be safe and sound? The 2 Stormhouse disciples were swallowed by the 5th level monster beast, leaving only half of their arms on the ground. He finally understood why he felt something was wrong that night. How could the blood group be kind enough to bring him to Yang Kai? Clearly, they wanted to use the Stormhouse's disciples as a pathfinder. But even if he understood, he didn't dare to complain, let alone resist. Being the pathfinder in front, he might be lucky enough to survive, but at this time, if he resisted, only death awaited him. With a pale face, Nu Lang led the group of Stormhouse disciples in front. Behind him, Wen Fei Chen gave instructions, sometimes to the east, sometimes to the west. They didn't lose sight of Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang. At this moment, Yang Kai, who was following Xia Ningchang, suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked in a certain direction, his eyes flashing with joy. "What's wrong?" Xia Ningchang turned his head and asked, also stopping. "Is there any danger over there?" Yang Kai pointed to the side and asked. "No danger, I don't feel any trace of the monster beast." Xia Ningchang lowered her head and looked at her bracelet. "Then let's go there." Yang Kai didn't say anything and rushed out. Although Xia Ningchang didn't know why he was so happy, she could only follow him. After walking a distance of less than 100 feet, Xia Ningchang suddenly felt a burst of hot air blowing towards her, burning her face red. Looking around, she saw a patch of bright red flowers the size of a palm growing on the sunny ground in front of her. There were a lot of flowers, at least a dozen of them. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was mercilessly plucking the flowers one by one without any trace of politeness. After a while, Yang Kai came back with a big harvest and said, "Do you know what this is?" Blue blood mystic sunflower, a low-level earth-grade material. "So that's why you came here." Xia Ningchang couldn't help but come to a realization. Low-level Earth grade. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That's not bad. He could feel that the Yang attribute energy contained in each Jasper Blood Mystic Sunflower was no less than that of a 3-sun fruit. Just now, it was because of the reaction of the origin of Yang on his chest that Yang Kai came here to take a look. Sure enough, he had a big harvest. Speaking of which, this place was considered the inner part of Black Wind Mountain, so there was no lack of natural treasures. However, the purpose of this trip was to help Xia Ningchang, so even if Yang Kai wanted to, he couldn't look around. That would waste too much time and also be accompanied by a lot of risks. However, since he sensed it nearby, he naturally couldn't let it go. Do you want me to help you refine the pill? Xia Ningchang asked. No need, I'll refine it at night when we rest. This little senior sister's alchemy skills were superb, but alchemy always consumed yuan qi. Walking in the dense forest, Yang Kai still felt that it was best to be careful. It was best not to waste yuan qi if he could. That's fine. Xia Ningchang nodded. We're not far from that place. We'll reach it in about 2 to 3 days. There's plenty of time. It was unknown if it was because of luck, but Yang Kai's origin of Yang only reacted after walking for a few days. However, after finding a dozen blue blood mystic sunflowers, Yang Kai actually found a few more Yang attribute natural treasures just 1 day later. But this time, his luck was not as good as last time. These few stalks of Yang attribute herbs were actually guarded by a third-order monster beast. He had no choice but to ask Xia Ningchang to take action and drive the monster beast away so that Yang Kai could take it. On this day, the two passed through the forest and suddenly arrived at the edge of an incomparably huge valley. Xia Ningchang let out a long breath. Junior brother, we're here. Chapter 90. The valley in front of them was very large, covering an area of about a few dozen square kilometers. Furthermore, it was a very standard circular valley. Standing at the edge of the valley, Kai Yang looked down and discovered that the bottom of the valley was about 300 feet from his current position. The bottom of the valley was verdant and lush, not much different from the forest outside. Moreover, the valley was filled with mountains and clear waters. The scenery was not bad. Xia Ningchang looked down at her bracelet, and after a while, she said excitedly, "My luck is pretty good. There isn't a monster beast that is too strong here." While speaking, she couldn't help but sigh in relief. Along the way, she could avoid the monster beast blocking the way, but if there was a monster beast that was too strong in this valley, she could only fight. After all, this was the place she was looking for. This place seems very ordinary. Yang Kai frowned. It's just not the right time. Xia Ningchang smiled. If it wasn't for the 7th day of the 7th month, when Master and I happened to pass by here, I'm afraid we wouldn't have discovered the mystery of this place. It was also at that time that Master decided to let me refine the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew. But why did he change his mind at the crucial moment? Also, you didn't tell me how I was going to help you collect that thing. A few days ago, they had been on the road, so Yang Kai didn't ask much, but now that they had arrived at their destination, he couldn't keep it in the dark. If the 9th Yin Yuan condensing dew appeared and he didn't know how to deal with it, wouldn't it ruin his plan? Therefore, he had to ask clearly and make some preparations. I'll tell you when the time comes. Xia Ningchang didn't answer. Yang Kai was puzzled, but he didn't ask. This matter was so mysterious, and Yang Kai was also puzzled by Treasurer Meng's attitude. But since he agreed to help, he would do his best when the time came. Come here. Xia Ningchang waved at Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at her strangely. What? I'll take you down. Xia Ningchang blinked her big eyes and replied, It's so high up here. I can do it myself. Yang Kai immediately refused. What a joke, he was a man. How could he let a woman carry him down? What would that look like? After he finished speaking, he immediately leapt forward. While Xia Ningchang cried out in alarm, Kai Yang was like a meteorite falling from the sky, rapidly falling towards the ground. Xia Ningchang was scared out of his wits. Yang Kai's strength was not high. How could he survive if he was carried down like this? At that moment, she followed his footsteps closely. Her figure gracefully descended, ready to lend him a hand at the critical moment. The speed of their descent became faster and faster. When they were about a dozen feet from the ground, Yang Kai suddenly kicked to the side. With a loud bang, Yang Kai kicked the rock wall beside him. Using the rebound force, Yang Kai flipped a few times, offloading a lot of the force. His movements were wild as he shot out diagonally. Boom! Yang Kai landed on the ground. His legs bent slightly, smashing a hole in the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Xia Ningqiang then landed lightly beside him. One was like a fairy descending to earth, while the other was like a rock falling to the ground. The visual impression was completely different. But no matter what, he still jumped down safely. Yang Kai's face secretly twitched. His two legs showed signs of trembling. Xia Ningqiang pursed her lips, holding back her laughter. With her eyesight, how could she not see that her prideful junior brother had suffered a loss just now? A height of 300 feet. With his strength at the 4th level of the initial element realm, it was already a miracle that he could safely land on the ground. Xia Ningqiang pretended to look around and said, "Today is the 5th day of the new year. In 2 days it will be the 7th. I need to make some arrangements in this valley. Junior brother, wait for me here. There's no danger here anyway." Yang Kai's face was cold. He nodded silently. Xia Ningqiang then rushed out. Before she left, she turned back and said worriedly, "I need to make arrangements for a long time. Don't run around. Otherwise, I won't be able to find you." Yang Kai nodded slightly again. His expression was cold. He looked extremely handsome. When Xia Ningqiang's figure disappeared from sight, Yang Kai sat down on the ground. His hands kept rubbing his legs and he grimaced. Although he had cushioned a lot of the impact when he fell to the ground, it was still quite painful. After a long while, the numbness in his legs subsided. Yang Kai didn't stay idle. He had nothing to do, so he checked the terrain nearby. Although Xia Ningqiang said there was no danger here, it couldn't be wrong to be careful. After some investigation, there was indeed nothing unusual in this valley. Xia Ningqiang didn't return to Yang Kai until the afternoon of the next day. Although he didn't know what she had arranged, looking at her pale face, he knew that this arrangement must have consumed a lot of energy and yuan qi. "I'll recover first. Tonight at midnight, the 9th Yin congregation ground will gather all the Yin qi. From that time until sunrise, we must find the 9th Yin yuan condensing dew and then collect it. If we miss the time, it will hide again." Xia Ningqiang anxiously said. Then she took out a few pills and stuffed them into her mouth. She closed her eyes and meditated. Yang Kai stood on the side to protect her. He was motionless like a statue. At the edge of the valley, a few miles away, the people of Bloody Group and Stormhouse were all resting. This time, following Yang Kai and Xia Ningqiang deep into the Black Wind Mountain range was really a big loss. There were originally 17 to 18 people, but now there were only 13 left. The others had all lost their lives under the attack of the monster beast. The Blood Group still had 7 people left. Among them, one of the separation and reunion boundary experts had died. The remaining 3 separation and reunion boundary experts were all injured. Even when Fei Chen had a long bloody scar on his chest. The remaining 2 Qi transforming boundary disciples were also exhausted. Stormhouse only had 6 small characters left. Apart from Nu Lang, who was at Qi transforming 1st level, there were 4 initial element realm disciples. There was also a tempered body disciple who was very lucky. He was just a little scared and now his mind was not clear. Among all the people present, the only one who was still in good condition was Long Hui. His identity was special. Every time there was a battle, he would be protected inside, so naturally he wouldn't be injured. After chasing for several days, they finally arrived here. Long Hui had already lost his patience. With a gloomy face, he said, "Hall Leader Wen, do we still want to chase? If we continue to chase, I'm afraid our losses will be even greater. When grandfather investigates, who will be able to bear the blame?" When Fei Chen was annoyed, He knew that Long Hui wanted him to bear the blame for this mistake. He thought to himself, I made this decision because I wanted to please you. If I had known that this trip would be so dangerous, why would I waste so much effort? I would have already killed Yang Kai in that small town. Although he thought like this, when Fei Chen still explained in a gentle voice, no need to chase. It seems that they have already arrived at their destination. The valley ahead is their destination. Chapter 91. Hearing this, Long Hui's expression brightened. You're saying that the thing they're looking for is right in front of them? That's right, they should have arrived here yesterday, but they haven't moved. It's clear that they've arrived at their destination. When Fei Chen replied with a smile. Then what are we waiting for? Didn't we chase all the way here just for this moment? Long Hui's heart was pounding. Heavenly treasures were secondary, he just wanted to see Xia Ningchang's face. After holding back for so many days, how could he hold back? When Fei Chen smiled, although they've arrived at their destination, it seems that they haven't found what they're looking for. Young Master Long, please bear with it for a while longer. I promise that I won't let that woman fly away. Long Hui was a bit impatient. Last time in the small town, when Fei Chen had said the same thing. In the end, they had suffered heavy losses along the way. Now that he said the same thing again, Long Hui was a bit unhappy. But he couldn't appear too impatient, so after thinking about it, Long Hui could only say, then we'll wait at most for 2 more days. If they still haven't moved in 2 days, we'll take action. When Fei Chen nodded helplessly and sighed in his heart. Long Hui was a useless person who only had women in his heart. This kind of person definitely wouldn't have high achievements in the future. The night was dark and the wind was strong. Xia Ningchang, who was recovering in the valley, finally opened his eyes. His tiredness was gone, and he had clearly completely recovered. After thanking him, he and Yang Kai took out some food to eat and drink. It'll be midnight soon. At that time, this valley will be filled with yin qi. Junior brother, don't go too far away from me. Your cultivation isn't high, so the yuan qi in your body is limited. You can't afford to use it. Xia Ningchang sternly warned. Kai Yang nodded his head. Although he had a few dozen drops of yang liquid stored in his dantian, so he didn't need to worry about the problem of consumption, but Kai Yang wouldn't tell anyone. The two talked for a while longer when suddenly, there was a change in the valley. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any wind in a valley that was hundreds of feet below the ground and surrounded by rock walls. However, at this moment, the sound of a chilly wind whistling suddenly rang out in the valley. The sound was like a woman crying at night, causing one's hair to stand on end and their hearts to tremble in fear. Along with the sudden rise of the cold wind, a chill rose from the ground, stimulating Yang Kai's true yang secret art to involuntarily circulate. This kind of chill didn't seem like the chill brought about by the whistling winter wind. Instead, it had a kind of eerie ghostly chill that seeped into one's bones. Circulating the true yang secret art once again, Yang Kai finally dispelled the chill in his heart. Junior brother. Xia Ningchang suddenly pulled Yang Kai to his side, then took out a purple jade pendant and pinched it in his hand. As soon as he got close to Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai felt the surrounding chill suddenly disappear without a trace, and instead a warm feeling flowed around him. Stay close to me, don't go too far, this jade pendant can resist the invasion of yin qi. Xia Ningchang explained softly. Astonished, Kai Yang looked at the purple jade pendant and discovered that it was another artifact. Pinching it in the palm of Xia Ningchang's hand, she poured her world qi into it, causing the jade pendant to emit a faint light, dispelling the surrounding yin qi. Yang Kai was shocked. The bracelet on this senior sister's wrist was an artifact, and now the jade pendant she took out was also an artifact. Just how many did she have? Why are you staring at me? Xia Ningchang's face flushed red, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. Yang Kai stared blankly, only then did he realize that something was wrong. Because the jade pendant's range of effect was not very large, when the two stood together, their bodies were almost touching. Their arms and shoulders could clearly feel each other's body temperature, softness, and fragrance. Xia Ningchang must have felt the same. Such an intimate situation made it difficult for her. A layer of shyness slowly appeared in her eyes, and her earlobes and neck were flushed red. Your yuan qi is very precious. You can't waste it here. You can only use it to subdue the 9 yin yuan condensing dew. Xia Ningchang tried to find something to say, trying to divert his attention from Yang Kai's body temperature, but the more he thought about it, the more clearly he felt it. This is only the beginning. Wait until midnight. This entire valley will be filled with yin qi, junior brother. You must not leave me, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. But Yang Kai nodded slightly. The two of them didn't speak, just stood close to each other, quietly waiting for the arrival of midnight. A few heartbeats. He was in a state of panic. Xia Ningchang's body was getting hotter and hotter. For the first time in his life, he felt a prickling sensation. His whole body was itchy and unbearable. He wanted to move, but he didn't dare to move. In the end, his body was slightly trembling. Yang Kai noticed her embarrassment, looked at her blood-like skin, frowned and said, "How about I go out?" He was still very confident that he could resist the invasion of yin qi. After all, his true yang yuan qi was the nemesis of yin qi. Even if it was consumed, it wouldn't consume much. This little senior sister's face was too thin. Yang Kai saw her so uncomfortable, he also felt very uncomfortable. Xia Ningchang quickly shook his head. "You just stand by my side. Don't go out." She insisted. Yang Kai was helpless. On the other side, the people of the blood group had already noticed the movement here, and all of them rushed over. Looking at the churning yin qi below, Wen Fei Chen looked pensive. Long Hui said excitedly, "Hall Master Wen, have they succeeded?" As long as Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang succeeded, then they could act without any scruples. When Fei Chen didn't immediately answer, he still carefully looked below. There was definitely something strange about the valley below, but with Wen Fei Chen's knowledge and experience, he still couldn't see it. Seeing Long Hui so anxious, Wen Fei Chen helplessly said, "Whether they succeeded or not, I don't know, but this is a sign that a treasure is about to appear. Why don't we?" Before Wen Fei Chen could finish his words, Long Hui impatiently interrupted. "No, wait, since the treasure is about to appear, it doesn't matter whether they want it or not. Hall Master Wen, let's deal with them now. It won't be too late to take the treasure later." When Fei Chen sighed, he could only nod. "Okay, let's do it." In the darkness of the night, Long Hui's eyes flashed with a sinister light. Thinking about how that masked beauty was about to be stripped of all her defenses, revealing her beautiful face in front of him, and then having pleasure under his crotch, Long Hui couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. "Yang Kai, oh Yang Kai, you dare to have ideas about my woman? I'll let you know the taste of regret. Later, I won't kill you, I'll let you see with your own eyes how I humiliate your woman. Let her scream miserably, then I'll enjoy your anger and helplessness." The group of 13 people didn't care about hiding their whereabouts anymore. Under Wen Fei Chen's command, they uniformly jumped down the valley. The Storm House's tempered body disciple was the most pitiful. He didn't dare to jump down dozens of feet, but the impatient Long Hui kicked him down. He fell to his death on the spot. Nu Lang and the others were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. They felt extremely humiliated. Chapter 92. The bloody battle gang and Stormhouse people were making too much noise. The tempered body cultivator's scream before he died was incomparably mournful, and it spread far and wide in the night. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang heard it clearly. Their expressions changed, and they turned to look in that direction. They really didn't know that there were so many enemies tailing them these days. When Fei Chen's tracking method was quite good, and the distance between them was also very safe, so they didn't have to worry about being discovered. Although Xia Ningchang was at the peak of separation and reunion boundary, she couldn't detect movement too far away. When Fei Chen's plan naturally went smoothly. Why would other people come here? Xia Ningchang frowned. She didn't quite understand. Yang Kai's expression also became cold. According to this little senior sister, this place was just an ordinary valley. Every year on the 7th day of the 7th month, there would be a change in heaven and earth. so it wouldn't attract anyone's attention. In other words, those people who were not far away either happened to be nearby at this time and noticed the change here, or they were premeditated and followed the two of them all the way here. The possibility of the latter was very high. Because there were so many people coming, some people actually fell to their deaths when they jumped down. This was the interior of Black Wind Mountain. If these people really only came to the mountain to find medicine and hunt monster beast, they wouldn't bring people with low strength, and it was also impossible for so many people to move together. There may be trouble. Yang Kai's thoughts turned quickly, and he realized something was wrong. Let's hide first. But Xia Ningchang nodded obediently. Want to leave? A cold shout suddenly came from behind, and then a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. A palm strike struck, stopping Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang's steps. Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang were shocked by the strength of the person who came, and they both jumped back to dodge, circulating the Yuan Qi in their bodies, and secretly became vigilant. Yang Kai didn't intend to shed all pretense of cordiality before he figured out the true intentions of this person. When Fei Chen was the first to come here and stop Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang. Seeing that they were behaving themselves, he did not attack again and just watched quietly. Yang Kai didn't catch when Fei Chen's eye, but the masked Xia Ningchang made his eyes light up. He thought to himself, what a delicate and pure little girl. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, her eyes were as clear as stars, which was definitely not something an ordinary girl could have. What's more, this little girl's figure was also outstanding. Looking at those eyes, even when Fei Chen, who wasn't too fond of women, couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. If it was Long Hui, who knew what kind of ugly expression he would have revealed. The three of them were deadlocked for a long time. Yang Kai kept looking for a way out, but found that the middle-aged man in front of him was very strong. He just stood there, but it seemed that he was blocking all his escape routes. This person is a Yuan Qi expert, junior brother. Don't act rashly. Xia Ningchang saw through his thoughts and whispered to Yang Kai. Yuan Qi expert. Yang Kai slowly took a breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. After a while, the group of people from Bloody Group and Storm House finally arrived. They scattered around when Fei Chen and looked at Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang with unkind eyes. Who are you people? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and looked around, but found that he didn't recognize any of the people who came. His heart was full of doubts and couldn't help but ask. What he didn't know was that there were actually a few people in this group that he knew. However, their strength was too low and they were all eaten by demonic beasts on the way here. The only one left had fallen to his death when he jumped down just now. The person who wants your life. Long Hui flashed out from behind when Fei Chen and unceremoniously gave a cold smile. When he saw Xia Ningchang, his pair of eyes immediately emitted a lush green light. Without the slightest scruple, he swept his gaze over Xia Ningchang's body and praised, "Wonderful, wonderful! What a pure and lovely girl. This young master really didn't come here in vain." Xia Ningchang's eyebrows furrowed, her face filled with disgust. Quietly she hid behind Kai Yang. Although her strength was much higher than Kai Yang's, she was still a girl who didn't know much about the world. Hiding like this didn't cause her any psychological burden. Instead, she felt it was natural. The two of them were very close to each other, so when they stood like this, Yang Kai suddenly felt two soft lumps pressing against his back. He couldn't help but quietly take a deep breath and straighten his back. In this kind of crisis, Yang Kai's mood was calm and didn't have any ripples. He pondered for a moment and said, "Do you have enmity with us?" Now Yang Kai was sure that the other side didn't come here by chance. They were definitely premeditated. Otherwise, they wouldn't be full of hostility as soon as they met. Were these people provoked by Treasurer Meng and his disciple, or did he provoke them himself? Yang Kai had to investigate clearly. After all, even if he died, he should at least die knowing the truth, right? Of course there is enmity. Long Hui felt that victory was in his hands, so he didn't want to hide his identity. "Little brat, let me tell you. I am Long Hui, the grandson of Long Zai Tian of Blood Group. You dared to have ideas about who may heir, but did you ever think that you would end up like this?" Yang Kai was stunned. He didn't expect that the one who came to find trouble with him would be such a person. The reason for this enmity was too groundless. He and Hu Mei Er had only met 3 times, so they didn't have much friendship. Unexpectedly, this person saw him as a rival in love. Besides lamenting about the fickleness of a villain, what else could Yang Kai say? However, when he mentioned Long Zai-Tian, Yang Kai remembered the old man he had met in the blood group's mining area. At that time, Long Zai-Tian had humiliated him. Yang Kai hadn't forgotten about it. After Long Hui finished speaking, Nu Lang also said gloomily, "Nu Tao is my younger brother." He and Qing Xiaofeng disappeared together. "Little brat, let me ask you, do you have anything to do with their disappearance?" Unexpectedly, 2 groups of people came to find trouble with him. Yang Kai immediately understood the whole story. He secretly sighed that he had a lot of face. The first time he left the sect, he was unexpectedly targeted by 2 groups of people. Moreover, they even sent such a big force. This time, he had implicated Xia Ningchang. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai's face didn't show any fear. Even his expression was very calm. He reached out his hand and gently pinched Xia Ningchang's fingers. He said in a low voice, "You don't have to worry about me. Find a chance to leave by yourself." Since he had caused this trouble himself, he couldn't let Xia Ningchang suffer with him. If she left by herself, she might have a chance. Bringing him along would only be a burden. Although Yang Kai's voice was soft, the people opposite him still heard it clearly. Long Hui laughed loudly. "Want to leave? How could it be that easy? This young master has accompanied you in the mountains for so many days. How could there be no reward? Yang Kai, today you will die without a doubt. As for that little girl behind you, she will only become this young master's plaything. Don't worry, I won't kill her now. I won't let her die until I'm tired of playing with her." Yang Kai's face was cold. He shouted angrily, "Go!" At the same time, he turned around and grabbed Xia Ningchang's arm. Under her shocked gaze, he used all his strength to throw her away. Wishful thinking. When Fei Chen smiled coldly, his figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind Xia Ningchang. He hit her back with his palm. Chapter 93. When Fei Chen's attack wasn't meant to kill, but rather to block Xia Ningchang's path of retreat. Xia Ningchang's reaction wasn't slow either. Although he was caught off guard by Yang Kai's attack, he had already turned around before when Fei Chen's attack could reach him. He met when Fei Chen's attack head-on and used the latter's momentum to lightly float back to Yang Kai's side. Sigh. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. With an Yuan-Chi realm expert guarding this place and the opponent's well-trained troops, it was likely that this was a premeditated plan. This time, it would be difficult for them to escape. Hall Master Wen, capture this girl for me. If she dares to resist. Long Hui smiled sinisterly. It's fine to break her arms and legs, as long as you don't damage her face. I want to see what kind of peerless beauty is hidden under this veil. When Fei Chen chuckled, "Young Master Long, please rest assured. I won't let you down." Originally, he was a little worried that Long Hui would blame him for injuring Xia Ningchang in battle, but since he said that it was fine to break her arms and legs, what else did Wen Fei Chen have to worry about? This young master of the Long family was quite excited. At least he had some self-awareness and knew that he wasn't a match for this girl. If he could break her arms and legs, then he could do whatever he wanted. The conversation between the two was overheard by Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang, and their eyes flashed with anger. When Fei Chen laughed loudly, "Little girl, you also heard young Master Long's words. If you know what's good for you, then obediently allow yourself to be captured. I promise I won't hurt you. If you insist on resisting, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Xia Ningchang spat. "Don't even think about it." Good. When Fei Chen smiled coldly. "You asked for it." As soon as he finished speaking, his body soared into the air like a swallow, and both of his palms struck out. The strength of an Yuan-Chi realm expert erupted fiercely, and only the sound of a tiger's roar could be heard. The palm wind that was pushed out suddenly transformed into tiger heads, baring their fangs as they pounced towards Xia Ningchang. Feeling the power contained in these palms, Xia Ningchang's expression also became serious. Her two slender hands danced and quickly pointed a few finger winds to meet the palms. Then, she made a strange hand seal and pointed at the sapphire on her forehead. Her yuan qi violently surged. Although the power of those finger winds wasn't small, they couldn't stop Wen Fei Chen's attack. They only managed to slightly slow down the speed of those tiger heads before they were completely swallowed up. The next moment, the attack arrived in front of Xia Ningchang. This unforeseen event happened so quickly that by the time Yang Kai reacted, it was already too late. Those tiger heads bit towards Xia Ningchang one after another. Just as they were about to seriously injure her, the sapphire on her forehead suddenly fluctuated with a mysterious ripple. Along with this ripple, a semicircular light curtain suddenly appeared, like a large inverted bowl, completely covering her and Yang Kai. Wen Fei Chen's attack finally arrived, but as soon as those majestic tiger heads touched the light curtain, they whimpered and disappeared without a trace. Xia Ningchang's body did not move, her face was as calm as the wind. When Fei Chen landed on the ground, his pair of eyes staring at the light curtain in shock, and cried out involuntarily, "A heaven-grade artifact." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes burned, including Long Hui, who had a lustful look in his eyes. What? Long Hui finally turned his attention away from Xia Ningchang and turned his head to look at Wen Fei Chen, his voice slightly trembling. "Hall Master Wen, what did you just say?" When Fei Chen's face trembled, his eyes bursting with traces of greed, he swallowed his saliva and said, "A heaven-grade artifact. To be able to easily block my attack? This is without a doubt a heaven-grade artifact." Really? Long Hui couldn't help but become excited. He didn't expect that this time, he just wanted to get rid of Yang Kai, this small character, but unexpectedly, he unintentionally inserted a willow tree into a shade. Not only would he obtain a beauty, but he would also obtain a heaven-grade artifact. Moreover, it was a defensive-type artifact, which was more valuable than an offensive-type artifact. A heaven-grade artifact was priceless. The blood group only had one, and it was still in the hands of Human. If he gave this artifact to his grandfather, then his grandfather's strength would rise to a whole new level, and perhaps even Human wouldn't be his opponent. Snatch it, he must snatch it. Long Hui excitedly shouted, "Hall Master Wen, if you can snatch this artifact in the future, the position of Blood Group's deputy leader will be yours." When Fei Chen's expression brightened, "Many thanks for Master Long's favor." Although he said so, when Fei Chen knew that to break the defense of this heaven-grade artifact, it would not be so easy. Looking at how his attack was completely ineffective, when Fei Chen knew that this was a difficult bone to chew. Fortunately, this little girl's strength was not high, so she definitely wouldn't be able to maintain this barrier for a long time. As long as he continued to attack, there would be an opportunity to break this barrier. Begin. Thinking of this, when Fei Chen lightly shouted and took the initiative to attack the light barrier. At the same time, the other experts of the blood group also fiercely displayed their skills. In a flash, layers of ripples appeared on the light barrier, but Xia Ningchang and Yang Kai, who were protected by the light barrier, were completely unharmed. All the attacks were blocked by the light barrier. This sudden change of events gave Yang Kai a little hope of escaping. His eyes flashed with a shrewd light, and his mind was rapidly turning, trying to find a way out before the light barrier was broken. "Junior brother, are you afraid?" Xia Ningchang suddenly asked. Yang Kai turned to look at her. "We may die, are you afraid?" "What am I afraid of? You don't need to be afraid." Yang Kai responded, and looked at Long Hui coldly from more than 10 feet away. If they could capture this person, then they would have a bargaining chip. However, to break through the blockade of so many experts of the blood group and capture Long Hui, this was not an easy task. Even if Xia Ningchang took action, she would not be able to do it. "I am not afraid." Xia Ningchang gently smiled. They still don't know what they are going to face. Yang Kai was stunned by her words, but before he could understand the meaning of her words, the whole valley suddenly changed. It was midnight. July 7th Yin Qi Gathering. This was the place where the 9 Yins converged. Suddenly, waves of cold Yin Qi emerged from the ground one after another. This Yin Qi surged as if strange giant hands were reaching out from the ground one after another. They kept climbing upwards, causing people to feel terrified just by looking at them. In the blink of an eye, the temperature of the whole valley dropped, and the bone-chilling cold made everyone unable to help but shiver. The experts of the blood group who were besieging the light barrier felt something was wrong, and hurriedly circulated their yuan qi to resist the erosion of the yin qi. Fortunately, although the yin qi made people feel uncomfortable, it was not lethal. As long as they circulated their yuan qi to resist it, there would not be any major hindrance. Even the small characters of the storm house could resist it, not to mention the people of the blood group. However, if they stayed here for a long time, perhaps their yuan qi would be exhausted, and at that time, they would be frozen to death. After a while, the whole valley was covered by the yin qi. Xia Ningchang suddenly moved. Her figure was graceful, as if she was dancing, accompanied by a strange hand sign. The yuan qi in her body was divided into countless and scattered in all directions. Chapter 94. Along with Xia Ningchang's actions, the dense yin qi in the entire mountain valley reacted. Looking down from above, it looked like a pot of boiling water. The yin qi seemed to have a life of its own as it kept rolling and squirming in the mountain valley. The scene was extremely terrifying. Not good. When Fei Chen screamed. Although he didn't know what Xia Ningchang was doing, as a yuan qi 5th stage expert, he still had some insight. This woman had probably arranged some kind of spirit array in this mountain valley and was now activating it. If he really asked her to activate this unknown formation, he was afraid that there would be a change in the situation this time. Come on. Quickly break this light curtain for me. When Fei Chen roared, he wanted to capture Xia Ningchang before the spirit array was activated. Otherwise, everything would be over. You guys come here too, or I will kill you right now. When Fei Chen and the rest of the storm house people shouted, Nu Lang and the others didn't dare to hesitate. Originally, in this kind of fierce battle, they were completely useless. They also knew their own strength, so they just stood aside and watched the show. However, with Wen Fei Chen's order, they couldn't help but participate. These people's attacks were very weak, but they could more or less consume the defense of the light curtain. The group of 12 people had already used all of their strength to attack the semicircular light screen without any regard for their lives. Ripples appeared on the light curtain one after another. It seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, but it was still as firm as before. Inside the light curtain, Yang Kai was burning with anxiety. He wanted to help, but his strength was too low, so he couldn't do anything. He could only protect Xia Ningchang. In case the light curtain was broken, he could do his part. Xia Ningchang's movements were getting faster and faster. Her 2 hands had already turned into afterimages. The cold wind in the mountain valley was getting fiercer and fiercer. It sounded like the cries of ghosts and the howls of wolves, which made people feel terrified. When Fei Chen's dignified expression contained a trace of greed, he found that he had still underestimated the grade of this defensive artifact. This was at least a heaven-grade high-rank defensive artifact, otherwise it would have been impossible for it to last so long without breaking. Heaven-grade high-rank, it was enough to withstand the full blow of an immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Having this thing was equivalent to having an extra life. After a full incense stick worth of time, a small crack suddenly appeared on the light screen. Following the appearance of the crack, Xia Ningchang's face turned pale. In order to activate this defensive secret treasure, she had consumed a lot of yuan qi, and now she had to multitask to activate the previous arrangement. The yuan qi in her body was like a flood that had broken through the dam, fiercely flowing out. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Wen Fei Chen urged everyone to attack while he also used his ultimate move. The yuan qi on his body began to surge, and he pushed his palm forward in a seemingly calm and slow manner. As his palm struck the light screen, the the entire light screen shook violently. Xia Ningchang's delicate body trembled, and her face turned even paler. Kacha. The light screen finally cracked like a spider's web. Haha. When Fei Chen laughed loudly. He was confident that as long as he struck out with his palm again, this light screen would be completely broken. But before he could strike out with his next palm, the churning yin qi in the mountain valley suddenly calmed down, and the ghostly cries and howls also disappeared without a trace in an instant. Xia Ningchang's clear eyes flashed like stars as she shouted, "Seal!" At this moment, Xia Ningchang's preparations were finally complete. In the sky, the sound of chains being swung suddenly rang out, like a soul-stirring melody. Everyone raised their heads in shock and saw several thick and black chains that were several meters long hovering in the air. These chains were completely formed from dense yin qi and emitted a ghastly coldness that caused one's heart to palpitate. These yin qi chains flew above the heads of the Blood Group and Storm Hall members, and in the next moment, as if they had a mind of their own, they rushed down. When Fei Chen's complexion changed greatly, knowing that he was still a step too late, and hurriedly struck out with his palm towards the light screen. At the same time, Xia Ningchang's body shook, and she no longer had the strength to stimulate her heaven-grade artifact. This palm strike went straight towards Xia Ningchang without any hindrance. At this critical moment, Yang Kai, who had been vigilant to the side, finally found an opportunity to act. Before the palm strike hit Xia Ningchang, he hurriedly pulled her back, but she was still swept by the edge of the palm strike, her delicate body trembling, and her face suddenly turned pale. Yang Kai picked her up by the waist and ran away without looking back. The number of enemies was too high, and their strength was too strong. He was not stupid enough to face them head-on. Just as Yang Kai was carrying Xia Ningchang to escape, the yin qi chains finally entangled the experts of the Blood Group. There were a total of 8 chains, when Fei Chen was the focus of Xia Ningchang's attention and was targeted by 3 of the chains. The remaining 5 chains were also targeted by the separation and reunion boundary and qi transformation boundary experts of the Blood Group. The people who were entangled by the chains were horrified, thinking that their lives were over. Who would have thought that after entangling them, the chains would directly enter their bodies, and the 8 chains would disappear? When Fei Chen suddenly felt that his yuan qi boundary strength was suppressed by an invisible force, and could not help but groan, opening his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The 3 separation and reunion boundary experts and the qi transformation disciple were also the same. Their complexions instantly became extremely pale, and they all vomited blood. The remaining qi transformation disciple unexpectedly lost his breath in an instant, and fell to the ground dead. What happened? Long Hui was furious. He just saw that the situation was good, and was about to destroy the opponent's heaven-grade secret treasure. In his heart, he was thinking about how to humiliate Xia Ningchang, but in the blink of an eye, one of his own side died, 5 were seriously injured, and even when Fei Chen was dispirited. How could Long Hui not be angry? The duck that was in his mouth flew away like that. Master Long, please calm down. When Fei Chen resisted the piercing pain, circulating his yuan qi to expel the cold, and weakly explained, "I'm afraid that woman had set up a trap here, and this time she used the power of the array to deal with us. We were not paying attention and let her succeed. Trash, a bunch of trash." Long Hui flew into a rage, cursing loudly, "So many people to deal with one person, and yet we were all defeated." When Fei Chen's face flashed with a trace of anger, but he suppressed it and said, "Although we were tricked, that woman is definitely not in a good condition. I'm afraid that she doesn't have the slightest bit of yuan qi. If we can catch up with them at this time, they are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered." Long Hui impatiently said, "Then what are we waiting for? Quickly chase after them." When Fei Chen's eyes turned to the group of small fries from Stormhouse, and said with a gloomy face, "I'll give you a chance to live, if you can capture that woman. When Fei Chen will be responsible for safely leaving this place." Just now, Xia Ningchang's 8 chains were all aimed at the experts of Blood Group, but the group of people from Stormhouse were not injured. There were 5 people who entered the valley alive, and now there were still 5. Compared to the blood group, their condition was much better. Chapter 95. How could Nu Lang dare to disobey when Fei Chen's order? No matter how weak the other party looked, they were not someone they could deal with. They looked at each other and Nu Lang asked, "Senior One, are you sure that the girl has no strength to fight back?" "Absolutely sure." When Fei Chen answered patiently, "If you chase after her now, any one of you will be able to capture her and bring her back to Master Long. There will be many benefits for you. Then we will chase after her." Nu Lang's eyes flashed with madness and hatred. These days, he had suffered a lot from the blood group. Many of his brothers from Stormhouse had died, and none of the body-tempering realm had survived. His anger could not be vented on Wen Feichen, so he could only shift it to Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang. Xia Ningchang had no strength to fight back, so how could they put Yang Kai in their eyes? After the people from Stormhouse disappeared into the gloomy mountain valley, Wen Feichen looked at the disciples of the blood group and said, "You guys go too. Don't let that girl escape. She definitely has a strong backer behind her. Once this news is leaked out, our blood group will be in big trouble." Although these people were also very weak, this was an important matter, so they could only force themselves to go out and chase. At this time, only Long Hui and Wen Feichen were left in the valley. Long Hui's tone was slightly gentler as he asked, "Hall Master Wen, what is going on?" Wen Feichen smiled bitterly, "I don't know what method that girl used, but my strength has been suppressed to Qi Transformation Level 3. The 3 chains that entered my body locked my Yuan Qi and Dantian." "There is such a method?" Long Hui's face was aghast. Wen Feichen nodded, "If I am like this, then the other disciples are even worse. They can only use less than 30% of their strength." "Then what should we do?" Long Hui's face showed uneasiness. "Don't worry." Wen Feichen shook his head. "I didn't lie to those small fries from Stormhouse. That woman used such a powerful method and maintained her defensive secret treasure for a long time. Her Yuan Qi has already been depleted. Plus, she was hit by my palm. She has no choice but to surrender. As long as we find them, what belongs to you, young Master Long, will still be yours." Hearing this, Long Hui finally let out a sigh of relief. Rolling his eyes, he said, "Just now, Long Hui was too angry and his tone was a bit harsh. I hope Hall Master Wen won't take it to heart. After this matter is settled, I will definitely tell Grandfather about Hall Master Wen's hard work." "Young Master Long, you're too serious. We're family." Wen Feichen smiled with satisfaction, "But now, I would like to ask young Master Long to protect me. I will see if I can remove the Yin Qi chains in my body." "Alright." While they were talking, they didn't mention Yang Kai at all. In their eyes, Xia Ningchang was the troublesome one. Yang Kai was nothing. Now that Xia Ningchang had lost all her Yuan Qi, she was like a hedgehog that had been stripped of all its thorns. Anyone could easily take her down. At this moment, Yang Kai had already brought Xia Ningchang to the edge of the valley. There was a crack that only one person could enter at a time. Xia Ningchang was placed inside, while Yang Kai blocked the entrance. In front of the crack, there was a bush that blocked the entrance. The two of them were squeezed together, almost merging into one. "Don't talk. Someone is coming." Yang Kai held Xia Ningchang with one hand and whispered. Xia Ningchang's face was pale. She slightly nodded and held her breath. After a short while, Nu Lang and his people flashed in front of them. The sound of their footsteps gradually faded away. The two sides were only a dozen or so feet apart. However, the night was dark and the wind was strong. The Yin Qi in the valley was thick, which allowed Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang to hide perfectly. After Nu Lang and his people were far away, Xia Ningchang couldn't hold it in anymore. She spat out a mouthful of blood, which stained the scarf covering her face red. Wen Feichen's palm had hurt her after all. "Are you okay?" Yang Kai nervously asked. "Help me get the pellet." Xia Ningchang's voice was weak. Her body softened and collapsed on the ground. She didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Where is it? In my arms. Yang Kai quickly put his hand into her arms. However, he quickly retracted his hand and looked at his little senior sister in front of him. Xiaoning Chang was also looking at him. Her pale face blushed. Her body was slightly trembling. When Yang Kai had gently touched her chest, she had felt a lightning-like numbness from her chest to the bottom of her heart. She had almost fainted on the spot. Bear with it. Yang Kai knew that this was a critical moment. He didn't hesitate anymore. He whispered to Xiaoning Chang. Then, he put his hand into Xiaoning Chang's clothes again. It was summer. Xiaoning Chang didn't wear much. Except for the outer skirt, she only wore underwear. When Yang Kai put his hand into her clothes, he felt like he had entered a paradise that made people forget to return. She was plump and soft, full of amazing elasticity. It wasn't small, but it wasn't too big either. He couldn't cover it with his palm. From time to time, his 5 fingers would come into contact with those small protrusions. Every time they touched, Xiaoning Chang's body would tremble slightly. Feeling each other's burning body temperature, in just a few breaths of time, whether it was Kai Yang or Xiaoning Chang, both of them were short of breath and their blood was rapidly flowing through their bodies. Yang Kai was fine. Although he was a bit embarrassed, he was still a man. He thickened his skin and pretended that nothing had happened. On the other hand, Xiaoning Chang's clear eyes seemed to contain a pool of spring water. Her expression was shy and angry. The breath she exhaled was fragrant and indescribably attractive. Don't think too much. Yang Kai comforted her as he carefully searched. Xiaoning Chang finally couldn't help it. She held her breath and said weakly, "It's on the other side." Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses. He was wondering why he couldn't find it after searching for so long. It turned out that it wasn't on this side. What a mess. He reached into the other side and searched deeply. In the end, he found several small bottles. During this time, he didn't know how many times Xiaoning Chang shook them. Which one? Yang Kai asked. The one in the middle. Xiaoning Chang's voice was very weak. She signaled with her eyes. Yang Kai quickly picked up the bottle in the middle and poured out some pills. He lifted the cloth covering his face and stuffed all of them into Xiaoning Chang's mouth. This little senior sister had a special constitution. The sacred spirit medicine body was the best human body cauldron in the world. No matter how many pills she ate, there would be no side effects. After several pills entered her stomach, Xiaoning Chang closed her eyes and meditated. Yang Kai turned around and vigilantly watched for any movements outside. After waiting for about an hour, Xiaoning Chang gradually recovered. She opened her eyes and shyly looked at Yang Kai's back. Thinking back to what had just happened, Xiaoning Chang's cheeks burned. Although she knew she had no choice, she still wanted to find a hole to hide in. It was too embarrassing. As if sensing Xiaoning Chang's gaze, the vigilant Yang Kai suddenly turned around. When he saw that Xiaoning Chang had finished cultivating, he couldn't help but sigh. Are you okay? Xiaoning Chang's eyes flashed with panic. She quickly looked away. Although my life isn't in danger, I can't fight for a while. It's good that you're okay. Yang Kai finally relaxed. Chapter 96. Not daring to think about those shameful things, Xiaoning Chang turned to Advisor 4 and asked, "How did you find this hiding place?" This place could be said to be extremely hidden. It was simply a great place to hide. In the dark night, how did this junior brother find this place so accurately? Yang Kai grinned. When you left earlier, I was wandering around and accidentally found this place. I didn't expect it to become a life-saving place. This is our luck. Xiaoning Chang sighed. You rest well. When things calm down, I'll find a way to take you out of here. Xiaoning Chang's expression darkened, and he slowly shook his head. We can't leave. Where there's a will, there's a way. Why can't we leave? Yang Kai chuckled. Because I activated the 9-in-8 locks array. Now this valley has been sealed off by the array. Before dawn, no one can leave here. Yang Kai suddenly realized, so you left before to set up the array? Xia Ningchang nodded slightly. It was originally used to deal with the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, but I had no choice but to activate it ahead of time. Those eerie chains are the result of the array? Yang Kai recalled the scene just now. Could they have been killed already? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. If those experts were all dead, then they could definitely escape this time. Xia Ningchang shook his head. No, this array is not focused on killing. Those people are not weak, they definitely can't be killed. At most, it can only kill 1 or 2 of the weaker ones. That's not bad. Yang Kai sighed in pity. But even though it can't kill them, their bodies have been invaded by the yin qi chains. I'm afraid most of their strength will be sealed. They won't be able to recover before dawn. I'll see if I can recover some strength before dawn, then we can escape from here together. Yang Kai suddenly stared at Xia Ningchang with a pair of aggressive eyes, his voice somewhat agitated as he asked, "You said that their strength will be sealed? How many are sealed?" Xia Ningchang pondered for a moment. At least 60% to 70%. About 80% of that Yuan Qi realm master should have been sealed. In other words, they can't use their full strength right now. Yang Kai looked excited and eager to try. Xia Ningchang looked at him nervously. What do you want to do? Even if their strength is sealed, they are not people you can deal with. Junior brother, don't be reckless. She knew what Yang Kai was thinking. Yang Kai chuckled, his eyes filled with eagerness. How would we know if we don't try? Don't forget, this is the 9th yin congregation ground. Their strength is now sealed, and they still have to resist the invasion of yin energy. They are probably weaker than you expected. But there are so many of them. Xia Ningchang grabbed Yang Kai's arm and shook his head. Don't be impulsive. Yang Kai gently patted her hand. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If we keep hiding here, we will be discovered sooner or later. Once we become a turtle in a jar, we can only sit and wait for death. If I take the initiative to attack, I'm afraid there is still a little hope. No. Xia Ningchang shook her head like a rattledrum. I am senior sister, you have to listen to me. If you go out now, you won't be able to resist those people, and the yin energy in this valley will consume all of your yuan qi. Little senior sister, if you want to live, don't stop me. You saw that Long Hui's face. You should know what will happen to you if you fall into his hands. Xia Ningchang's body suddenly trembled. That's it, don't stop me. Yang Kai broke free from Xia Ningchang's grasp. If you insist on going out, take this with you. Xia Ningchang was powerless to stop him. If Yang Kai really wanted to go out, she couldn't stop him in her current state. She could only hand the jade pendant to him. You need this more than I do. Yang Kai refused. Don't worry. Although I am only at the 4th level of the initial element realm, I have a way to recover my yuan qi. The yin energy in this valley won't affect me. You, on the other hand, if someone finds this place, can you stop them? I have already recovered some of my yuan qi. I can activate the defensive secret treasure. Those people's strength has been greatly reduced, so they won't be a threat to me. Xia Ningchang nodded. Then there is nothing to worry about. Yang Kai slowly got up and walked outside. After being powerless for so long, it was finally time to move his fists and feet. Yang Kai's expression was somewhat ferocious. After taking a few steps, Yang Kai stopped and said softly, "Little senior sister, if I don't come back at dawn, you have to quickly leave by yourself." Xia Ningchang's heart clenched as an inexplicable pain spread. Yang Kai turned his head and smiled. If I can come back, can you promise me one thing? What is it? Xia Ningchang held back the sadness in her heart and asked. Let's talk about it when I come back. Yang Kai laughed and walked out of the crack in the mountain. He went outside and made some arrangements to cover the crack. Then he looked around and plunged into the darkness. Only Xia Ningchang was left behind, lonely and desolate. There were still 3 to 4 hours until dawn, but there were more than a dozen enemies. This was definitely going to be a tough battle. In the dark forest, someone was running quickly. The footsteps were made by 2 people. Yang Kai hid behind a big tree, quietly waiting for the people to come. He didn't know which side these two people were from, and he didn't know what kind of strength they had. He could only make some inquiries first before making any plans. If these two people were too strong, Yang Kai could only avoid them and find a soft persimmon to pinch. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and someone's voice could be heard. "Brother Xiong, where are they hiding? How come we haven't found them after searching for so long?" The other person said, "Junior brother, don't worry. Brother Nu and those bastards from the blood group are also looking for them. Yang Kai won't be able to hide for long. Let's just pretend. Maybe they have already captured Yang Kai and that girl." The junior brother nodded. "That's true. It's a pity for that girl. She seems to be very beautiful. If she falls into Long Hui's hands, I don't know how she will be ruined." Brother Xiong sneered. "Long Hui is a lecherous person. He is destined to have no great achievements. In the future, when we grow up, there will be a time when we can get back our face." As they were talking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. The two Stormhouse disciples suddenly stopped. Brother Xiong angrily shouted, "Who is it?" A light laugh came from the other side. "Aren't you looking for me? Yang Kai." Brother Xiong was overjoyed. He didn't expect to meet Yang Kai, but he didn't expect him to throw himself into a trap. This was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Brother Xiong was excited, and so was Yang Kai. Yang Kai already knew their identity from their conversation. Of the 5 people from Stormhouse, except for Nu Lang who was at Qi Transforming Stage 1, the rest were all at Initial Element Stage. Yang Kai wasn't afraid of a cultivator at this stage. Chapter 97. These two Stormhouse disciples originally had no enmity with Yang Kai, but along the way, several of their junior brothers had died. They couldn't find Wen Feichen for revenge, so they could only blame it on Yang Kai. Now that they had met their enemy, it was natural that their eyes would turn red. Brother Xiong looked at Yang Kai with a mocking smile and said coldly, "You have guts. You actually dared to throw yourself into the trap. Where is the girl you saved? Beat me and I'll tell you." Yang Kai cracked his knuckles, shook his neck, and slowly walked towards the two people. Brother Xiong sneered, "Junior brother, you don't know what's good for you. I'll go teach him a lesson." As he spoke, he unsheathed the long sword at his waist and charged towards Kai Yang to attack. Brother Xiong had the strength of Initial Element Realm Level 6, while Yang Kai was only at Initial Element Realm Level 4. There was already a gap of 2 levels between them, not to mention that Brother Xiong was holding a sharp weapon, so he felt that he had the upper hand. This sword was just a test, and Brother Xiong didn't expect to kill Yang Kai in one move. In the darkness, the sword flashed, and Yang Kai dodged sideways. He raised his palms and began to fight with Brother Xiong of Stormhouse. Using his palms against the sword, Yang Kai was restrained in every way. He kept retreating, and by the time Brother Xiong stabbed out for the 9th time, he had already retreated more than 10 steps. Brother Xiong laughed loudly. "A grain of rice dares to show off its brilliance. Yang Kai, give me your life." The previous test had allowed him to understand Yang Kai's details, so it was naturally time to kill him. The Yuan Qi in his body began to circulate, and Brother Xiong's long sword faintly emitted the sound of wind and thunder. Thunder Wind Chant. Brother Xiong majestically shouted out his sword move. Suddenly, an arc of light appeared on his long sword, and with unparalleled sharpness, it stabbed towards Yang Kai's chest at a speed that he couldn't dodge. As expected, Yang Kai couldn't dodge, but there was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, he raised his palm and slapped the sword. Brother Xiong sneered. He thought to himself, "My sword is now filled with thunder power. If a mere Initial Element 4th level cultivator like you really touches it, I'm afraid you'll be electrocuted and paralyzed. At that time, you'll be at my mercy." Thinking of this, Brother Xiong did not withdraw his move at all. Instead, his sword moves became faster and faster. Yang Kai shouted. His palm suddenly became extremely red, as if there was a burning flame. A wave of hot air rushed towards Brother Xiong. Not only did it dispel the cold around him, it also made him feel as if he had fallen into a sea of fire. Clang! The sword rang. Yang Kai's palm hit the sword, and the arc of light on the sword suddenly disappeared. With this slap, the long sword also deviated from its direction and pierced past Yang Kai's shoulder without hurting him at all. Brother Xiong was shocked. In this confrontation, his Yuan Qi was actually not a match for the opponent. He thought to himself, isn't he only at the initial element 4th level? Why is the Yuan Qi in his body more vigorous than mine? Moreover, the burning Yuan Qi in his palm just now was too pure. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to extinguish my thunder power. Panicking, Brother Xiong hurriedly withdrew his sword and retreated. He was preparing to adjust his breathing and slowly attack again, but how could Yang Kai give him this opportunity? Taking advantage of the time when Brother withdrew his sword, Yang Kai took a step forward and under Brother Xiong's shocked and frightened gaze, Yang Kai pointed a finger at his heart. Knowing that the number of enemies he had to deal with was not small, Yang Kai was quite decisive. He did not hesitate to use a drop of yang liquid to kill his opponent in one strike. Brother Xiong's body suddenly stopped moving, leaving only the whistling of the cold wind in the valley, as if crying and complaining. The Stormhouse junior brother who was on the side did not understand for a moment, and could not help but softly call out, "Brother Xiong, Brother Xiong." Before his voice fell, Brother Xiong's body suddenly fell straight down. Yang Kai laughed nastily, "Your Xiong brother is waiting for you on the road to the underworld." The junior brother was stunned, and immediately let out a strange cry and ran away. His strength was slightly inferior to Brother Xiong's. He was only at the initial element boundary 5th level. Yang Kai had killed Brother Xiong effortlessly, so wouldn't it be easy to deal with him? You think you can escape? Yang Kai sneered, holding Brother Xiong's sword in his hand, and chased after him. It had to be said that the dense Yin Qi in the valley was a great help to Yang Kai. Under the corrosion of the Yin Qi, everyone's strength would be reduced. Only Yang Kai practiced the true Yang secret art. The Yuan Qi in his body was the nemesis of the Yin Qi, so he did not need to worry about being affected. He just needed to consume a bit of true Yang Yuan Qi to dispel the chill. Although the Stormhouse junior brother was at the initial element boundary 5th level, the strength he could display in this valley was lower than Yang Kai's. After chasing for a short time, Yang Kai closed the distance between the two of them to about 10 meters, which was more than enough distance for him. Yang Kai suddenly threw the sword in his hand as he ran. Hearing the sound of wind behind him, the Stormhouse junior brother nimbly made a dodging action, narrowly avoiding the sword. But with this delay, the distance of 10 feet was suddenly reduced to 0. Unable to escape, the Stormhouse junior brother decisively turned around and pulled out his weapon to fight Yang Kai. But a red light flashed in front of him, and he instinctively blocked it with his weapon. With a catching sound, the steel weapon in his hand was cut in half by the red light, as fragile as tofu. The next moment he felt a heat on his neck, as if something had cut through it. Yang Kai stopped, a thin blood-red blade as thin as a cicada's wing flashing on his fingertips. A drop of blood rolled down the blade. The Stormhouse junior brother gulped and stared blankly at Yang Kai. He pointed at him, but couldn't say anything. After a few breaths, his head suddenly flew up into the sky, and a bloody mist burst out from his neck. Kill 2 people first. This battle was effortless, so easy that Yang Kai didn't even use unyielding will. In the past battles, Yang Kai always had to use this mysterious martial skill to defeat his enemies. But this time, he discovered that even if he didn't use this martial skill, he still had the strength to kill people above his level. Yang Kai felt the need to re-examine himself. Just as Yang Kai was about to quickly leave the scene, he heard the sound of clothes flapping in the wind from both sides. There were 2 people quickly approaching from the left, and 1 from the right. It should be the strange cry of the junior brother that had attracted them. They were about 100 feet away from him. Yang Kai originally wanted to hide, but after thinking carefully, he suddenly quickly approached from the left. If he wasn't wrong, The people coming should be the remaining 3 people from Storm House. They might have separated to make it easier to find him and Xia Ning Chang, but they weren't too far away from each other. Now that the remaining 3 people were all here, Yang Kai naturally couldn't ask for more. The strength of the Storm House people was much lower than that of the Blood Group people, so he could use them to test his own strength. Chapter 98. However, among these 3 people, Nu Lang was the cultivator at Qi transforming stage 1st level, so it would be a bit troublesome to deal with him. Therefore, Yang Kai had to first deal with the other 2 initial element stage Stormhouse disciples before he could have a good fight with Nu Lang. He wanted to see if he, as an initial element stage 4th level, had the ability to defeat a Qi transforming stage opponent. Yang Kai's fighting spirit was high, and his blood and Qi were rolling. Yang Kai's prediction was correct. The 2 people on the left were indeed Stormhouse disciples. Their strength was about the same as the 2 people from before, so even if they were stronger, they wouldn't be that much stronger. Hearing their junior brothers shout, the 2 people hadn't yet arrived at the scene of the accident when they saw a person dashing towards them. Who is it? The 2 Stormhouse disciples stopped and vigilantly looked at the person. Yang Kai didn't answer. His speed suddenly increased, and he fiercely rushed towards them. Feeling Yang Kai's killing intent and hostility, how could the 2 people not react? They cried out in alarm, "It's Yang Kai!" As soon as they finished speaking, their weapons were already in their hands, and they fiercely attacked Yang Kai from the left and right. Yang Kai's fighting spirit was very strong. Facing the 2 people's attacks, he didn't retreat at all. His body was like lightning, and the blood-red blade on his fingertips flew out, fiercely shooting towards one of the 2 people. That person raised his weapon to block, but how could an ordinary weapon block this blade made from a drop of yang liquid? As soon as they came into contact, the Stormhouse disciple's weapon was directly cut off. Fortunately, this person's reaction wasn't slow. In a panic, he suddenly dodged, barely avoiding the fatal blow, and let the blade fly past his waist. With a piercing sound, this person screamed. He felt as if his waist was branded by a soldering iron, and the air was suddenly filled with the smell of burnt flesh. "Brother!" The other person's expression changed, and the attack he was about to attack suddenly shrank back a bit. In a life-and-death battle, his retreat was equal to exposing himself to Yang Kai's attack. How could Yang Kai be polite to him? Casually blocking the sharp edge of the opponent's weapon, he pressed his palm on the opponent's chest. Vigorous and scorching hot true Yang Yuan Qi poured into the opponent's heart meridian. The opponent's eyes bulged, and he flew out in response. He fell to the ground, spasming for a moment, and then stopped moving. He was actually killed in a single exchange, even faster than that senior brother Xiong from before. Yang Kai's attack was successful, but before he could pull back, the Stormhouse disciple who was still alive actually swung his sword at him. Unable to dodge, Yang Kai could only instinctively tighten his muscles. Swoosh! The sword flashed, and a bloody wound appeared on his abdomen. Pain spread from the wound, and blood seeped out. Yang Kai was unmoved, and only a crazy and bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. He turned his head and looked at the opponent. That person saw his own junior brother die in front of him, and in his anger, how could he care about anything else? There was only one thought in his mind: to kill Yang Kai and avenge his junior brother. After his attack succeeded, he stabbed again, aiming for Yang Kai's throat. Yang Kai raised his arm to block, and the sword stabbed about an inch into his arm. It was pressed against the bone, but there was no way for it to go any further. Letting the blood drip down, Yang Kai grinned maliciously at him. In the darkness, 2 rows of snow-white fangs were exposed, like a fierce beast that was choosing its prey. At this moment, Yang Kai's entire body was filled with an evil aura. Crazy, excited, and bloodthirsty evil aura. That smile was even more chilling. This Stormhouse disciple, who was still alive, had never seen such a person. After being stabbed twice by him, he was still able to laugh. Was this person crazy? He was frightened, and wanted to jump back. In a battle of life and death, being frightened by the enemy's aura, how could he survive? Yang Kai raised his leg and kicked him in the crotch. The sound of something being kicked was heard. The man immediately bent his waist and knelt on the ground, his face pale. Pulling out the long sword that was stuck in his arm, Kai Yang threw it down, impaling him on the spot. 2 more killed. Swoosh. At this moment, a person finally appeared from the right. It was Nu Lang. These 5 people of Storm House were divided into 3 groups, searching for Yang Kai and Xia Ning Chong, but they didn't expect that Yang Kai would defeat them one by one. At first glance, Nu Lang saw his 2 dead junior brothers on the ground. In a blink of an eye, he glared at Yang Kai and asked, "Did you kill them?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at him. His face was crazy but calm. "Seems like everybody underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have this ability." Nu Lang's face was extremely gloomy. He pressed down the anger in his heart, took a deep breath and said, "I have something to ask you." "No need to ask. I killed Nu Lang and Qing Xiaofeng. You didn't guess wrong. It was you." Nu Lang's body shook. He had always hoped that his brother had just gone out to play. Although the possibility was low, it was still a hope. But now, this hope was broken by Yang Kai. He admitted that his brother's disappearance was related to him, and he killed him. "They wanted to kill me. Of course, I can kill them." Yang Kai was a little impatient. "Don't talk nonsense. Let's fight." "Good, good, good." Nu Lang's murderous intent soared as he glared at Yang Kai with resentment. "Since you dare to take responsibility for your actions, I won't say anything more. Today, I will use your life to pay tribute to his soul in heaven." While talking, Nu Lang launched his movement skill. His body flashed and arrived in front of Yang Kai in a blink of an eye. His hands swept horizontally towards Yang Kai's throat like an eagle's claw. Yang Kai's face was cold. The strength of a cultivator at the Qi transforming realm was really different from that of a cultivator at the initial element realm. The power of this attack was incomparable. In a hurry, Yang Kai leaned back and put his hand on his throat to protect his vital parts. Nu Lang beamed a faint smile. His 5 fingers changed direction midway, trying to grab something. Swish, Yang Kai stumbled back a few steps. Looking down, he saw that his clothes had been torn apart, and there were 5 blood-red claw marks on his chest. Furthermore, there was a strange aura that had invaded his body. He activated the true Yang secret art and dissolved the Qi in a blink of an eye. "You're just a level 4 initial element realm warrior. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? I won't kill you quickly. I will torture you until you wish you were dead." Nu Lang's face became more ferocious as his attack succeeded. "Fancy but impractical moves. You fight like a woman and scratch people. Don't you feel ashamed?" Yang Kai tore off his tattered clothes, revealing his skinny but strong body. He sneered with a cold face. Nu Lang's face reddened, but he couldn't refute. Who asked him to cultivate claw martial arts? This was indeed a little inelegant. "You have a sharp tongue. Don't beg for mercy later." Nu Lang didn't want to show off his courage. His hands were like eagle claws, attacking again. "You want to taste the power of my fists?" Yang Kai laughed and punched towards the 2 crazy claws. "You're overestimating yourself." Nu Lang sneered. With his Qi transforming realm level 1 cultivation, even if it was a hard rock, he could scratch a few holes in it. Not to mention the fist of a cultivator at the initial element realm level 4. Chapter 99. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them started to fight. Yang Kai's fist fiercely hit Nu Lang's palm, but Nu Lang's 5 fingers grabbed it tightly. The Yuan Qi in their bodies burst out at the same time, colliding with each other. "What?" Nu Lang was surprised. He found that the Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body was so overbearing that even he couldn't resist it for a long time. How could it be? There was a big gap between their strengths. No matter what, he couldn't be a threat to him. However, the fact was in front of him, so Nu Lang had to be cautious. If this stalemate continued, he was afraid that his 5 fingers would really be burned. Thinking of this, Nu Lang retracted his hand and jumped back a few steps. He wanted to take advantage of this short time to dissolve the Yuan Qi in his body. Looking at Yang Kai with a gloomy face, Nu Lang was even more surprised. Because when they had fought a moment ago, he hadn't been able to crush Yang Kai's fist. Although he had left 5 finger holes on his fist, it wasn't the result he had expected. In his estimation, that grab just now should have been able to crush his entire fist. He did have some skills. No wonder why his junior brothers were killed by him. It seemed he didn't win by luck. Nu Lang's face became solemn. Yang Kai shook his fist, bowed his head and looked at it. When he raised his eyes again, the craziness in his eyes was thicker. Yang Kai had been hiding, letting the blood in his body boil, feeling the pain from his wounds, and feeling the pressure from the enemy. He had been trying to raise his unyielding will. Only with an unyielding will and determination to win would the mysterious martial skill that belonged solely to him be able to display its greatest effect. And now, this moment had come. Yang Kai didn't need to be suppressed anymore. A flow of boiling hot energy came out from his bones. Along with this flow of hot energy, Yang Kai felt that his entire body had changed. Before, when he had accidentally triggered the unyielding will, Yang Kai didn't know why. Even if he defeated the enemy, he was still confused. But this time, it was different. He could clearly feel a huge amount of energy being generated from his bones, pouring into his meridians, nourishing his flesh and blood, and crazily increasing his strength. Again! Yang Kai was like a wolf hunting for prey in the jungle. His eyes gazed at Nu Lang, roaring and launching a strike. It was the same punch as before without any fancy moves. "You want to die?" Nu Lang sneered. Although he was surprised by Yang Kai's Yuan Qi, it didn't mean that Yang Kai could hurt him. As long as he stopped in time, even if the Yuan Qi was strange, he couldn't hurt him. On the other hand, he could hurt Yang Kai again and again, and there would always be a moment when he would be able to crush his entire fist. It could be said that the reckless way Yang Kai had chosen to fight was in line with Nu Lang's taste. While sneering, Nu Lang's big hand grabbed Yang Kai one more time. In the second head-on collision, Nu Lang felt something was wrong because the power in Yang Kai's punch was much stronger than before. The Yuan Qi was also more ferocious. It was almost the same as the full power of the initial element realm level 5. But so what? Initial element realm level 4 and initial element realm level 5 were the same in his eyes. They weren't a threat at all. Only death awaited them. After this exchange, the injury on Kai Yang's fist became more and more serious. Blood dripped from his fist, and his body was forced to retreat. He cut an extremely sorry figure. Nu Lang had already started, but in for a penny, in for a pound. Taking advantage of the situation, he continued to attack Kai Yang. His claws whistled through the air, leaving a trail of claw marks in the darkness. Yang Kai didn't say anything. He just stubbornly fought back. When Nu Lang's attack arrived, he threw out a punch. Left punch, right punch. His rhythm was clear. Although the wound on his hand wasn't light, he had blocked all of Nu Lang's attacks, making him unable to take his life. In the dark night, muffled thuds echoed one after another. Along with each thud, Yang Kai's body retreated a few steps. The wound on his hand was getting more and more serious. However, his eyes didn't show any sign of panic. Instead, he was resolute. A thought of winning was brewing in his heart, waiting for the last moment to burst out. How could it be? Nu Lang was extremely shocked. On the surface, it seemed that he had the absolute advantage. After all, his realm was much higher than Yang Kai's. If he couldn't gain the upper hand, then all his years of cultivation would have been in vain. However, Nu Lang couldn't say anything. His 10 fingers had been burned by Yang Kai's Yuan Qi. Each of his fingers had a circle of blisters as if they were burned by fire. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart. The heart-piercing pain came from his fingertips, making him gasp for air. If it was only like this, Nu Lang wouldn't be so shocked. What he was really shocked about was Yang Kai's strength. In the first battle, Yang Kai's strength was as he had observed. A mere fourth level of the initial element realm was nothing to be afraid of. The second battle, his strength had risen to fifth level of the initial element realm. The fourth battle, this kid's punch and the yuan qi fluctuation had reached sixth level of the initial element realm. The seventh battle, seventh level of the initial element realm. The 12th battle, 8th level of the initial element realm. It seemed that as the battle continued, this person's strength was rising like a sesame seed. This was extremely strange and unimaginable. Moreover, this rising didn't show any sign of stopping. Nu Lang's face was aghast. He didn't know to what extent Kai Yang's strength had risen. If he had directly reached the qi transforming stage, then he would have no hope of victory, because his opponent's world qi was too overbearing. After half an hour, Nu Lang couldn't fight with Yang Kai face to face anymore because he couldn't gain any advantage. Every time they fought, Yang Kai's body was like a rock, motionless at the same place. On the contrary, Nu Lang was the one who was forced to retreat. Nu Lang could only use his agility to deal with Yang Kai. He tried to find an opportunity to give Yang Kai a fatal blow. However, although Yang Kai's defense was simple, it was airtight. Nu Lang couldn't find an opportunity to kill. Ninth level of the initial element realm. Nu Lang's eyes trembled. He found that after this battle, Yang Kai's strength had risen to the peak of the initial element realm. However, his yuan qi fluctuation finally stabilized and didn't continue to rise. This discovery made Nu Lang heave a sigh of relief. Although he was only at the first level of the qi transformation realm, which was only one level higher than the ninth level of the initial element realm, this one level difference was also a big gap. Therefore, Nu Lang was still confident that he could kill Yang Kai. He must have eaten some kind of pellet to increase his strength. However, no matter what kind of pellet it was, there would be some side effects. His essence was still at the fourth level of the initial element realm. Regarding the yuan qi storage in his body, he couldn't be compared with Nu Lang's. Nu Lang was waiting for Yang Kai to be exhausted. Then he would take his life. Chapter 100. While Nu Lang had made up his mind, Yang Kai suddenly stopped his attack. He frowned as if he was thinking about something. In the next moment, a loud noise was heard. A fiery red light burst out in the dark night, frightening Nu Lang to the point that his soul almost left his body. At this moment, Yang Kai's body was burning with a layer of flame. It wasn't a real flame. It was the effect of the yuan qi in his body when it reached a certain level. The fiery red yuan qi wrapped him up. For a moment, the heat wave hit his face. The yin qi in the valley seemed to have met its nemesis and couldn't gather around him anymore. Kai Yang's face was illuminated by the fiery red light of the world qi. On his upper body, his refined muscles tightened, making him look wild and uninhibited, moving unhindered and unhindered. His fists were badly mutilated, and there was a sword wound about half a foot long on his abdomen. Blood was still flowing out of the wound, and his flesh was overturned. It was extremely terrifying. His eyes were scarlet, and like a trapped beast, they emitted endless madness and bloodthirsty aura. The evil aura was awe-inspiring. Nu Lang was frightened. He hurriedly retreated a few steps and screamed, "Mad demon!" He thought that Yang Kai couldn't control the yuan qi in his body during the battle and let the yuan qi go crazy and swallow his mind. However, shouldn't this kind of thing only happen in the qi transformation realm and above? He was just a cultivator in the initial element realm. How could this happen? Mad demon? Yang Kai turned his head to look at him. Although his eyes were frightening, his face was calm. He didn't have the expression that a person who had become the demon race should have. He said disdainfully, "Short-sighted." While talking, the burning yuan qi on his body was retracted. The flames in the sky disappeared, leaving only two fists covered with a layer of true yang yuan qi. It looked like these two fists were holding two burning flames. The flames were swaying with the wind, but they didn't stop. "Do you still have consciousness?" Nu Lang looked at Yang Kai in surprise. He wanted to find a trace of humanity in his eyes. However, he was disappointed. He couldn't see any humanity in those scarlet eyes. Only the crazy fighting spirit and the aura of slaughter were left. It shouldn't be. This was the state of the mad demon. His eyes didn't have any humanity. How could he still think? You tell me, do I? Yang Kai took a step forward. With this step, the distance between him and Nu Lang was shortened to the limit. Nu Lang was shocked. He never thought that Yang Kai's current speed would be so fast. Hurriedly retreating, it swept out its claws in an attempt to block Yang Kai's path. Kai Yang's burning right fist met that hand, and with a whistling sound, smashed into Nu Lang's 5 fingers. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, followed by Nu Lang's terrified scream. His body flew up like a kite. After he landed on the ground, he felt a heart-piercing pain from his 5 fingers. He looked around and found that his 5 fingers were twisted, and he couldn't straighten them anymore. His fingers were full of burns and his bones were broken. Not only that, there was also a flow of fierce and overbearing yuan qi invading his body, burning his meridians and flesh. Nu Lang didn't dare to be careless. He quickly extended his other hand and hit his arm a few times to stop the yuan qi from invading his body. As soon as he finished this action, a light flashed in front of him. He raised his head and found that Yang Kai was approaching him. The flames on his fists were getting brighter. How could Nu Lang dare to fight? At this moment, he knew that he, who had just reached the first level of the Qi transformation realm, couldn't beat Yang Kai, the cultivator of the initial element realm. Using all of his strength, Nu Lang moved his feet and moved backward. At the same time, he let out a long shout. His shout was mixed with panic and fear, spreading far and wide. Flames suddenly appeared under Kai Yang's feet, and his speed suddenly increased to a level that even surprised him. Like a shadow, he chased after Nu Lang and fiercely punched him again and again. Bam bam bam, Nu Lang took several punches in a row. He couldn't resist at all. His head was dizzy and his consciousness was blurred. After 50 steps, Nu Lang finally understood that he couldn't get rid of Yang Kai's pursuit. At this moment, the young man's blood was stimulated. He suddenly stopped and shouted with a ferocious face, "Yang Kai, don't push me too far. Eagle soars the sky, die for me." This was Nu Lang's most powerful claw attack. He poured all of his yuan qi into his hands, crossing them in front of his body to protect himself. Then he aimed at Yang Kai's chest and fiercely tore it to both sides. The full power of a first level of the Qi transformation realm cultivator was something that even Yang Kai didn't dare to underestimate. Feeling the enormous killing power hidden in the 2 hands, Yang Kai's face became serious. If he were to be caught by him, Kai Yang reckoned that his chest would be torn apart. In that split second, Kai Yang instinctively leaned his body to the side. His fiery fists continued to smash towards Nu Lang's face without losing any momentum. Both of them were risking their lives. This was destined to be the last attack that would give them a chance to live. Either you die or I die. Bang. When Kai Yang's fist landed on Nu Lang's face, his delicate facial features immediately distorted. Nu Lang's entire body was thrown backwards by the force of Kai Yang's punch. After flipping a few times in the air, he finally landed on the ground with a thud. Swoosh! Nu Lang's 2 claws didn't disappoint as they swept towards Yang Kai's chest. However, the expected scene of Yang Kai being cut open didn't happen. Only 10 bloody scars were left on his chest, 5 shallow and 5 deep. At the crucial moment, Yang Kai's side move played a crucial role. One of Nu Lang's finger bones had been broken just now. When the eagle soars the sky was used, the strength of the 2 hands was definitely different. Yang Kai's side move was to control the difference between the light and heavy forces, so that Nu Lang's 2 hands couldn't exert force at the same time, which was equivalent to breaking his attack. This kind of response was the result of his mind and was also an instinctive reaction. During the battle, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. However, it had to be said that this kind of counterattack was indeed ingenious. The scene suddenly quieted down. The result of this desperate battle had been decided. Yang Kai was gasping for breath, but his body was still full of evil aura. Nu Lang was sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. His face was badly mutilated. He resentfully stared at Yang Kai, who was walking towards him step by step. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. Nu Lang swallowed the blood in his mouth and said ferociously. Yang Kai looked down at him, lifted one of his big feet and stomped down. The blood group's people will hear my message. They will come to kill. Nu Lang hadn't finished his sentence when his neck was crushed by Yang Kai, and he died. The 5 people of Storm House were completely annihilated. Calmly standing at the same place, feeling the boiling blood and fighting spirit in his body. Yang Kai's face was grave and stern as he pondered for a moment. A crazy idea emerged in his mind. Chapter 101. A long roar rang out as Yang Kai's figure became wild, like a bloodthirsty beast, his roar piercing through the sky and echoing endlessly throughout the mountain valley. Come and fight. Bloody battle gangs trash. This was an invitation to fight, a blatant provocation. I'm here, waiting for you. He knew that if he stayed, there would be trouble. After all, Nu Lang had used his roar to signal them. Although this valley covered an area of dozens of miles, it was late at night, so those people must have heard his roar and were rushing here. At this time, the safest way was to leave. After 3 battles and killing 5 people, Yang Kai's mental and physical strength had been greatly consumed. His body had also suffered a lot of injuries. How could he confront the bloody battle gangs group again? Leaving this place, waiting for an opportunity to recover, was undoubtedly the right way to go. But Yang Kai couldn't leave, and he wouldn't leave, because now his mental strength had reached its peak. Once he left this place, there would be a feeling of fear in his heart. Once he had this feeling, how could the unyielding will be useful? Without the support of the unyielding will, he was just an initial element 4th level cultivator. It was time to chase after the enemy. Yang Kai wanted to use his peak power to give the bloody battle gang's disciples a big surprise. Of course, all of this was based on the fact that Xia Ningchang's deduction was correct. The bloody battle gang's group wasn't comparable to the Storm House's group. Most of them were separation and reunion level experts. Normally, this level of cultivator could easily kill Yang Kai. But now, they were sealed by the 9 in 8 locks formation, so it was hard to say how much strength they had left. After hearing Kai Yang's roar, Xia Ningchang suddenly opened her eyes. Her heart that had been filled with nervousness and regret was finally able to relax. He didn't die. He didn't die. Xia Ningchang almost cried. She had been worried about Yang Kai's safety. She was afraid that he wouldn't come back and leave her here alone. His strength was so low, and the other side had so many people, how could he resist? Ever since Yang Kai left, Xia Ningchang had been blaming himself and regretting that he should have risked his life to keep him here. He should not have let him go. However, not to mention that time, even now her condition was not very good. If Yang Kai was determined to leave, she could not stop him at all. Because he wanted to come to this place, he had to involve him in this huge danger. Xia Ningchang felt extremely guilty. The naive girl only took the blame for herself. She didn't think that whether it was Storm House or Blood Group, it was all because of Yang Kai that they chased after her. As for the culprit, it was still Kai Yang. However, Xia Ningchang was relieved that his junior brother was safe and sound. Moreover, his voice was mixed with a kind of fearless fighting spirit, a kind of inspiring signal. Although he didn't know what he was facing now, Xia Ningchang felt that the only thing he could do was to quickly recover and then go out to help him and save him. On the other side of the valley, when Fei Chen, who was dissolving the yin qi chains in his body, and Long Hui, who was guarding beside him, also heard Yang Kai's roar clearly. When this roar came, when Fei Chen could not help but frown. His mind was interrupted and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This beast! When Fei Chen was furious. He was at a critical moment, but was disturbed by his roar and actually suffered a little internal injury because of it. Master Wen, how is the dissolving? Long Hui seemed to ask with concern. When Fei Chen slowly shook his head, "Not good, this thing is beyond my knowledge. I don't know whose disciple that girl is, to be able to set up such a marvelous array." The 3 Yin-Qi chains not only sealed the flow of Yuan Qi in his meridians, but also sealed his dantian, causing his strength to only reach the Qi transformation stage 3rd level. Just now, he had used up a lot of energy, so his strength had decreased by a lot. When Fei Chen was so angry that he couldn't wait to capture Yang Kai and that girl and kill them 100 times over. A dignified Yuan Qi stage 5th level expert was actually played by 2 juniors to such an extent. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? "Hall Master One, don't worry. That brat dared to expose his whereabouts. I think he should be dead by now." Long Hui's expression was firm, and a cold smile appeared on his face. When Fei Chen didn't answer because he understood the meaning behind Yang Kai's roar. It wasn't the roar of a dead end, but an unstoppable roar filled with battle intent. However, a mere initial element stage 4th level cultivator, what are you so arrogant for? Therefore, although when Fei Chen felt that something was wrong, he didn't take it to heart. He also thought that Yang Kai was a cornered beast that would fight and die without a doubt. Everyone in the valley had different thoughts. Outside the valley, a white-haired old man suddenly flew in. This old man's breath was long, and his Yuan Qi waves were hidden, making people unable to see through his depth. However, his speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he had already flown over 100 feet. The old man's face was full of worry and anxiety. He looked up at the sky and was extremely regretful. Oh no, I can't make it in time. My little grandaunt, please don't open the array too early." The old man muttered to himself as he ran. This old man was the shopkeeper of the contribution hall, Meng Wuya. Meng Wuya felt that he had really lost face. That night, he had tried his best to persuade his disciple not to come to the 9th Yin congregation ground. After all, it wasn't necessary to refine the 9th Yin Yuan condensing due to advance to the Yuan Qi realm. Xia Ningchang was obedient and agreed. Meng Wuya was in a good mood. Xia Ningchang had prepared a few dishes and a few pots of wine. Meng Wuya drank and ate while talking about Yang Kai's faults, trying to make his disciple stay away from him. This was because Meng Wuya could see that his disciple still cared about Yang Kai. It wasn't love between a man and a woman, but a kind of protection. However, this wasn't a good sign, and Meng Wuya wanted to nip it in the bud. All these years, his disciple had been very well behaved and obedient. Meng Wuya treated her like a treasure. He kept her in his mouth but was afraid she would melt. He held her in his hand but was afraid she would fall. This caused her to be too naive and didn't understand the sinister nature of people's hearts. Meng Wuya was worried. What if Yang Kai had bad intentions and seduced his disciple? This was the time when one was young and ignorant of love. Once his disciple fell in love, things would become difficult. Therefore, Meng Wuya had ulterior motives. Although he felt ashamed, his mouth was full of scolding Yang Kai. He said that he was lecherous and heartless, and that he blamed all the bad things on Yang Kai. He did everything he could to smear his reputation. At the end, Meng Wuya sternly warned Xia Ningchang, "Disciple, you must stay away from this kind of person." Chapter 102. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Wuya's vision blurred and he fell head first onto the plate of food in front of him. By the time he woke up, a long time had passed. Xia Ningchang had used a lot of medicine. Meng Wuya wanted to cry but had no tears to shed after being plotted against by his own disciple. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, Meng Wuya didn't even bother to wash his face and directly left High Heaven Pavilion to rush here. He was extremely regretful. If he had known that his disciple was so determined, he wouldn't have been so cheap as to provoke her impression of Yang Kai. Wasn't that just looking for trouble? Although his disciple had countless treasures that could help her avoid many dangers, this was still inside Black Wind Mountain. What if she encountered one or two powerful monster beasts that didn't know what to do and ate her? If he had followed along, he wouldn't have to worry about this at all. Meng Huya really wanted to slap himself a few times. Who asked you to be so cheap? He was still 10 li away from the 9 in congregation ground, but Meng Huya could already feel the cold yin qi coming from there. While in midair, he anxiously raised his head to look. He saw that the yin qi in the valley was surging, but it seemed to be bound by an invisible energy and couldn't escape. Seeing this, Meng Huya's heart finally calmed down. The 9 in 8 locks formation had been activated, which meant that his disciple had safely arrived here. Phew, at least there weren't any big mistakes. Meng Huya breathed heavily. Only the heavens knew how much he had been on the road these past few days. His heart had almost broken down. Not long after, Meng Huya arrived outside the valley, but he didn't go in. He looked into the valley with rapt attention, but the yin qi inside was too heavy. He couldn't see or hear anything, and even his divine sense couldn't probe inside. Since the 9 in 8 locks formation had been activated, it meant that his disciple had already started. He just had to wait for her good news. Being bound by the formation, the people inside couldn't come out, and the people outside couldn't go in. Although Meng Huya could break the formation, if he did, his disciple's efforts would be in vain. I just have to wait. Meng Huya consoled himself. This time he was wrong. The reason why Xia Ningchang wanted to open the array ahead of time was not to deal with the 9th in yuan condensing dew, but to deal with the bloody group situation. Meng Huya didn't know that Xia Ningchang was extremely weak right now, and Yang Kai was covered in blood. Both of them were in great danger. If he knew, he would definitely break the formation at all costs and slaughter Wen Fei Chen and the others inside 1,000 times over. You dare to even have ideas about this old man's disciple? Fuck your 18 generations of ancestors. Sometimes things were just so miraculous. It was so close yet so far away. In the valley, Yang Kai was still standing quietly in the same place, his back as straight as a javelin, waiting for the arrival of the powerful enemy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of clothes flapping could be heard all around them. He's finally here. Yang Kai's face gradually became dignified. He turned his head and looked at the place where Xia Ningchang was hiding. He didn't know if he could survive this battle. But he had done his best, so he had no regrets. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 figures almost simultaneously arrived at Yang Kai's side. Then, another person arrived. The first 3 were separation and reunion boundary experts of the bloody group. The last one was only at the Qi transforming 9th level, so his speed was naturally slower. After the 4 arrived, they didn't say anything. Instead, they stared at Yang Kai in shock. Because they found that in just an hour, this youth who was only at the initial element boundary 4th level actually had the strength of a peak initial element boundary expert. What was going on? Nu Lang's body was under his feet. His neck was broken, and his death was miserable. His eyes were bulging. Apparently, he didn't expect that he would die in this place. He died with his eyes wide open. In this valley where the cold wind blew, it made people feel creepy. Did you kill this person? A separation and reunion boundary expert of the bloody group asked. What about the most powerful person and your young master Long? Yang Kai didn't answer his question. Instead, he turned his head and looked around. He found that there was something wrong with the number of people. Originally, the bloody group had 7 people. In addition to Wen Fei Chen and Long Hui, the other Qi transforming boundary disciple had been killed by Xia Ningchang's Yin Qi shackles. Therefore, there were only 4 people left. Humph, to deal with you, Hall Master Wen and young Master Long don't need to act. The person who spoke before coldly snorted. This person wasn't very old. He was about 25 to 26 years old and was in the prime of youth. Bloody group. Ha, you only know how to bully others. Yang Kai ridiculed. The youth's face was ruthless. To deal with you, I alone am enough. Although more than half of his strength had been sealed by the Yin Qi shackles, he still had the foundation of a separation and reunion boundary expert. If he really wanted to fight, he would definitely be more powerful than a Qi transforming boundary expert. How could he not deal with Yang Kai? It's useless to talk big. Why don't you try? Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously. He also felt that these people's strength had been greatly reduced. They couldn't compare to the pressure they gave him before. Moreover, the yuan qi fluctuations on their bodies were quite unstable. The three people who came first were estimated to have the same strength as Nu Lang. Even if they were strong, they wouldn't be much stronger. The one who came later was slightly weaker than Nu Lang. If it was one-on-one, Yang Kai was sure that he could win. As long as he killed one of them, then the rest would be much easier. Little brat, you are so arrogant. Let your grandfather teach you a lesson. The youth was really smart. Before he finished speaking, he was about to come forward. Seeing that the plan was about to succeed, as long as the youth came within 10 steps of him, Yang Kai would kill him even if he was injured. But at this moment, another separation and reunion boundary expert's voice sounded. Junior brother Yuan Lang, don't fall into his trap. The youth immediately stopped and looked at Yang Kai coldly. Then he said, yes, brother Kai. He is the only one here. We don't know where the girl is. She has many tricks, so we have to be careful. Moreover, this brat has the strength to kill Nu Lang. I'm afraid he has been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Quickly capture him and force him to tell us where the girl is. Brother Kai said with a vigilant look. He waved his hand and said, let's go together. 4 against 1, and the opponent was a cultivator at the initial element realm. Even if he had some tricks, he wouldn't be able to use them. He would definitely be captured. For shadows moved almost at the same time. They surrounded Yang Kai in the north, south, east, and west. Their ferocious killing moves covered his head. Facing such a dangerous situation, Yang Kai wasn't afraid. He laughed and said, I told you that the blood group only knows how to bully people with numbers. You still don't admit it. Yuan Lang, the youth who had almost fallen into the trap, blushed. While releasing his killing moves, he angrily shouted, Stinky brat, you have a sharp tongue. Wait until I capture you. I will show you. Chapter 103. You don't have the qualifications. Yang Kai roared, his yuan qi burst out from his body, his whole body was like a burning fireball, emitting a threatening heat. While speaking, Yang Kai and Yuan Lang's palms collided. With a muffled sound, Yang Kai staggered back, while Yuan Lang let out a strange cry and flew back. Retreating 3 steps, Yang Kai instantly fell into the encirclement of the other 3 people. Seeing that the 3 attacks were about to hit him, Yang Kai hurriedly lowered his body, avoiding the attack of another separation and reunion boundary expert. At the same time, he exposed his back to the weakest blood group disciple. With an earth-shattering momentum, both of his palms were aimed at the chest of the most vigilant brother Kai. It was this person who had just warned Yuan Lang, so he did not fall into Yang Kai's trap. Among the 4 people, he was the leader, so his strength was naturally the strongest. Even if his cultivation was sealed, he still had the strength of Qi transforming 2nd level. Therefore, Yang Kai made up his mind to kill him first. As long as he died, the remaining 3 people were nothing to be afraid of. In the time it took to take a breath, Kai Yang had already engaged in a confrontation with the 4 of them. Brother Kai saw that Yang Kai did not care about his own safety, and could not help but frown. Although he did not know what Yang Kai wanted to do, he had a bad premonition in his heart. This pair of palms, there must be a hidden secret. Retreat. This person was also quite decisive. Although he didn't believe that Kai Yang could cause him any harm, for the sake of caution, he immediately retreated. At the same time, he raised his hand and sent out a palm strike towards Kai Yang, wanting to test his opponent's strength. His palms had not yet been pushed out, but he found that Yang Kai's mouth was showing a trace of a cold smile. Not good, I fell into his trap. In the next moment he saw that Yang Kai's palms were fluttering left and right, unexpectedly avoiding his block. With a fearless attitude, they were still aiming at his chest. His 2 palms would certainly hit him, but his own attack would also hit him. Was this an injury for an injury? Before he could finish his thoughts, Yang Kai's palms changed again. The two burning palms suddenly became blood red, as if there was some kind of liquid covering them. The temperature of the palms increased by another level. There was no way to dodge. Brother Kai's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness, his yuan qi fiercely revolved. Let's see who will die after this palm. In any case, I am a separation and reunion boundary expert. Although most of my strength has been sealed, and I feel like a tiger that has fallen to the plains, how could the quality and density of my yuan qi be inferior to yours? Bang 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 sound. Senior Brother Kai's palm landed on Kai Yang's chest. At the same time, Kai Yang's two palms also landed on his own chest. In an instant, the yuan qi's guarding's chest violently churned, as if his chest's feel, this kid's yuan qi is so pure. This person was shocked. He thought that if it weren't for the fact that his cultivation level was higher than his, he might have been injured by this palm. But before he could recover from his shock, he felt Yang Kai's palm once again emit a scorching heat. As the heat spread out, Brother Kai felt a sharp pain in his chest. He vaguely felt as if his body had been penetrated. His internal organs also started to churn. Get out of my way! Brother Kai flew into a rage. The power of his palm burst forth, and Yang Kai was no longer able to withstand it. He flew backwards like a rag sack. Yang Kai's body had not yet landed on the ground, but the weakest blood group disciple had already stabbed him with his sword. At the critical moment, Yang Kai twisted his body, and the sword directly pierced his shoulder, opening a bloody hole in his shoulder. This was not the end. Taking advantage of the fact that Yang Kai was injured, another separation and reunion boundary expert finally found the opportunity to kick Yang Kai's ribs, directly sending him flying. A moment ago, Yang Kai had dodged his attack, which made him feel somewhat ashamed. At this moment, he naturally did not show any mercy. At the same time Yang Kai was sent flying, a bottle suddenly slipped from his chest and fell to the ground. In the air, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered to the ground. He looked at the bottle that fell from his chest, but he did not dare to go forward and pick it up. A flame suddenly appeared under his feet, and as fast as lightning, he disappeared into the jungle. Yuan Lang saw all of this and quickly rushed forward to pick up the bottle. Yang Kai's laughter came from afar. Ha ha, blood group, separation and reunion boundary, nothing more than this. Why did he run away? Several people from the blood group looked at each other in dismay. Yang Kai had let out a roar to attract them, and had been waiting here with an awe-inspiring and insufferably arrogant attitude. Originally, they thought that Yang Kai had something to rely on, but now he unexpectedly ran away. Wasn't this thunder big but the rain small? Several people really thought that he had some extraordinary means. Now, looking at the direction he ran, they could not help but snort. Chase, he is seriously injured. He absolutely won't be able to hold on for long. Yuan Lang bitterly swung his palm and fiercely said. He had suffered a small loss when he fought with Yang Kai. He did not expect that Yang Kai's palm would be so difficult to resolve. After he had resolved it, the battle was actually over. From the beginning to the end, only 3 breaths of time had passed, and the speed was so fast that it made people stunned. After saying this, Yuan Lang immediately chased in the direction of Yang Kai, and the others also hurriedly followed. But before they could run a few steps, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground suddenly came from behind them. They turned their heads in surprise and saw that the strongest of them all, Senior Brother Kai, was actually lying on the ground, motionless, facing the yellow earth with his back to heaven and earth. Brother, what happened to you? Yuan Lang was surprised and asked, but did not get any response. What's going on? The one with the lowest strength was also confused. Just a moment ago, Brother Kai exchanged a blow with Yang Kai, but he should not have been seriously injured, right? The situation is not right. The third person frowned and hurriedly walked back. He turned the body of this senior martial brother over and suddenly exclaimed, Ah! How is Brother Kai? Yuan Lang came back and asked. He was stunned for a moment, because at this moment his brother's skin was red, and the blood under his skin seemed to be boiling. His eyes were bulging and he looked almost the same as Nu Lang's. At this moment, Brother Kai was not breathing. There was a finger-sized hole in his chest, and blood was gurgling out of it. "It's hot." The bloody group disciple who was holding Brother Kai quickly put down the body. Once the body hit the ground, it unexpectedly burst open, and hot blood sputtered out, sprinkling on the ground and steaming into a blood mist. The three people who were still alive were drenched from head to toe. Their blood was mixed with scorching primordial chi. The three people's expressions were extremely horrified. They did not expect that the strongest person in the group, Brother Kai, would die in such an inexplicable way. How did he die? When did Yang Kai kill him? The three people foolishly stood in the same place, blankly looking at their dead brother on the ground. Their expressions were very interesting. The four experts of the bloody group had attacked together to deal with Yang Kai, but unexpectedly one of them was killed by him in a flash. And he was only hit by a sword, a kick, and a palm. Although he was seriously injured, he still managed to escape. Chapter 104. The three of them couldn't accept this fact no matter how hard they tried. The person lying on the ground was a separation and reunion boundary expert. This was a motherfucker separation and reunion boundary expert. How could he be killed by an initial element boundary cultivator? There was a gap of 2 realms between the two of them. This was simply a huge joke. Although Brother Kai's cultivation was sealed by that woman and he had to use his Yuan Qi and mind to resist the invasion of the Yin Qi in the valley, he should still be able to display the strength of a Qi transformation boundary expert, right? How could he be killed? The three people's faces turned green and red, and they were still a little frightened. Each of them was thinking, what if Yang Kai's target wasn't this brother, but them? What would the result be? Without a doubt, they would also die here. At this moment, Yuan Lang finally understood Brother Kai's wisdom and vigilance. If it wasn't for Brother Kai's warning, he was afraid that he would be the first to die at Yang Kai's hands. "Brother, how did you die?" The weakest cultivator finally opened his mouth and asked, breaking the awkward silence. After this question was asked, the three people suddenly looked at each other in dismay. The scene of the fight just now replayed in their minds, and they finally found traces of Yang Kai's attack. It was that palm strike that traded injury for injury. This was Kai Yang's only offensive move in this battle. "He's that strong?" one of them asked in horror. "This isn't his ability. He must have hidden some powerful secret treasure, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to break through Brother's Yuan Qi defense and kill him in one blow." Yuan Lang looked at him and gradually calmed down as he analyzed. The other person also nodded in agreement. If he didn't rely on the power of the secret treasure, how could Yang Kai do this with his own strength? Even if Yang Kai stood up and admitted it, they wouldn't believe it. The amount of Yuan Qi needed to activate this secret treasure must be enormous, and his strength is only in the initial element realm, so he only has one chance to attack. After the attack, no matter whether it succeeds or not, he has to escape immediately. Yuan Lang's face was gloomy. The more he thought about it, the clearer his thoughts became. His thinking gradually became more agile, and he actually felt like he had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. His speculation was also quite consistent with Yang Kai's suspicious actions. Yuan Lang's tone was firm. "So, the current him, even if he still has some strength, he is just an arrow at the end of its flight. He definitely won't be able to use that artifact again. Adding on the fact that he has suffered such a serious injury, he is no longer a threat." The other two also felt that his analysis was very reasonable, and they couldn't help but feel relieved. It turned out that he was only relying on an artifact to achieve this level. How frightening! If his strength was so monstrous that even Brother Kai could easily kill him, then they should just wash their necks clean and stretch out their necks. Why should they linger on while at death's door? The blood group disciple with the lowest strength said, "Brother has been killed, should we go back and report it?" Yuan Lang turned his head to look at him and lightly reprimanded, "Why go back? If we don't report it, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. This person hesitated. The other person thoughtfully looked at the youth, and suddenly laughed. He said to the lowest strength disciple, Junior Brother Wu, you don't understand Brother Yuan's intention. Junior Brother Wu's face was full of confusion. He turned his head to look at this person, and then turned his head to look at Yuan Lang, puzzled. Yuan Lang chuckled, Junior Brother Ye's mind is so meticulous, I can't hide anything from you. Junior Brother Yi also laughed heartily. Great minds think alike, that's all. Junior Brother Wu looked at the two of them speaking in riddles, but he couldn't understand the key point. He couldn't help but helplessly say, Two brothers, can't you explain things in simple terms? Yuan Lang looked at him, and then said, Junior Brother Wu, what do you think about the level of the artifact that Yang Kai relied on? Junior Brother Wu listened for a moment, and then slowly replied, Surrounded by the four of us, he was able to kill Brother Kai in one blow. The level of the artifact is certainly not low. At the very least, it is an Earth-grade mid-level artifact. It is very likely to be an Earth-grade high-level artifact. They had all seen Xia Ningchang use a Heaven-grade defensive artifact. At this moment, Yang Kai had an Earth-grade defensive artifact. What was the big deal? Earth-grade defensive artifact was Junior Brother Wu's lowest evaluation, so this speculation was reasonable. Yuan Lang nodded slightly. If we report this matter to Hall Master Wen, what do you think the final result will be? Junior Brother Wu almost instinctively said, Yang Kai will die, and the artifact will be taken by Hall Master Wen. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly understood everything. If Hall Master Wen knew that Yang Kai had an Earth-grade artifact, would they still have a share? That woman's Heaven-grade artifact had already been reserved by young Master Long Hui. Even if Hall Master Wen couldn't eat the meat, he still had to drink the soup, right? As for these brothers, they probably wouldn't even be able to lick the bottom of the soup. At most, when they returned, Hall Master Wen would reward them with some gold and silver. This time, after experiencing such danger, several of their brothers had died. Could it be that this was the only benefit they could get? Even if they worked hard for others, they still had to get something in return. Just now, they had been on the brink of death. Even now, their hearts were still beating wildly. How could this be made up for by some gold and silver? Moreover, Hall Master Wen had always been stingy. Even if he rewarded them, he wouldn't give them much. Brothers, what do you mean? Junior Brother Wu tentatively asked. Yuan Lang and Junior Brother Yi looked at each other. Junior Brother Yi nodded slightly. Whatever Brother Yuan says, we will do. Yuan Lang laughed. Good, since the two junior brothers don't have any objections, then we won't report it. Good. The two nodded. As for the artifact in Yang Kai's hands, Yuan Lang smiled and turned to look at the two junior brothers. Whoever can kill him and avenge Brother Kai can have that artifact. What do you think? Junior Brother Yi nodded. Then we will do as Brother Yuan says. Are we going to split up? Junior Brother Wu was the weakest. Just now, when he saw Brother Kai die on the spot, he naturally panicked. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal with Yang Kai one-on-one. Junior Brother Yi said, What are you afraid of? Yang Kai has activated the artifact once. How could he have any Yuan Qi left? Moreover, he had a fierce battle with the Storm House's people and was wounded badly by us. Anyone who meets him can kill him easily. Junior Brother Wu agreed with him. Before they came here, Yang Kai had a fierce battle with Nu Lang. He must have consumed a lot of his Yuan Qi, and they had seen his wounds. In this harsh environment, he still had to use his Yuan Qi and mind to resist the Yin Qi invasion. He was afraid that his strength had been reduced by 70 to 80%. If they met him, they could kill him easily. Now, instead of saying that they wanted to kill Yang Kai to avenge Brother Kai, it was better to say that they wanted to find the Earth-grade artifact in his hands. Whoever found him first would get the artifact. How could they move together? Thinking about this, Junior Brother Wu's breath became hot. Chapter 105. After they finished their discussion and were about to take action, junior brother Yi suddenly looked at Yuan Lang and said, "Brother Yuan, when Yang Kai was escaping just now, something seemed to have fallen out. What is it?" Yuan Lang was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. Junior brother Yi is quite observant. As he spoke, he opened his palm and revealed the bottle. He said, "This should be a bottle of pills. Can I take a look?" Junior brother Yi smiled slightly. Yang Kai and that woman both had high-grade secret treasures on them, so their value was not low. When this bottle fell out, Yang Kai was obviously reluctant to part with it. A pill that could make him reluctant to part with it was definitely valuable. Because of this, junior brother Yi didn't want this thing to be monopolized by Yuan Lang. Everyone participated in the battle, so naturally, everyone who saw it should have a share. Sure. Yuan Lang also knew what junior brother Yi was thinking, so naturally he wouldn't monopolize this spoil of war. As he spoke, he opened the bottle and looked inside. He was immediately surprised. It seems to be a Yang attribute pill. Yuan Lang's face showed some joy. Junior brother Yi and junior brother Wu also became excited. "Really? You'll know when you see it," Yuan Lang said as he poured out some pills from the bottle and then flicked them to the two junior brothers. "It really is a Yang attribute pill." Junior brother Wu was very happy. As soon as the pills entered his hand, he felt the chill in his body disperse a lot. He didn't even need to use his Yuan Qi to resist the invasion of the Yin Qi. This pill was simply the nemesis of the Yin Qi in the valley. No wonder Yang Kai was reluctant to part with it. In this kind of harsh environment, the most important thing was this kind of Yang attribute pill. If he lost this thing, it would only make things worse. Yuan Lang shook the bottle and said, "We've already divided the pills, but junior brothers, these pills may have hidden secrets. Don't eat them, just carry them with you to ward off the cold. Brother will take his leave first." After all, this was a pill left behind by Yang Kai. What if there was poison in it? Although they weren't as meticulous as brother Kai, they weren't stupid enough to eat the enemy's food. After that, Yuan Lang used his movement technique and disappeared without a trace. Immediately after, the other two also put the pills into their pockets and each of them chased after the direction in which Yang Kai disappeared. Yang Kai was like a ferocious beast licking its wounds. He quietly hid in the crown of a tree and tried his best to restrain his aura. His eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings. His condition was very bad. After the battle with the 5 disciples of Stormhouse, his body had suffered some injuries. Just now, under the siege of the 4 people from Blood Group, his injuries were much more serious. Especially when the sword pierced through his shoulder, it must have injured his muscles and bones. Because of this, Yang Kai's left hand was somewhat unable to exert any strength. In order to prevent those people from following the trail of blood, Kai Yang had already used his Yang liquid to cauterize all of his wounds, sealing the flow of blood. Although the unyielding will allowed him to maintain his strength at the peak, in the end he was still an initial element boundary 4th stage cultivator. After the continuous battle, his physical strength and spirit consumption were enormous. If not for his unyielding will, he would have already collapsed. Recalling the dangerous battle a moment ago, Yang Kai couldn't help but secretly sneer. That brother Kai was worthy of being a separation and reunion boundary expert. Although more than half of his cultivation was sealed, Yang Kai still used a full 10 drops of Yang liquid to penetrate the Yuan Qi seal in his body and give him a fatal blow. But it was worth it. Although it was difficult to condense 10 drops of Yang liquid, it was not a waste to exchange the life of a separation and reunion boundary expert. In this adversity, Yang Kai's mind was clearer than ever. He understood that if he failed, not only would he lose his life, even Xia Ningchang would be implicated. This was a matter of great importance. How could Yang Kai dare to relax? In addition to Long Hui and the strongest person in the blood group, there were still 3 people left. These 3 people's strength was not as good as brother Kai's. If it was one-on-one, Yang Kai was not afraid. But if they joined forces, this matter would be very difficult. Know yourself and know your enemy, then you will be victorious in 100 battles. Yang Kai had to figure out the movement route of the three people from the blood group and the direction of their attack. Only then could he come up with a corresponding plan to kill them. Therefore, before he left, he purposely left behind a bottle of medicinal pills. It could be said that the main purpose of the battle just now was to hide the traces of the pill he had left behind. Secondly, it was to kill that senior brother Kai. Fortunately, both of these goals were successfully accomplished. What he left behind was a bottle of mysterious yang pills. A few days ago, he found more than 10 mysterious yang blood flowers, and Xia Ning Chang helped him refine them. Because the Dantian yang liquid was abundant, and because they were in a hurry, Yang Kai did not take them. He did not think that they would come in handy now. Sometimes, it wasn't necessary to eat a medicinal pill in order for something to happen. Yang Kai wanted to tell them that even if they carried the Dan in their arms, there was still a problem. He believed that his plan would succeed. After all, this was the 9th Yin congregation ground, where the Yin Qi was very strong. Suddenly there was a bottle of Yang attribute Dan, so he did not need to think about what those people would do. As long as they carried the mysterious Yang pills, he could rely on the origin of Yang seal to detect their location. In this way, the initiative was in his hands. After concealing himself for a moment, the Yang origin seal on his chest reacted. Yang Kai's expression turned cold as he hurriedly held his breath and suppressed his heartbeat. Not long after, a person flashed from below. Yang Kai looked at him and frowned. Why was there only one person? After waiting for a moment, not far away, another person hurriedly passed by. After a short while, a third person suddenly came to the tree where Yang Kai was hiding. Yang Kai quietly looked down and found that this person was actually the weakest blood group disciple. This person looked around for a moment and quickly disappeared. Strange, how could these three people be separated? Yang Kai frowned and thought hard, but he could not understand. How could he have known that these three people only thought he was an arrow at the end of its flight and that he had a powerful Earth-grade artifact in his possession? They simply wanted to see who would be lucky enough to find him. It was no wonder that these three people thought this way. If it was an ordinary initial element cultivator, the amount of Yuan Qi stored in their body would not be much. If they really went through a few life and death battles, the Yuan Qi would naturally not be much left. But Yang Kai was different. The amount of Yuan Qi stored in his meridians was not much compared to other initial element cultivators. But he had a lot of Yang liquid in his Dantian. Before he left, Yang Kai stored more than 40 drops of Yang liquid in his Dantian. It did not matter if the Yuan Qi in his meridians was depleted. A drop of Yang liquid could completely replenish it, making him full of energy again. It could be said that as long as the Dantian had reserves, and his physical and mental strength could keep up, Yang Kai was a tireless fighting machine. If Brother Kai was still alive, with his cautiousness and caution, he would definitely not let his people act separately and give Yang Kai the opportunity to kill them one by one. But Yang Kai had just killed him, and now it was Yuan Lang's turn to make the decision. Naturally, he did not think too much about it. Yang Kai did not understand the deep meaning of this, but now things were going more smoothly than he expected. How could he not grasp the opportunity in front of him? Chapter 106. After confirming that the other two were not nearby, Yang Kai jumped down from the treetop and followed Junior Brother Wu, who had the lowest strength. Junior Brother Wu was at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm and could be considered a good expert. But now that his strength was sealed, he could only display less than 40% of his strength. At this moment, he was vigilantly searching for traces of Yang Kai in the jungle. Unfortunately, although he had followed his blood all the way here, it had already disappeared a few minutes ago. This mountain valley was densely covered with trees, so it was difficult to find a person. Junior Brother Wu did not let go of any suspicious place. From time to time he would look up at the treetops, but the light here was too dim, so it increased the difficulty of searching. He could not let his two brothers beat him to it. If Yang Kai was found by them first, then he would not have a share of the Earth-grade secret treasure. Earth-grade secret treasure. Junior apprentice Brother Wu's heart began to burn with excitement. If he could possess such an artifact, then his status in the gang would definitely rise. By relying on this artifact, defeating a separation and reunion boundary martial artist would not be a difficult matter. While he was searching, he suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him. Junior Brother Wu turned around in horror and shouted, "Who is it?" At the same time, he looked around and clenched the long sword in his hand. He was secretly vigilant, but he did not find anything. From time to time, he heard a rustling sound, but it was actually the sound of a cold wind blowing the surrounding trees. He was being paranoid. Junior Brother Wu secretly laughed at himself. In this mountain valley, apart from the people of the blood group, there was only Yang Kai and that woman. These two people were currently powerless to protect themselves, so why would they run to their deaths? Chuckling, Junior Brother Wu turned around and prepared to continue forward. Who would have thought that just as he relaxed his mind, he would suddenly feel a burning sensation from the top of his head. At the same time, his whole body tightened as an aura of death rushed towards him. Looking up in surprise, Junior Brother Wu's eyes suddenly widened as he exclaimed, "Yang Kai." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Kai had already landed on top of him. His head was down and his feet were like a goshawk hunting for its prey. With the momentum of a pouncing attack, one of his palms ignited with a layer of bright red light as he slapped down towards the top of his head. This unforeseen event happened too quickly. Junior Brother Wu only had time to draw out a sword flower before Yang Kai's attack arrived. In his panic, Junior Brother Wu tilted his head to the side, avoiding the vital part of his head. With a boom, Yang Kai's palm landed on Junior Brother Wu's shoulder. With a crisp crack, Junior Brother Wu's entire arm sank down and broke. The burning Yuan Qi entered Junior Brother Wu's body, causing him to scream out in pain. He shook his long sword again and slashed towards Yang Kai's neck. Yang Kai flipped backwards in the air, the soles of his feet brushing against the sword, narrowly avoiding this attack. After landing on the ground, he bounced off the ground like an agile snake and quickly approached Junior Brother Wu's arms. His two hands were like butterflies as they wrapped around his right hand that was holding the sword. Then, with a push and a pull, he broke his balance and directly flipped him to the ground. This series of movements was incomparably fast, dazzling to the eyes, but the connection was natural and smooth. Falling to the ground, Junior Brother Wu spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai's knee pressed against his shoulder and his two hands suddenly exerted force. Junior Brother Wu's right arm was also broken. With a miserable howl, Junior Brother Wu's hands were broken and his whole body was trampled under Yang Kai's feet. Looking at him coldly, Kai Yang didn't have the slightest trace of emotion on his face. With a kick of his foot, he picked up Junior Brother Wu's sword which had fallen to the ground. Then, aiming at Junior Brother Wu's chest, he pierced down. "How could you?" Junior Brother Wu looked at Yang Kai in disbelief with blood foam in his mouth. "How could you still have the strength to fight? You're just an initial element cultivator, you should be exhausted. Brother Yuan, fuck you, Junior Brother Wu is dead because of you." This was the last thought in Junior Brother Wu's mind, and his eyes gradually lost their luster. After killing Junior Brother Wu, Yang Kai was slightly out of breath. The wounds on his body showed signs of splitting open, and blood once again gushed out. Not daring to delay, Yang Kai bent down and carefully searched Junior Brother Wu's body. Not long after, he found his mysterious Yang pills. Not only that, this Junior Brother Wu also had some other valuables on him. Yang Kai pocketed half a bottle of Qi recovery pills and some banknotes. Carrying Junior Brother Wu's body, Yang Kai jumped onto a tree and hid the body in the canopy. Then he jumped down and ran in another direction. Time was of the essence. There were less than 4 hours before dawn, and he still had to kill at least 4 enemies. One of them was even an expert of the Yuan Qi realm. He still had a long way to go. With the improvement of his strength, the sensing range of the origin of Yang on his chest had also increased a lot. It was estimated that within 200 feet, Yang Kai could sense Yang Qi's reaction. 200 feet was already very far. Normally, those experts of the separation and reunion realm would have a keen perception. Naturally, no movement within 200 feet could escape their eyes and ears. But now Yang Kai was the master of this 200 feet. After running for less than the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Yang Kai suddenly stopped. He felt the presence of another person. However, this person actually stayed in the same place and didn't move. He didn't know what he was doing. Yang Kai waited for a moment and found that he still didn't move. Moreover, Yang Kai also felt that the place where the person stopped was a bit strange. It was as if the yin qi in the valley was converging towards that place. Frowning, Yang Kai quietly crept up. After a short while, Yang Kai finally approached within 300 feet of the other person. Hiding behind a large tree, he quietly looked over. 300 feet away, a vague figure stopped there, and not far in front of him, there was a bright white thing blooming with light. This thing was like a small sun, illuminating everything in its vicinity. It wasn't large, only about the size of a pigeon's egg, but from inside it, there was a burst of bone-chilling coldness, a coldness that could even freeze one's soul. At this moment, this thing was spinning endlessly. As it spun, the yin qi in the valley seemed to be attracted by some kind of force and was rapidly rushing towards it. The ninth yin yuan condensing dew. Yang Kai almost instantly understood what this thing was. Although he had never seen it before, Yang Kai still recognized it at a glance. Xia Ningchang had brought him to the ninth yin congregation ground with the purpose of refining it. So this is what the ninth yin yuan condensing dew looks like. Yang Kai originally thought that it was a drop of dew. But now it seemed that this thing was quite intelligent and was indeed absorbing the yin qi of heaven and earth. Just as Yang Kai was secretly observing, the figure 300 feet away finally moved. This person was Junior Brother Yi. He tracked Yang Kai to no avail, but he didn't expect to find the ninth yin yuan condensing dew here. With his knowledge, he naturally didn't know the wonders of this thing, but he knew that this thing was a treasure. After quietly observing for a long time, he finally couldn't help but want to make a move. Chapter 107. As soon as he moved, Yang Kai naturally moved as well. At this moment, Junior Brother Ye's attention was completely attracted by the ninth yin yuan condensing dew, so it was a good time to launch a sneak attack. He never dreamed that Yang Kai could determine his position and was bold enough to launch a sneak attack on him. A greedy look appeared on Junior Brother Ye's face. His body was as nimble as a cat, and his movements were silent. He approached the ninth yin yuan condensing dew little by little. The distance was getting closer and closer. 20 feet, 10 feet, 9 feet. The ninth yin yuan condensing dew was still in the same place, constantly absorbing the heaven and earth yin qi in the valley, stirring up the surrounding yin qi. When the distance between Junior Brother Yi and the ninth yin yuan condensing dew was only 5 feet, his yuan qi suddenly became violent. His hidden body rushed out like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. His eyes were full of fire, and he stretched out his hand to grab the ninth yin yuan condensing dew. Yang Kai also moved. His eyes were locked on Junior Brother Ye's body. His feet were like the wind, and he was holding the long sword that he had just robbed. Taking advantage of the opponent's unguarded state, he was ready to kill him from the side. Just when Junior Brother Yi thought that he was about to succeed, the ninth yin yuan condensing dew suddenly stopped absorbing yin qi. An extremely strong yin qi burst out from inside and rushed toward Junior Brother Yi. This change was so fast that Junior Brother Yi couldn't stop his footsteps. Junior Brother Yi was shocked. He had just observed it for a long time. Although he was sure that this was a heaven and earth treasure, he didn't know that this thing had spirituality and could counterattack in the face of a crisis. Junior Brother Yi was scared out of his wits for a moment. Feeling the oncoming cold air, he panicked. His yuan qi was activated, trying to resist the oncoming crisis. Just when he was ready to withstand the impact, the ninth yin yuan condensing dew suddenly shook and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The moment it disappeared, the surrounding light suddenly fell into darkness. As the light changed, junior brother Ye's vision was greatly affected. He couldn't see what was happening around him at all. It was at this moment that Yang Kai made his move. Although Yang Kai's vision was also affected, he could still roughly determine the enemy's position. Even if this stab didn't take his life, it definitely wouldn't let him have an easy time. Junior brother Ye's mind was completely focused on the cold air that was rushing towards him. How could he feel the killing intent coming from the side? The next moment, junior brother Ye's body swayed as the cold air hit him head-on. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his yuan qi was not running smoothly. He couldn't help but shiver. Before he could catch his breath, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist, as if he had been pierced by a sharp weapon. Junior brother Yi had a lot of experience in dealing with enemies. After all, he was a master of separation and reunion. Although his vision was blocked, he instinctively flew up and swept his leg in the direction of Yang Kai. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai was swept in the shoulder and flew out. The two people's heavy breathing sounded at the same time. At this moment, Yang Kai didn't need to hide his figure anymore. Gradually recovering his vision, junior brother Yi looked in the direction of Yang Kai with resentment. His body couldn't help but shiver. His hand covered his waist and ribs, and his figure staggered. At his waist, a long sword came out of his body. Yang Kai had used almost all of his strength just now. Junior brother Yi also had to use his yuan qi to resist the cold air. How could he guard against it? It's you! After seeing Yang Kai's face clearly, junior brother Ye's expression suddenly became interesting. He had just thought of several possibilities. One possibility was that Yuan Lang or junior brother Wu had sneak attacked him. In the face of benefits, it wasn't strange for fellow disciples to kill each other. Another possibility was that the woman wanted to kill him. Another possibility was that there was another group of people in this valley. But he never thought that the one who attacked him was actually Yang Kai, who they thought was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Ha! Yang Kai slowly got up and looked at him with a grim smile. He shook the shoulder that was hit and found that it wasn't serious. Then he walked over step by step without fear. Junior brother Yi was now an arrow at the end of its flight. How is this possible? Junior brother Ye's face gradually turned pale. Although I don't know what you're surprised about, it seems that all of this is very different from what you expected. Yang Kai said coldly. We. Junior brother Yi looked down and said with a surprised expression, "This is junior brother Wu's sword." "Yes, he's already dead. Now it's your turn. So, we were all fooled by you." At this moment, junior brother Ye's heart was filled with a strong sense of unwillingness and humiliation. When brother Kai died at the hands of Yang Kai, it could be explained as the power of the secret treasure. But now, he was going to die at the hands of Yang Kai. He was at the separation and reunion level. Now he was going to be killed by a cultivator at the initial element level. What kind of world was this? Sullen, very sullen. With a cry, junior brother Yi opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression became more and more dispirited. The injuries on his body and the humiliation on his mind made him feel haggard and powerless, but he couldn't resist. "I have no enmity with you, but since you came to me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yang Kai's expression was cold. He walked in front of junior brother Yi and raised his palm to attack him. Junior brother Ye's eyes suddenly brightened as if he had a final burst of strength. He pulled out the long sword at his waist, held it in his hand, and slashed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai lowered his body and hit junior brother Ye's chin with an uppercut. Junior brother Ye's entire chin was immediately shattered. His body flew high into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Without waiting for him to resist, Yang Kai rushed up and punched him twice. The yuan qi burst out, and junior brother Yi was immediately killed. Standing up, Yang Kai sneered, "Playing tricks? I'm your grandfather." Obviously, junior brother Yi just pretended to be weak. He wanted to let Yang Kai get close to him so that he could kill him in one blow. But Yang Kai was already prepared. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, not to mention he was a cultivator. Before the enemy was killed, any carelessness could cost him his life. After killing this person, Yang Kai searched his body as usual. He didn't find much, just 1 or 2 bottles of elixirs and some banknotes. After all, these people went out, so they couldn't bring too many things with them. He could use the elixirs himself, but there were several banknotes. Yang Kai didn't look at them carefully and directly stuffed them into his trouser pocket. Like before, he threw the person's body into a nearby tree. Yang Kai looked around and found that the 9 yin yuan condensing dew had long disappeared. Yang Kai also felt the cold yin energy that burst out of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew. It was an extremely overbearing yin energy. No wonder he was needed to help collect it. This thing was very intelligent and would escape when it felt something was wrong. Except for the yang attribute yuan qi, which was its nemesis, there was probably no good way to collect it. There were still more than 2 hours before dawn. He had to hurry, but before that, Yang Kai had to go back and ask Xia Ningchang how to collect the 9 yin yuan condensing dew. Chapter 108. The 9th yin yuan condensing dew was a drifting thing, and the mountain valley was not small. If he was lucky enough to find it, he would be able to collect it. However, before coming here, Yang Kai had asked several times. Whether it was Xia Ningchang or Old Man Meng, they did not answer. They only said that they would tell him when the time came. This made Yang Kai somewhat suspicious and puzzled. Now it was time to find out more. The location of Xia Ningchang's hiding place, Kai Yang still remembered it clearly. He cautiously ran towards that direction while paying attention to the reaction of the origin of Yang on his chest. He wanted to see if he could find Yuan Lang. However, along the way, the origin of Yang did not react at all. He did not know where Yuan Lang had run off to, but he was helpless. After all, his sensing range was only 2,000 feet. If Yuan Lang went beyond this range, Yang Kai would not be able to find him. After rushing for a stick of incense, just as he was about to reach Xia Ningchang's hiding place, the origin of Yang on his chest reacted at this moment. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. He was surprised because Yuan Lang's current location was very close to Xia Ningchang. He was happy because he had finally found this blood group disciple. Had he found Xia Ningchang? Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly approached that direction. At the same time, he held his breath and paid attention to that direction. After a moment, Yang Kai sighed in relief. There was no movement from that direction. Yuan Lang should not have found Xia Ningchang's hiding place. Otherwise, they would definitely have started fighting. Yang Kai was not worried about Xia Ningchang's safety. After all, she could still use her heaven-grade defensive artifact. However, her hiding place was very awkward. It was a crack in the mountain that only allowed one person to enter at a time. If Yuan Lang blocked her inside and let out a whistle to inform Long Hui and that expert, things would become very troublesome. Thinking of this, Yang Kai became even more cautious. Xia Ningchang was also very nervous at this moment. Since Yang Kai left, she had been recovering here. After taking a palm strike from Wen Fei Qin, activating a heaven-grade artifact, and opening the 9 yin 8 locks array, her consumption was greater than anyone else's. After recovering for such a long time and using all the pills he had with him, he had only recovered 20% of his strength. At best, he was only equivalent to the 7th or 8th level of the initial element realm. Just a moment ago, there was a sudden commotion outside. Xia Ningchang was so shocked that her heart jumped. She hid in the crevice of the mountain and didn't dare to move. Her pair of bright eyes quietly narrowed as she looked outside, wanting to see who was approaching. She was expecting Yang Kai, but if it was really Yang Kai, there was no reason for him not to come in immediately. That person had been loitering outside for a long time, but had not been able to enter. Naturally, it was not the person she was waiting for. It was the enemy. She just didn't know how strong this person was. The other party had been searching nearby for a full 30 minutes, very carefully, but found nothing. Seeing that the footsteps were about to leave in a hurry, Xia Ningchang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, there was a rustling sound from the bushes at the entrance of the mountain crevice. Xia Ningchang's heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly jumped up again. Immediately after, a small black shadow suddenly rushed out of the bushes and jumped directly in front of Xia Ningchang. She was so scared that she almost cried out in alarm, but when she looked closely, she couldn't help but not know whether to laugh or cry. This was actually a squirrel that lived in the valley. It was probably frozen by the yin qi, so it had found this mountain crevice to take shelter from the wind. Xia Ningchang cautiously reached out, wanting to grab it. Unexpectedly, the squirrel was very vigilant. When it sensed that there was someone here, it immediately jumped out. In midair, a large hand suddenly appeared and firmly grabbed the squirrel. Then, with a strong squeeze, blood splattered. Hee. A burst of sinister laughter rang out as Yuan Lang's sturdy figure blocked the only entrance to the mountain. His face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression as he looked at Xia Ningchang, who was sitting inside, and said, "So you were hiding here?" Xia Ningchang's face suddenly became cold. Her beautiful eyes angrily looked at Yuan Lang. Women generally loved small animals very much, especially small animals that looked cute. Although the squirrel just now exposed her whereabouts, Yuan Lang's cruel methods still angered her. "You made me look for you for a long time." Yuan Lang blocked the mountain crevice and calmly looked at Xia Ningchang. "What is lost at the swings, what is gained at the swings? I couldn't find Yang Kai, but I found you. It's a great achievement." With this sentence, Xia Ningchang immediately calmed down. It turned out that junior brother was safe and sound. "If you dare come over, I'll let you die without a burial place," Xia Ningchang coldly threatened. However, her natural disposition was pure and innocent. Even when she lied, her face would turn red. If these words had come from someone else's mouth, it would have been somewhat threatening. However, Yuan Lang could hear the lack of confidence in her words. He couldn't help but laugh and say, "Do you still have the strength to fight? You're lucky that you didn't faint after taking that palm strike from Hall Masterwen. Right now, you're just hanging on by a thread." Although Yuan Lang's strength was sealed, Xia Ningchang wasn't much better off. If they really fought, Yuan Lang wasn't afraid of her at all. After all, both of them were at the separation and reunion boundary. It was just that one of them was higher than the other. Now that the only exit was blocked by her, Yuan Lang had the upper hand and victory was in his hands. "Be obedient and I promise I won't let you suffer. If you dare to resist, don't blame me for being ruthless," Yuan Lang fiercely threatened. Xia Ningchang didn't answer. She secretly gathered her Yuan Qi and prepared to give him a fierce blow when he got close. However, Yuan Lang obviously knew what she was planning to do. He didn't get close and just blocked the way. This made Xia Ningchang secretly complain. "I know you have a heaven-grade defensive artifact. In my current state, I'm afraid I can't do anything to you. But what if I send a message to ask others to come over? Do you still have any hope of escaping?" Yuan Lang wasn't in a hurry. He had the mentality of a cat toying with a mouse, using words to destroy Xia Ningchang's psychological defenses. "What do you want to do?" Xia Ningchang coldly asked. "What do I want to do? Hee, I should be the one asking you that. If you want to live, you have to obediently agree to a few of my conditions. If you don't, I'll call people over right now." Realizing that the time had come, Yuan Lang finally revealed his foxtail. What conditions? Xia Ningchang was also happy to waste time with this person. Right now, the more time she had, the more her Yuan Qi would recover. First, you have to seal your Yuan Qi and obediently wait to be captured. Second, you have to give me that defensive artifact. Yuan Lang revealed a trace of a perverted smile. "Take off your mask and let me see your true appearance. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. If you really are a beauty, I'll let you go and definitely won't make things difficult for you." Even a child wouldn't believe this. If Xia Ningchang really sealed her Yuan Qi, then wouldn't Yuan Lang be able to do whatever he wanted? In this dark and windy night, where a man and a woman were alone, how could a man resist the temptation of beauty? Xia Ningchang was simple, but she wasn't someone who could be easily deceived. She immediately scolded, "Wishful thinking." Chapter 109. You're forcing my hand. Yuan Lang's face turned cold. You're going too far. Xia Ningchang did not back down. Yuan Lang's expression was cold and stern. He wanted to send a message, but after thinking about it, he restrained himself and chuckled. Then let's see if this girl's defensive artifact can block my attack. He really couldn't bear to give up such a delicious meal that was already in his mouth. If he could really subdue Xia Ningchang with his own strength, it would be equivalent to obtaining at least a heaven-grade artifact. With such a treasure, where could he not go in this big world? There was no need to stay in the blood group and risk his life, right? What's more, this girl's origin was mysterious and her value was not low. He estimated that she had more than one artifact. So he wanted to try. If it really didn't work, then it wouldn't be too late to send a message. In any case, with him here, she couldn't escape even if she had wings. Thinking of this, Yuan Lang smirked and walked towards Xia Ningchang. Xia Ningchang complained in her heart. Although she had recovered 20% of her Yuan Qi and could activate her defensive artifact, it consumed too much Yuan Qi. Once she used it, she would fall into a state of weakness again. She was still counting on using this little bit of Yuan Qi to find Yang Kai. How could she bear to use it all up? But if she didn't use it, she didn't have the confidence to defeat Yuan Lang. The terrain here was really bad. She couldn't display her strength. She could only block for a while and see if she could find an opportunity to kill him. Xia Ningchang also didn't intend to be lenient. The other party had already bullied her. How could she compromise? The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Xia Ningchang also slowly stood up, secretly raising her Yuan Qi and vigilantly staring at Yuan Lang, who was coming over. This was a true encounter on a narrow path. In this narrow mountain gap, no matter who it was, there was no way to easily avoid each other's attacks. When they were still 10 meters away, Yuan Lang's smile gradually disappeared. His expression turned serious. Xia Ningchang suddenly made her move. Without any warning, she made the first move, much to Yuan Lang's surprise. Her slender jade-like hands formed an orchid shape, and she flicked her finger forward. An ice-cold wind shot towards Yuan Lang like an arrow. Yuan Lang's expression changed. He didn't expect this woman to still have the strength to fight with him. After all, how long had it been since she was injured? Even if he took a pill, it was impossible for him to recover so quickly, right? How could he know that Xia Ningchang had a special physique? As soon as the pills entered her body, she could directly absorb and refine them. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have enough pills with her, how could she only recover 20% of her strength? This finger wind was cold to the bone, like a sharp icicle. It was the result of Xia Ningchang using the yin qi in the valley and her own special characteristics to instantly refine it. The killing power wasn't too strong, but the advantage was that it didn't consume much energy and it was fast enough. With a whizzing sound, Yuan Lang used his palm to move his saber. Yuan Qi burst forth, and he slashed forward with his palm, shouting, "Flying Cloud Chop." Flying Cloud Chop wasn't a palm technique, but a saber technique. It was an earth-level low-grade martial art, and its power wasn't weak. However, Yuan Lang didn't have a saber, so he could only use his palm as a substitute. Naturally, the power of the attack was reduced. But even so, Xia Ningchang's attack was cut in half by him, and it didn't have any effect. Feeling that this attack didn't have any killing power, Yuan Lang wanted to laugh at it, but he didn't expect that he would be met with another wave of so-so sounds. It was Xia Ningchang who had sent out another attack. Yuan Lang was annoyed. He formed a fist with one hand and punched out, shouting, "Azure Dragon's Roar." Sure enough, there was a faint sound of a dragon's roar. This move was even more powerful than the previous Flying Cloud Chop. Without giving him time to breathe, the whizzing sound came again. Xia Ningchang actually started to move left and right. Her two small hands moved endlessly, and one wind after another fiercely shot out. Yuan Lang didn't retreat an inch and hurriedly used his martial arts to neutralize it. Thousand Execution Flash, Flying Phoenix Ghost Kill, Heavenly Mandate Thunder, Transforming Iron Palm, Steel Beheading Hand, Spirit Dragon Fist, As expected of a separation and reunion boundary expert, the variety of martial arts he practiced was very varied. He changed his methods to compete with Xia Ningchang's attacks, and for a moment, they were in deep water. On the other hand, Xia Ningchang was the type to deal with all kinds of changes. No matter what kind of martial skill he used, all she had was a cold finger wind. The two of them were separated by 10 meters, but they were evenly matched. Sparks flew from the cliff walls of the mountain crack, all of which were swept out by the aftershocks of the two people's martial arts. After fighting for a long time, Yuan Lang finally realized that something was wrong. His strength was sealed, and he had to work hard to resist the invasion of the cold qi. After continuously using so many martial arts that consumed Yuan qi, he actually felt a little weak. On the other hand, the woman opposite him was still the same as before. Her face didn't turn red, and her heart didn't beat fast. It was as if the wind she sent out didn't cost money, and didn't consume Yuan qi at all. How could he know that Xia Ningchang's wind was mostly the cold wind gathered from the cold qi in the valley? She only needed to use a little bit of her Yuan qi to create a strong killing force. After fighting for a while, Yuan Lang finally understood that in his current state, he couldn't eat Xia Ningchang at all. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and said fiercely, "Stinking woman, if you still don't surrender, I'll call young Master Longhui over. If he comes over, he'll definitely ruthlessly ravage you and make you wish you were dead." Despicable. Xia Ningchang was angry. Hee, any woman who falls into Long Hui's hands doesn't have a good life. You might as well obediently submit to me. I promise I'll treat you well. Shameless. Xia Ningchang continued to be angry. I'll count to 3. If you don't surrender, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Yuan Lang's expression turned cold as he made his final ultimatum. Then he slowly shouted, 1. While the two were talking, their hands didn't rest at all. They were still fighting fiercely. 2. Yuan Lang deliberately dragged out the word. Xia Ningchang's eyes suddenly curved into crescents. Although her face was covered by a veil, Yuan Lang was sure that this woman was smiling just now. She looks so good when she smiles. Yuan Lang thought to himself. For a moment, he couldn't bear to say, 3, out loud. Have you thought it through? Yuan Lang thought that she had changed her mind. Xia Ningchang's eyes were still curved like crescents. She shouted, Do you think you're the only one who knows how to call people? What? Yuan Lang didn't understand. I know how to call people too. Xia Ningchang looked behind him and stamped her feet with a sobbing tone. Junior brother, you're finally here. Yuan Lang didn't even turn his head. He sneered, You want to use this kind of trick to trick me? Miss, do you think I'm an idiot? You really are an idiot. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. Yuan Lang's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly tried to turn around, but Xia Ningchang didn't give him the chance. She attacked him fiercely, causing him to be flustered. In addition, the mountain was narrow, so he couldn't turn around. Half of his body was stuck, unable to advance or retreat. It was very awkward. With a puff, Yuan Lang felt a pain in his back. He vaguely felt a sharp weapon pierce through his body. He looked down and saw the tip of a sword piercing through his heart. Chapter 110. The sword pierced through his chest. This was a fatal wound. Yuan Lang could feel his heart suddenly contracting. All the blood in his body burst out, and his life was quickly fading away. He turned his head with difficulty and finally saw Yang Kai behind him. Bastard! Yuan Lang's face showed a strange expression. He looked at Yang Kai with unwillingness and anger. Yang Kai was silent. He pulled the sword out of Yuan Lang's chest, bringing out a burst of warm blood, and then suddenly stabbed it in again. After taking 2 blows, Yuan Lang finally couldn't take it anymore. His body softened and he fell down. His consciousness gradually blurred. Before he died, Yuan Lang's mouth slowly showed a trace of a bitter smile. His luck was really bad. God made fools of people. He originally thought that he had the upper hand by blocking this woman in the mountain crack, but he didn't expect that he would be blocked by someone else. If it weren't for this special terrain, how could he be killed without being able to fight back? Even if he couldn't beat them in a 1 versus 2 situation, he should have had a chance to escape, right? But now, everything was in vain. The hunter, who knew that there would be a day when he would become the prey, "Are you okay?" Yang Kai looked up at Xia Ningchang. In fact, when Yuan Lang discovered this little senior sister, Yang Kai was already nearby. However, he didn't immediately make a move. Instead, he waited until Yuan Lang entered the mountain crack and fought with Xia Ningchang before he made a sneak attack. This method was a bit despicable. After all, Xia Ningchang didn't know the situation and was frightened for a while. However, it was the most time-saving and effortless way to kill the enemy. "I'm fine." Xia Ningchang was stunned before she finished speaking. She saw the half-foot-long wound on Yang Kai's abdomen and the bloody hole on his shoulder. At this moment, the blood-soaked Kai Yang's face was calm and filled with concern. His expression was firm and resolute, giving off a kind of steadiness and reliability that only men could possess. He was completely different from his usual weak and fragile self. His upper body blocked the entrance of the mountain. His thin body was as immovable as a mountain, blocking all the wind, rain, and tribulation, making this narrow mountain crack as warm as a tranquil harbor. Slowly walking forward, Xia Ningchang stretched out her trembling hand towards the wound. However, she didn't dare to touch it for fear of hurting Yang Kai. Her eyes instantly turned red. It had only been 4 hours. What kind of arduous battle had he gone through outside for him to become like this? How much blood did he have to bleed to make his blood chi soar to the sky? In this mountain valley that was practically cut off from the rest of the world, facing more than 10 enemies who were eyeing them covetously, Xia Ningchang felt as if she and Yang Kai were mutually dependent. Now that she saw his miserable state, how could she not feel distressed? Every girl had the dream of a hero saving the damsel in distress. Although the person who saved her this time wasn't a great hero, nor was he a great hero, but was just an ordinary junior brother in the initial element realm. Compared to her own strength, he was worlds apart. But the girl's heart couldn't help but ripple. "It's just a small wound," Yang Kai said indifferently. "Oh right, I found the 9th in Yuan condensing dew." Xia Ningchang rubbed her eyes. She wasn't as happy as she expected. "How do we collect that thing? You should tell me now, right?" Yang Kai asked. "Otherwise, if we find it later, it might run away again." "We don't want that." Xia Ningchang pulled on Yang Kai's hand and gestured for him to sit down. "Why not?" Yang Kai frowned. "Didn't they come all the way here just for the 9th in Yuan condensing dew?" Xia Ningchang ignored him and said softly, "Sit down first and we'll talk." Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously and then slowly sat down. Xia Ningchang lowered her head, bit her lips, and half knelt in front of Yang Kai. She tore a long piece of cloth from her dress and then took out a bottle and poured some ointment on the cloth. She reached over to Yang Kai's body and wrapped the wound on his abdomen. Yang Kai let her do whatever she wanted. "We'll wait here until dawn," Xia Ningchang said softly as she wrapped Yang Kai's wound. "After dawn, the 9 in 8 locks formation will break and we'll leave this place." "But we came here, don't?" Xia Ningchang interrupted Yang Kai with an unquestionable firmness. "For that thing, it's not worth it." Yang Kai looked at her thoughtfully and frowned. "I know what you're worried about, but I've already killed 9 of them. They only have 2 people left." "What?" Xia Ningchang looked up, her beautiful eyes full of disbelief. "They still have 2 people, we also have 2 people. Why should we be afraid of them?" Yang Kai's eyes flashed with madness. "Since they're not kind, we don't need to be polite to them. Also, the 9th in Yuan condensing dew, we can't let go of this thing. We can't give up halfway." "You're lying to me, right?" Xia Ningchang looked at Yang Kai innocently. "Are you so gullible?" Yang Kai chuckled. He accidentally pulled on his wound and sucked in a cold breath. "Are they really only left with 2 people?" "Yes, there's only Long Hui and the person who injured you left." Yang Kai nodded. Xia Ningchang was stunned. She had thought that Yang Kai had returned in such a distressed state because he was being chased by so many people outside. Being able to escape with his life was already a stroke of luck, but she had never expected that he would actually tell her that in just 2 hours, he had killed 9 enemies. There were several separation and reunion boundary cultivators among those people. How did he do it? If they only have 2 people left, then we really don't need to be afraid of them. Xia Ningchang frowned. The only thing I'm worried about now is that after dawn, that Yuan Qi boundary cultivator will recover his strength. If he continues to chase after us, I'm afraid we won't be able to run far. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. After the formation is broken, his strength can also recover? Then we don't have a choice. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. If they didn't kill that Yuan Qi boundary cultivator before dawn, then the 2 of them would definitely be captured alive. But I've only recovered 20% of my strength. If we really meet that Yuan Qi boundary cultivator, I'm afraid it'll be a bit troublesome. Xia Ningchang sighed. I've collected a lot of pills here. See if there's anything you can use. Yang Kai took out the loot from the dead person and then ran to Yuan Lang's body to search. He immediately took out several bottles of pills. Yuan Lang seemed to be much wealthier than the others. He carried more pills and banknotes with him than the others. With these Qi recovery pills, I should be able to recover 40% of my strength. That should be enough. Xia Ningchang's face showed a bit of excitement. You recover first. I'll keep an eye on you. Yang Kai also wanted to take advantage of this time to recover. Although the Yuan Qi in his body was endless, his physical strength and spirit still needed to be nurtured. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.